Hello there, welcome along to Wimbledon Uncovered on day 9 of the championships. It's Tuesday and we've reached the quarter-final stage here at Wimbledon. And you can really feel the anticipation begin to rise as we get ever closer to those famous pieces of silverware being handed out on centre court. Pleased to report it's another beautiful day in southwest London. Sunshine, pleasant temperatures and no rain in the forecast, making for the perfect weather for tennis and the perfect weather for a leisurely stroll around the beautiful grounds, or some boating here at the All England Club, or for a sit down on the hill to watch the action unfold on the big screen. Delighted to say joining me, Adam Hunt, here on Wimbledon Uncovered, is Rachel Stringer. Rachel, delighted to have you here with us. And although immediately your eyes are drawn to the order of play on centre court and court number 1, the men's and ladies quarter-finals, there is action going on all around the grounds. A great chance to watch the juniors who've been playing for a couple of days, and the Invitational doubles, which starts today, some of the stars of yesteryear. Yeah,
I think it's a great day to come. We always talk about the beginning of the championship as you can kind of wander around the ground and see so much in action. But actually, as second week unfolds, I think you can just see as much, and that's when you get a chance for the players still left in it as well. They'll be practicing out and about, and they usually go over to these outside courts, and you can see them early in the morning hitting up with their coaching team and some different players as well. But yeah, Invitational doubles. A couple of the friends of the shows are on there as well. Adam, I'm sure we'll bring you up to speed on who's playing, but Laura Robson is out, isn't she?
She is, and we must say, if you hear some laughing in the background, that's because Mansour Barami, who is an absolute legend if you don't know who he is, we're going to show you some of his action a little bit later on. He's playing just a few steps away from where we are on court 18, and he is one of the most entertaining players in those Invitational doubles matches. Let's have a quick look at the order of play today, what we've got to look forward to on centre court number 1. We'll start on centre. Huge match, this first one. Can Jannik Sinner recreate the magic he's shown so far here at Wimbledon? He's been brilliant, the young Italian, the number 10 seed. But taking on Novak Djokovic on centre court in front of that huge crowd is another step up. He was great against Carlos Alcaraz. Can he recreate that today against the top seed? And after that, it's Marie Bouzkova, a great chance for her too, the unseeded player. She dropped a set in her opening match, but has been peerless since then, hasn't dropped a set since the first round against Ons Jabeur, the number 3 seed. Loves to mix it up, that slice backhand, and a lot of people now are picking her for the title.
Yeah, that's a great lineup on centre court. Court 1, though, has 2 thrilling matches as well, starting with the ladies' singles quarter-final. Tatiana Maria, she's a mother of 2. We've spoken about her getting up early doors to take her daughter to practice at 8:30 a.m. 34 years of age now. And the last time she was in to the final 8 of a Grand Slam was back in 2007, and she's taking on a countrywoman, Jules Niemeier, her debut here at Wimbledon this year, and 22 years of age, so it really is the old versus the young in terms of German competitors out there, followed by David Goffin and Cameron Norrie, both trying to make it through to their first ever semi-final in a Grand Slam. So big matches for both involved there.
Yeah, and let's head inside court 1, shall we, Rachel, and just see what we're getting ready to for this first match, as you said, between Tatiana Maria and Jules Niemeier, as the crowd begins to fill up. And it really is getting quite warm actually out here now. It was a warm day yesterday, and inside those show courts, because of all of the seating, and you know, with the roof now covering, even when it's open, a bit of the back of the court on centre and court number 1, it does make it quite steamy there on the courts, as we're seeing Jules Niemeier in your picture, the number, well, she's 22 years of age, still yet to win a title on the main tour. It was actually her first ever win against a top 10 player when she beat Annette Kontaveit earlier on at this tournament. You do feel that Wimbledon this year has been a coming of age for her.
I mean, it's just how far she's come, really, isn't it, for the 22-year-old? She was ranked 167th last year and has now broken into the top 100 in 2022. And she's gaining a lot of attention as well in her home country of Germany, Adam. I believe that Mats Hummels actually tweeted her or Instagrammed her, and she said, oh, it's great to get some legends in the world of football kind of I guess, supporting her on her journey. And these two players, they know each other well as well from the German scene. So as much as we feel like Jules Niemeier is a pretty new face in the scene. She won't be for Tatiana Maria.
And I was so impressed with how she dealt with the occasion in that match against Heather Watson, winning in straight sets. So many people, I mean, we saw her record there at Grand Slams. She's never played at Wimbledon. 3 of the Grand Slams prior to this one, she'd never played in. She'd only played at Roland Garros, lost in the first round. So this is a completely new experience for her. Playing on the show courts was a new experience for her. We knew that when she took on Heather Watson, the crowd would clearly be, most of them supporting Heather Watson, not because they were against Niemeier, but because they're supporting the home player, the British player, on the show court there. And she was able to deal with that so beautifully. She stayed very level-headed and calm. There were a few moments in that match where it could have gone either way, and she was able to win it in the end fairly comfortably, 6-2, 6-4. So that will have stood her in good stead for this match today. A Grand Slam quarter-final, her first Grand Slam quarter-final in front of a big crowd. She won't be overawed.
Yeah, and then talking of her opponent, Tatiana Maria. She's been around the scene for quite some time. She only had her second child in April last year, went on maternity leave and has come back and is really still continuing in some great form here at this championship. And remember, she defeated Elena Ostapenko in the last round, which I think was a little bit of a shock, especially for Ostapenko, who got a bit frustrated when she was beaten by Tatiana Maria. But it's going to be a great encounter here on court 1 to open up proceedings to see who can make it through to the semi-finals. This is one of the quarterfinals, our first one. 3 more to come, 1 more today and then 2 more tomorrow as well. I'm very excited to see as the women's draw and the men's, both, Adam, are very wide open now. Yeah,
both of these players have profited from, you would say, slightly better draws, but they've also beaten seeded players. Niemeier beat Kontaveit. Ostapenko was the player that, I suppose, the highest ranked player that Maria has had to beat so far. So they've not just been gifted a route through to the quarter-final stage. They've both had to earn it. And Tatiana Maria is hugely respected on tour, as you said, a mother of 2. She's really well liked there as well. Okay, we're going to have to leave court number 1 now. The players ready, and you can continue watching that on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. The scene is set here at SW19. The Hill, as you can see there, absolutely packed. People will be watching on the big screen and strolling around, enjoying perhaps a Pimm's, an early Pimm's, or it's not even that early, is it? It's past 1 o'clock, Pimm's or some strawberries and cream. Let's catch up with Olivia for the first time today.
Okay, I'm now joined by Kathleen and David Williams. Hello, how are you both?
Excited to be here. Yeah. Very excited.
Have you been in the Royal Box before? No. You haven't, nor have I. I mean, no, I've never been invited. No. But I hear it's absolutely amazing. David, have you been in before?
I did once before, yes. It was pretty star-studded. It was quite exciting. It was like Jude Law was there. Charles Dance, Chiwetel Ejiofor, lots of, it was a sort of actors day, thespians day, so I don't know how I got the invite, but I don't know who's there today, so hopefully it'll be someone exciting.
You've got Sir Ben Ainsley, you've got the Middletons, yeah,
heard of them,
yeah. Parents, you know. So this is a great day for you guys.
It's fantastic.
Are you a big tennis fan?
I am, yes.
Who are you looking forward to seeing today?
I don't know what the order of play is today.
Do you know what? Nor do I. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know what day it is. We've been here so
many. I would quite like to have seen Cameron Norrie, but I think he's on court number 1, isn't he?
I will get confirmation on that. No one's even looking at me. They don't know. No one knows. Yeah. What about you, David? Yeah. Any names you're hoping might pop up on court 1? I'm not sure.
Isn't Djokovic playing today? Is that right?
I mean, yeah, we're getting
looking forward to seeing.
Looking
forward to seeing Djokovic.
You should not be apologising. I should be apologising. Okay, Djokovic, he's always good value.
Yes, and well, I'm just excited to soak up the atmosphere as well, because it is sort of the best sort of British day out you could ever imagine.
It really is. Have you been to some of the others, the Ascots, any cricket days or anything like that?
I have. But not necessarily with you, have I? You're not.
No, I went to Ascot once as well, but I do prefer this. It's more, I don't know, there's a real sociable element to it, and it's just exciting. You feel like the eyes of the world are on London at the moment, with something like this. So it's exciting to be part of it.
Okay, and just finally, and then I will let you go. It's 100 years of centre court. I'm not sure if you caught the centenary celebration.
It
was amazing, wasn't it?
Yes.
Do you have any fond memories of watching any matches growing up, or here, if you were lucky to see it, on centre court that really stand out for you? I'll start with you, David.
Well, I just remember being a kid and like John McEnroe and Bjorn Borg were the sort of the big rivals of that time, and sort of I remember you quite disapproving of John McEnroe because he was a bit rude. But I thought it was quite funny and quite cool. So I like the personalities, you know, I think that's the thing, isn't it? And that's tennis does have big personalities. You really get to know the personalities as well in a way you don't with other sports.
And the rivalries between those players of each kind of era.
And Kyrgios, well.
You didn't like McEnroe, do you like Kyrgios?
He's
great at tennis. He's entertaining as well.
Tennis player, and he provides sort of entertainment.
How diplomatic. Okay.
You need characters like that in the sport, don't you? Otherwise, if everyone's a robot and just plays tennis and doesn't speak, it doesn't.
Federer has his place, but we need Kyrgios.
I didn't say that.
I didn't mean it. We love you, Federer. All right, you two. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy. Thanks for chatting. Bye-bye.
Lovely interview there with the comedian David Williams and his mother. Let's head over to court number 3, show you some of that invitation and doubles that we promised. And down at the far end, someone we know very well here on Wimbledon Uncovered, or two people we know very well on Wimbledon Uncovered. Daniella Hantuchova, who is serving, playing with her partner Laura Robson, up against Casey Delacroix and Alicia Molik, the two Aussies, and it's Hantuchova and Robson. Well, Danny was saying how nervous she was ahead of playing the championships this year, but she shouldn't be nervous at all. Brilliant performance so far. Took the first set 6-3, and here they are at 5-all in the second set.
Latino.
Two terrific shots from Laura, but she couldn't cope with the last one.
15-30.
That last shot there from Delacroix and Molik, you can just see here. So this is the issue when you have a lefty playing on the right side, because you're both covering that middle shot.
30.
Got to communicate and say, okay, yours, because most left-handers play on that ad side. But Casey just always loved playing on the deuce side. She's got an incredible backhand cross return. That's probably one of her trademark shots.
$40-30.
The ball toss is a little erratic from Hantuchova, but she's getting it done. Serving well again.
Game. Hantuchova Robson lead by 6-5. Second set by 1 set to love.
Once again, a game away from winning this. Yes, I'm old enough to remember that, you know, when you had an Aussie coming to the UK, you thought, well, they can play on grass, but it's not a gimme anymore.
No, you're right. Absolutely. I think all those old trends and things that have changed somewhat. We don't spend much time on the grass. We do spend a little bit of time on artificial grass coming in as juniors, and I think that's not great for the game either, because the ball bounce is very low. So we're trying to really not spend too much time on that, because most of the ball bounces on clay, hard court, it's all up here. So you have to learn how to really manufacture shots from above your hip rather than down near your calves.
Time.
So Delacroix serving 5-6, second set. Oh, yeah. A meaningful forehand there from Delacroix.
Well, Casey asked me if this week going back home, and I'm sure Amanda's watching with their 3 children, Jessie James and Blake and Andy. Might be a little bit late in Australia, but they might be allowed to stay up and watch Mum.
Good stretch from Molly.
Found a way through the centre of the court so often today, Laura. Good control on this volley here.
Looks effortless, doesn't
it? Yeah, she's got great technique on her volleys, Laura. That was a tough one. It was just out of the reach there of Alicia.
Just enough power on it to make it difficult for Molly. And here's match point.
30-40.
Wasn't the cleanest of hits, but it will do.
2 sets to love. 6-3, 7-5.
An hour and 10 minutes that flew by, and you could see the standard improving game by game. But in the end, it's Hantuchova and Robson who take it.
What a terrific match, though, and just great to see these players on court. And some of their great skills that never disappear. So also just their characters, the smiles and the fun that they have.
In their group, they've also got Jelena Jankovic and Agnieszka Radwanska. What a partnership that is. And the all-Italian pair, Flavia Panetta and Francesca Schiavone. So it's going to be tough.
Oh, it's brilliant. No, it's really good fun, and all those different styles of play. Here we go. They're getting a selfie. So they just enjoy this as much as the crowd. I liked Casey when she came to the net. She goes, oh my gosh, there's a lot more people here than I thought. It's wonderful. So we're going to get a group selfie now. I think this is...
That's really good to see. Winners and losers, the smiles as big as each other.
Yeah, there's no question about it. They're all here just really enjoying themselves, and it is such a privilege for them, I'm sure, just to walk back on the grass and just do their thing.
Second up on center court today is Ons Jabeur, who has made her second consecutive Wimbledon quarterfinal. She's the highest remaining seed in the women's draw, and she is absolutely the favorite in the bottom half to make it through to the final. But she's got 2 matches to play, and first up in the quarterfinals today is a first ever meeting with Marie Bouzkova. Bouzkova and Jabeur have never met before, but the Tunisian, the number 3 seed, who has actually risen to a career high ranking of number 2 in the world this week, she's got 9 matches in a row on the grass, won a title in Berlin leading up to this tournament. She's also won 20 of her last 22 matches. Crashed out in the first round of the French Open, but has looked in flawless form here. Yet to drop a set in 4 matches played, has spent under 5 hours on court. But the last match against Elise Mertens, who had taken out Angelique Kerber previously, that has been her most poignant challenge so far. Had to save set points. Look at that drop shot from Jabeur, showing us some of her trick shot magic out here on court as she works with coach Issam Jalali. But she really had to work for that win over Mertens, saving set points in the first set, saying that she had to conjure up some of her best to come through that match. And I love that she goes from drop shots to just absolutely pounding that forehand. All 4 of those balls were in, by the way. And Jabeur, as her profile has risen, she's from Tunisia. She's the highest ranked player from an Arab country ever. She is a well-known, they call her the Minister of Happiness in Tunisia. She's a very well-known sports and cultural personality in her country. She's getting used to the profile on the global stage, being followed today by some cameras out on court. Just did an interview with ESPN. She is a player that everyone wants to speak with, and she certainly is someone that we're going to see even more. Depending on how it goes this Wimbledon, we're going to see her for years to come. She's second up on center court against Marie Bouzkova. The winner of that match going to take on either Tatiana Maria or Jule Niemeier, the all-German affair. It is a huge opportunity for Ons Jabeur to make her first ever Wimbledon semifinal today.
I found David Dimbleby, a broadcaster extraordinaire, a legend of the game, as it were. How are you today, David?
I'm very, very well. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm very well. I'm enjoying coming to Wimbledon because I remember the very first time I came here, Des Lynam was doing the commentary, and he took me to show his studio to me. Wow. And I said, you know, I'd absolutely love to work in this studio because it's so complicated, all these courts and how you do it and everything. And he said, do you know, I'd really love to do a general election. So I said, well, we'll swap.
Oh, wow.
But we never did.
That would have been good television.
I know. I would have been hopeless at the tennis. I went to Eastbourne because I live near Eastbourne.
Oh, nice.
And I run the gallery that's just looking over the tennis court. So everybody's coming to look at the paintings. And actually they peek at the tennis. So I did that. But
so tennis isn't necessarily your thing, but
I play tennis.
Oh.
Only I began playing when I was 80. Yes, just for exercise. It's very good. I love it.
It is a great sport once you get into it, isn't it?
I know.
And you're going to see some titans of the sport today.
But the thing I don't understand about tennis, when I have my coach, you see, she's very good and she puts the ball at my feet and everything. And then I said, well, can we play a game now? And she said, yes, of course. So she started playing. I said, but hang on, you put the ball over there and I'm here. How am I meant to get to that?
Cheeky, she's trying to beat you at the game. That's rude.
That's what they do at Wimbledon, where she played as a child. So I said, oh, OK, all right, that's how it is.
You're in the Royal Box today, are you not? That's a lovely honour. Are you excited for it?
Yes,
have you done it before?
I have once, just before the COVID thing began. Oh. And it is wonderful. Oh, it's slightly embarrassing because you never know if the camera's going to be fixed on you at an odd moment when you're kind of, I don't know.
So smiling at all time. No, you can't have a nap in the Royal Box.
No, absolutely not.
No,
you have to be on your best behaviour.
Exactly.
I know, that's
and you must eat all of your cream tea.
Yes, I'll do all that.
And cucumber sandwiches or whatever
and cucumber sandwiches and strawberries and cream and goodness knows what.
So just finally, we're celebrating 100 years of centre court, which is did you watch it on Sunday, the celebration?
No, I didn't see it. But of course, BBC is celebrating 100 years. So what perfect thing.
Yes,
when Wimbledon began, I don't think the BBC was there doing it in 1926. Was it not 1922? I mean, what year is it?
2022. Yes.
Was it 1922? I don't think the BBC was there. But you're celebrating 100 years, yes.
We are.
Amazing.
And so, do you have any fond moments of watching Wimbledon at home? Growing up? Yeah,
but I remember the first time I came here. It was terrible. It was those players before, you know, the game is so good now. Yeah. I mean, the people playing now, they really play. I mean, I was watching yesterday, you know, 30 shots across the net, unbelievable. It was McEnroe against...
Borg?
No, McEnroe against, what was he called?
Connors?
McEnroe against who?
Connors.
I watched McEnroe against Connors, right? And do you know what? They never rallied at all.
Oh, really?
It was just, It was really boring. I thought, if this is tennis, you can forget it. And then it sort of began to change, and now they're wonderful.
You're wonderful.
No,
I could talk
wonderful.
to you all day, but I can't. You've got to get in that royal box.
Oh, okay. I was enjoying talking. Yeah,
but you said to me to be
talking
quick.
easier than.
You're very good at it, I've got to say. Thank you. Have a great
Pleasure.
day.
Okay.
What a
Bye-bye.
joy.
Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much. Bye-bye.
And the sun continues to shine at the start of this second week at the All England Club on a glorious Monday morning in southwest London.
Glorious day. Some of the best weather forecasts today. It's a sumptuous performance. Elena Rybakina oozing authority, full of conviction.
Another victory for Kyrgios. This takes him through to the quarterfinals.
Super happy to get through. I fought really hard today, and the crowd was amazing. It was special stepping out here once again.
What a match! What a match! Standing ovation on court two, no quarter asked or given by two absolutely ferocious competitors. But it's Cristian Garin who will play in the quarter-finals of Wimbledon.
Game, set, match, Halep.
Full of class, Simona Halep this afternoon.
6-1, 6-2.
Always nervous before, but I enjoyed a lot to be back on center court in front of this beautiful crowd, always supporting me. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back here.
Anisimova is through to the Wimbledon quarter-finals. The wonderful week enjoyed by all the Harmony Tan team is at an end.
With some relief, gets the job done.
To be in quarterfinals here on Wimbledon after 3 years without playing here, it's amazing for me now, so very, very happy.
I love those montages, but when I watch them every day, Rachel, you realise how much you've missed.
Yeah, you do, because we've spoken about it before on this show. As much as it's great to be here, we're very preoccupied with trying to get our notes right and try and kind of bring you up to speed on what is going on, and we don't really get a chance to sit at the back of the courts as much as we'd like. How many times, Adam, this year have you been on the back of a court?
Well, I try to get out there as much as I can, but that's the thing. There is just so many great matches, not just in the singles, in the doubles and invitationals, everything going on all around the grounds. You blink, you miss it. But this is the scene inside centre court. Jannik Sinner, what a day for him, the number 10 seed from Italy. And Novak Djokovic, can he be stopped here at Wimbledon this year, the defending champion, as they walk out on centre court. The Royal Box is fairly full right now. The court is starting to fill up. A applause as they walk out. I love the way they've changed the walkout this year, those doors that open in the middle. Been saying all along, it's like a gladiators arena for these two walking out. And a huge day for Jannik Sinner, a real test of his mettle on centre court. He's been brilliant at the championship so far. Showed a lot of people just that he means business in that last round against Carlos Alcaraz. I think most people were picking Alcaraz as the favourite, given his performances in the previous round. But Sinner was able to deal with it, and he spoke in the interviews afterwards about how much his recent partnership with his new coach Darren Cahill, who of course helped Simona Halep and so many other players. And there is royalty in the house here at the All England Club watching on. Kate Middleton, who absolutely loves tennis. She's here at Wimbledon pretty much every year, isn't she? She loves watching all of the matches on centre court. Just going back to Sinner, he spoke about his relationship with Darren Cahill and the improvements that he's made in his game in a relatively short space of time. And I think Djokovic will be worried today because Sinner on grass has elevated his level certainly this year.
Yeah, the main question, isn't it, is if Jannik Sinner can stop the reigning champion Novak Djokovic on his quest not only for a 4th consecutive title here, but also in reaching his 11th Wimbledon semi-final. 2 massive records that Djokovic is trying to reach, 2 big milestones for him. And if he does make the semi-final here this time out, Djokovic, it'll be his 43rd Grand Slam semi-final. That's a massive deal, isn't it? Especially against Jannik Sinner, only 20 years of age at the moment, never got further than a quarter-final in a Grand Slam. So this really is a big moment for the young Italian. Like you said, had a great tournament so far. And again, against Carlos Alcaraz, he saved all the 7 great points he faced. So, you know, really came back down from being on the back foot as well. And yeah, finding his feet on grass, very much so.
Certainly is, Rachel. Djokovic winning the toss there and choosing to serve down at the far end in front of the royal box. And Djokovic, I suppose, wobble, in a minor sense in the first round, losing a set in that match, but he did that last year, didn't he, against Jack Draper in the first round last year too, lost a set, and then after that, completely peerless. And he has chosen not to play a warm-up event this year coming into Wimbledon. That's really been his pattern in the last few years at the championships, not playing at Queen's or some of the other events, the traditional warm-up events, choosing instead to stay at home and focus on physically recovering from his exploits at Roland Garros a few weeks prior, because that grass court season before Wimbledon is just so short. And for these top players that are getting to the latter stages at Roland Garros, it's important for them to recover. But other than that set that he did drop against Tim van Rijthoven in the last round, as you can see there, 6-2, 6-1, 6-2, the other 3 sets, and he did look very good. Van Rijthoven was sending down some huge serves. Djokovic was returning well, and it is going to be a difficult task for anyone to stop him over 5 sets.
And I think it's still the occasion, isn't it, for Jannik Sinner, not only being on centre court, but facing Novak Djokovic and in front of royalty. As you know, we get to the business end of the season here, it does attract some more famous faces. Not that he'll particularly know many of our British stars. We've already had a couple on the show today in the form of David Dimbleby for you guys at home, and David Walliams as well. Surely that won't faze him, but the fact that he's just trying to get through to his first Grand Slam semi-final against the force that is Novak Djokovic. And they're quite the contrasting stories as here. We heard Rafa Nadal say that yesterday. You can enjoy it more as a Grand Slam champion. He's been going out sightseeing around London, and we know that Djokovic has got his family here. His young son Stefan is quite the tennis star. He's been on the practice courts in Irangi. So there is that, you know, pressure off their shoulders for Djokovic, whereas Jannik Sinner has got a point to prove. And, you know, Djokovic has been on centre court so many times. This is a bit like his second home, I'm sure. He knows what it takes to go all the way. So I'm very excited to see how Jannik Sinner can get on, especially after the tournament he has had.
And that record there, when we saw Sinner's record, Rachel, that highlighted what I'd said before, that prior to Wimbledon this year, he'd never won a match at Wimbledon. So of all of the surfaces, grass would be the one you would say he would struggle the most on, but definitely he's made movements this year to just change some of his elements of his game that perhaps didn't work so well on grass. The movement, stepping in to the return a little bit more. He spoke about that in the interview, trying to take the return closer to the baseline, give his opponent less time, and it's paid dividends. And I remember when we were discussing on the first day of the championships when he played Stan Wawrinka, we were saying that was one of the matches on the first day that could be a big upset. Wawrinka hugely experienced, great performances on grass court, Sinner with the record that he had at Wimbledon. We were saying, well, if there's going to be a high seed to go out on the first day, it may well be Jannik Sinner against Stan Wawrinka, but he came through that match and he's taken the confidence that he gained from beating such a great Grand Slam champion like Stan Wawrinka, and he's helped that through to the quarterfinals. What surprises me always when I watch Sinner is, in terms of his body type, he isn't one of those players who you would immediately go to to say that this guy's a top 10 player. Even though he's been out on tour now a little while, still relatively young, but he hasn't filled out. He's still quite spindly, covers the court well, but he's just not the biggest guy in terms of physical, the muscle size, but he's able to generate so much power because of his timing.
Actually reminds me a little bit of the semi-final last year. Denis Shapovalov taking on Djokovic. Again, a youngster there, the Canadian, really tall, a bit spindly, hadn't particularly filled out, a former junior champion here. This kind of has a similar feel on centre court, a massive stage for a historic moment for Jannik Sinner, as it would have been for Denis Shapovalov. He had obviously played a couple of times on centre when he faced Andy Murray, but again, we know what happened there. Shapovalov went out, Djokovic continued and then became the champion. So let's see if it's a repeat of that the Canadian went out, or if the Italian can cause an upset over this player from Serbia.
And we do know that working with Darren Cahill and the rest of his coaching team, Simone Vagnozzi, an Italian former player who he's working with as well and has done since the start of the year, that he will be supremely prepared for this. They'll have come up with a game plan. They won't be just out there to make up the numbers on centre court. He will have come up with a specific plan. OK, how are we going to try and beat Novak Djokovic before? Because he's only played him once before on tour, as we saw at Monte Carlo on clay. So haven't played on grass, haven't played too much over the course of the career. Can that game plan see him through against the #1 seed? We shall have to wait and see. It's going to be a great match there on centre. You can continue watching that on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. The stage is set on centre court, and we can catch up with Olivia again.
I'm now joined by Richard Lewis, the former chief exec here at Wimbledon. An honour to meet you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's lovely to be back. I must admit, I'm really enjoying it.
Really? And are you enjoying it in this capacity as just a spectator and a lovely day out?
Absolutely. I enjoyed the centenary celebration on centre court on Sunday, and not having had to worry about it all, being planned and thought through was lovely. Just to sit there on centre court and watch it all unfold, I really enjoyed that. And I enjoyed the tennis yesterday, so yeah.
It's been a good few days, hasn't it?
It's been very good, and the weather helps, obviously.
Wimbledon's in full bloom, it looks resplendent, and it's a really brilliant tournament this year. You have obviously presided over many amazing moments. Centre court, as you said, celebrating its 100 years. Do you have any key memories that stand out to you of things that you're really proud about?
I don't know about proud, but I remember queuing up with my brother, my older brother, when I was 13, and queuing in 1968 it was, and running through the grounds when the gates opened to get on to centre court and see the final between Rod Laver and Tony Roche. That's a wonderful memory, obviously decades ago. But I suppose when I was working here, it's tough to beat the time that Andy Murray won Wimbledon for the first time. 2013.
77 years we were waiting for that.
That was an amazing moment, and it was quite strange standing at the back of the court waiting for the presentation ceremony, because that's obviously quite a nerve-wracking moment from an organiser's point. Well, it is. It is. You don't want to trip over the carpet or have anybody else trip over the carpet. But trying to concentrate on what we were going to have to do and not get too caught up in the fact that Andy was on the verge of winning the championships. That was a wonderful moment.
That was a real, and with the Olympics here as well, that was, again, really poignant memories that, in 100 years, those are key moments, aren't they?
They are, and my first year was 2012, and I had championships, and then it was quite a challenging championship, actually, quite a wet one, and then the Olympics very soon afterwards. That was an extraordinary time, and of course the grounds looked very different colour scheme and all that, but great because of it. It wasn't just a rehash of the championships. It was something completely different and a wonderful event in its own right, and another great memory.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Have a lovely day today.
Thank you.
And just enjoy being waited on, have a Pims, all the things you probably couldn't do so much of.
That's right. I'll try to enjoy it.
Good, have fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
On center court, Simona Halep just yesterday winning an 11th consecutive Wimbledon match. The 2019 champion. We didn't see her last year here, but she got through against Paula Badosa, winning in straight sets. Perhaps her most impressive Wimbledon win so far in this tournament. And yeah, Simona, you can go ahead. There she goes. I think she's going to actually maybe greet some of the fans here. Oh, here's a young fan. This is so cool. These are the moments that we love to see at Wimbledon. A nice photo for this young lady, and then maybe some autographs. But I mentioned that win over Badosa yesterday, 11 Wimbledon wins in a row. That's 30 wins this season for Simona Halep, third on the women's side. And next up in the quarterfinals, her 16th career Grand Slam quarterfinal. She's going to take on Amanda Anisimova, the American who she just beat on grass a couple weeks ago in Bad Homburg. So that'll be an interesting one for Simona as she takes some autographs and selfies with the fans. And against Anisimova, that's going to be an interesting one. Anisimova beat her a couple years ago at the French Open in the quarterfinals when Simona was the defending champion. She's not the defending champion here, but last time she played, she won this tournament. So Anisimova could be a very tough customer, though Halep does have that win just a couple weeks ago on the grass at Bad Homburg. What an opportunity for these fans. Who got a Simona autograph? Anybody? Yes?
Yeah, all of us.
Yeah.
We're so happy.
How is it to see Simona in person?
Exciting. Yeah. Wishing her all the best.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And you got one
I'm
too,
so
right?
starstruck.
Yeah,
Rooting for her, really.
Yeah. Do you think she can win the title?
Of course
she can. She's preparing everything, and she's in team with Patrick now. So
yeah,
I know.
Very good. Thank you guys. All right, so there you go. The fans think Simona can be Wimbledon champion. Can she? She's got Anisimova tomorrow in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, plenty of big smiles there at Arangi. The autograph hunters grabbing Simona Halep's autograph ahead of her match. Delighted to say we've been joined by Greg Rosetsky here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Greg, welcome along. We'll talk about some other subjects as well, but you've got a match later on, aren't you? You're playing with Anne Kyotovong. She's been telling us the last few days she's a bit nervous about playing this one, but it's going to be a good one, isn't it?
I told her to relax, take it easy. Don't worry, it's not as serious as the women's invitational. We're playing in the mixed doubles. We play Goran Ivanisevic and Mary Pierce. I spoke to Goran a little bit. He said, relax, we're going to have a good time out there. And he's got a little bit of business going on with Novak Djokovic on center court right now. So it's fun playing the invitational event. And relax, we're going to have a good time.
Have you got Anne out to practice with you? Have you done anything like that so far?
No. If you go practice, you probably get injured. You forget, I'm nearly 50 years of age. I'm not as young as Anne is. And the less you practice, sometimes the better you play because there's less pressure on you.
Well, she said she was worried about just finding a racket. She had to look around at home to see if she had
she has rackets. I saw her at the event in Birmingham for the ladies. They have in Edgbaston. So I played an exhibition there. And then I saw her at the Hurlingham Club as well. So she's hit a few more tennis balls than she's making out. So she'll be just fine.
Yeah, she's setting the bar low and then exceed expectations. That's the best thing to do. For you, coming back here on Wimbledon, obviously a special year this year, celebrating the centenary, but also, I'm sure each year at Wimbledon, great to catch up with the players. You mentioned Goran there, players that you played with and against during your career, to see what they're up to, what the kids are doing, all that kind of thing.
Well, it's great. I mean, but Sunday, what a special moment there. You know, the 100th anniversary of the Wimbledon Championships. Great to see Roger Federer back in town. You know, we don't know if he's going to make a comeback. You had Billie Jean King, John McEnroe, Pat Cash. You name all the legends of the game. Unfortunately, Martina Navratilova couldn't be there, my favorite female player of all time, but it's good to see Chrissy Evert as well. And just to see the other players again and to reminisce with no pressure on us. That's a nice thing, because usually when you're coming here for the main championships, you're a little bit more stressed out because you're trying to win the title here. But to come back as a former player, it's a lot more fun.
And how packed has your schedule been then, Greg, so far this championship? Pretty hectic?
No, it hasn't been too bad. I usually do a few corporates for a few hours a day, which is quite easy. Just talk about the matches, do a little bit of radio, and then get ready for the Legends. So it hasn't been as hectic as your hours on television this week.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the Legends, let's duck into court number 2 and watch some action between James Blake and Daniel Nestor in your picture here. Early in the first set against Tommy Haas and Mark Philippoussis. Immediately that jumps out here, you've got one doubles specialist on the court in Daniel Nestor. How much of an advantage do you think that is?
I don't know if it's much of an advantage these days, because if you look at Haas and Philippoussis, they're playing all the time. Yes, Nestor's the lefty, but I know he retired because he was having some shoulder issues. So I'm going to go for Haas and Philippoussis in this one, but it looks like all the guys are having a great time out there, and a righty-lefty combination is always a good thing.
And how good is it, I guess, Greg, as well for the fans to be able to get to see the greats of the game and educate possibly their kids as well of who's come through and, you know, the history about it?
Well, I think it's much more personal, because if you want to watch the main event, for example, the singles or the doubles or the mixed doubles at the championships with the Legends and the Invitational, we have a lot more banter with the crowd. So we interact, we talk, we amuse the crowds. I mean, they had Mansour Barami on court 18, and he's doing his tricks and he's doing his talking and his all sorts of things. And I think the fans really enjoy that manner. There'll be some serious tennis at times, but there'll be some relaxed tennis as well.
Let's talk through some of these players that we're seeing on court here. I mean, you had some great encounters with all of them, I suppose. Which one of these 4 did you enjoy playing the most, and which one perhaps did you find the most difficult?
Well, it's interesting because Tommy Haas...
what a great competitor.
What a great player. You know, unfortunately had a lot of shoulder problems. I remember playing with him for the first time when I was 17, and he was 13 at the Bolletary Academy, and he was the hope to be #1 in the world, win multiple slams. Boy, was he arrogant as a 13-year-old. But then all of a sudden I said to him when he's 13, when we get on tour, I'm never going to lose to you again. And I beat him every time apart from once in Barcelona, but he's chilled out a lot more since then. Beautiful one-handed backhand. Philippoussis was probably my main rival out of the group. We had many ding-dong matches, especially here at Wimbledon. I beat him on one occasion. He beat me on one occasion where he was actually gone on to play Pete Sampras, where he was up a set and a break and hurt himself. I thought he was going to win the championships that year, so he's been a little bit unlucky. James Blake, fabulous American, probably hits the forehand and backhand as hard as anybody on the planet, and Dan Nestor was more of a double specialist, so I saw him more on the doubles court. So 4 legends of the game, and I'm sure they're going to give us a great match.
You mentioned Philippoussis' serve. I mean, you had a big serve yourself, but everyone talks about when we watch the great servers of the game on the men's side, he's always one that comes up. How tricky was it to return?
Well, I think you have to be physically strong. Mark's serve, the key to returning it was playing it like a volley. So you have to get a really crouched base, block it back, and then get ready to run. So the thing is, some serves beat you by pace, but in the modern game, if you're going to have a great serve, you need to slice, the kick, the flat one. I didn't find it that much trouble to return it. I just finding the physicality to get it back. So I actually enjoyed playing Mark on most occasions, but on grass it was a lot more difficult to do against.
Whose serve are you most impressed with? They're not in this match, but who's still left in the singles draw at the moment, this championship?
I think if we look at serving right now, you've got to go with the world #1 Novak Djokovic. I mean, his serve is so underrated. He hits the corners. Goran Ivanisevic has done a great job with it. But if you're going to ask me who is the best server left in the draw, I'd have to say Nick Kyrgios. That's the reason he's in his first quarterfinals here at Wimbledon in a long time, with the possibility of making his first semifinals. I think the lineup we're going to get for the men's semi is going to be Djokovic, Cameron Norrie. We're going to get a Brit in there, Nick Kyrgios, followed by Rafael Nadal. So that would be a great lineup.
And just to pick up on something you said there about Djokovic's serve, that's so true, isn't it? Because earlier on in his career, he was having trouble with the serve. It was the one shot in his armory that wasn't the most natural, was it? Everything else in his game looked so natural. I remember him, you know, he bouncing the ball countless times, and it just looked like he didn't quite know how to get the best out of that shot. But he was humble enough, I suppose, in some ways, to bring someone onto his team. He knew he needed to work on it to dedicate himself to make that the best he possibly could, and it worked, didn't it?
Well, it did, and I remember when he had the serving problems, and Todd Martin was coaching him at the time. Brought back Marion Viters, who like a father figure. They changed the motion, but when Goran came onto the team, what he added the dimension to Novak was the lower ball toss. So he sped up the motion, got it a little bit quicker, and got it a lot more deceptive, harder to read. And so it's always getting better, and that's what the great champions do. If they don't improve, they go backwards. And this generation has been exceptional with Nadal, Federer, Djokovic and Murray. They've always gotten better every year.
OK, let's duck in and listen to the commentators for this one on court 2. James Blake and Daniel Nestor down a break early in the first set against Tommy Haas and Mark Philippoussis, who are serving.
Yes. That was another quick one. But still a break point. I think there is a bit of banter about the serve speed here. Well, James Blake was right to be concerned because the Scud fired down a quickie there, 128 miles an hour there.
Advantage, Philippoussis.
Height accounts for a lot of strength when you're 6'5", but he's broad with it. He always has been, and sort of almost barrel-chested. He's got a lot of power on tap. I'd love to see him go over 130.
Oh my God. Throws in a hot dog there at the end, but the point was over by then. Haas and Philippoussis looking strong here.
Haas and Philippoussis lead by 4 games to 1 for sets.
Sorry, please.
A day after he played 4 hours and 34 minutes, the second longest Wimbledon match this year, Cristian Garin is out on the practice court. He is Chile's first Grand Slam quarterfinalist in 13 years since Fernando Gonzalez made it that far at the US Open. And that match yesterday over Alex de Minaur, that 4 hours and 34 minutes, he came back from 2 sets to love down. He saved 2 match points, and he earned his first career Grand Slam quarterfinal. Just here with a new coach this year, Pepe Vendrell. They've started working together in the last few months, and Pepe actually formerly coaching Roberto Bautista Agut, who is a former Wimbledon semifinalist and one of the most dogged players on the ATP. And you can see the work that Vendrell has done with Garin. Even just this tournament, he had lost both of his lead-up tournaments on the grass, 0-2 record coming into Wimbledon, and all of a sudden he's into the quarterfinals. That win yesterday over de Minaur in 5 sets, saying in the 3rd set that he was just thinking about the kind of tennis that he needed to play just to turn the match around and make it competitive. And he was able to do so. He's next going to get another Australian in Nick Kyrgios in the quarterfinals. That match just announced. It's going to be on the #1 court on Wednesday, the second match to be played. You can see Pepe Vendrell just running him through some of these big serves, booming serves of Kyrgios that he's going to get tomorrow, trying to have that first movement off of the return, explosive movement off the legs. And Garin had a shoulder injury earlier in this tournament, or excuse me, earlier this year. He was 12-15, hadn't even won half of his matches coming into Wimbledon. Now he's a quarterfinalist at a major for the first time in his career, and he's got Nick Kyrgios to challenge for a spot in the Final Four at Wimbledon.
Welcome to day 9 of Wimbledon Uncovered. The band is playing, the music's up, the energy's up. We're all excited, the sun is shining, and I'm peckish first thing, so it's time to get some strawberries and cream. I haven't had one yet, and it's such a pleasure to meet you, Sally Strawberry. How are you, Sally Ixer?
Very well indeed, yes.
Okay, you are the strawberry queen here at Wimbledon.
Apparently so, 11 years in, yes, I think I'm possibly known as the Strawberry Queen.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go way back. How did you get involved with Wimbledon and the strawberries specifically?
I had the pleasure of joining the Compass Group, and I've done all of the big events. Very privileged to get Wimbledon. Very difficult to get in.
Oy.
And 11 years on, I'm still doing it, still loving it, and After living in Spain now for 6 years, it's the only event for Compass that I actually come back for.
Okay, so you fly internationally to get here to provide the good people of Britain with strawberries at Wimbledon.
Absolutely. This is the most bespoke sporting event in the world as far as I'm concerned, and I'm a very, very lucky lady to be part of it.
Well, we're lucky to have you. Okay, let's get to the strawberries.
Okay.
Let's hit me with some strawberry facts. When were strawberries introduced to the championship?
Well, we are in the 100-year centenary of Centre Court. Back in the days when Wimbledon first started on the lawn, it was the peak time when strawberries were in the perfect time to eat.
Yeah, they were in season, weren't they?
were in
British
season.
summer fruit.
So it became part of the Wimbledon tradition to have strawberries and cream on the lawn. So it goes back
Delightful.
hundreds of years.
Okay, and then they thought, oh, this is a good one. Strawberries are always in season. But of course, they don't pop to the local supermarkets. Where are the Wimbledon strawberries harvested?
Okay, so the Wimbledon strawberry comes from Low Farm, which is a farm based in Kent, and they are bought in fresh every day.
Every day?
Every day.
How many tons come in a day or for the whole championships? Give us a big number.
Well, let's go on pallets. On average, my team alone, just here, get through 5 pallet loads a day. I can tell you that 3 days ago, across site, 12,000 portions of strawberries were sold, which equates to 120,000 strawberries.
Whoa, that was just over 3 days.
Yes, well, that was for 1 day.
Oh!
So figure-wise for yesterday, I'm not sure. I'm waiting to hear, but we do a lot of strawberries.
You do a lot of... I mean, you're pushing 1 million strawberries.
Yeah, we love it.
Oh, my God. All right, so the strawberry comes in the pallet. Talk us through the hulling process.
Okay, so I've got a beautiful team of lovely young ladies.
Glamorous assistants come in and look at them in their
here they are.
beautiful hairnets and gloves. They are really taking this job seriously. We like health and safety. Come, Sally, come commentate on the hulling.
So basically, my team, and I've got a very large team, come in, and with the strawberries, they use a biodegradable spoon, recycled obviously because we're trying to look after the planet.
Oh, you don't use a knife?
No, not at all, because we want to make sure there is as much strawberry left for the customers as possible. All of our boxing, etc., we're trying to save the planet. It's all recyclable, so we really are doing our best for the environment.
You really are. Now, what happens if there's a particularly tough stalk? The wooden spoon can do it, and they don't damage the strawberry?
Oh, they persevere, But to be fair, our strawberries are picked at the prime time. They are soft, the stalk comes out very easily. And then the girls portion out 10 medium-sized strawberries for every portion. And they all go in the box, ready for the customers. They come back over here and sold to the loyal customers.
Now, Sally, I would say it is so affordable, the strawberries and cream here. It's actually the most lovely thing that Wimbledon do. They make it affordable for everyone who comes. No matter what you can or can't afford, you can always get a box of strawberries.
Strawberries and cream is part of the Wimbledon experience, and you're quite right. Every single person, being a little 5-year-old that wants to purchase it with their pocket money for £2.50, across the board, £2.50 is part of the bespoke event.
That is so charming and cool. Doesn't matter if you bring your packed lunch, doesn't matter if you've gone to the local supermarket to have your snacks, you can still get strawberries and cream. Another tip, do you know if you're an HSBC card holder, account holder, you get a voucher and you can get a box of strawberries and cream.
If you come every day and you're an account holder, you can get a voucher every day and have a free portion of strawberries and cream.
Everyone deserves strawberries and cream.
Winner.
We are winner. Sally, thank you so much. As you said, everyone deserves strawberries and cream, and actually, I deserve strawberries and cream.
Do you know something, my darling?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a portion of strawberries. Would you like cream?
She's a good girl.
And would you like vegan cream? Because obviously you have a choice nowadays.
Which is a great thing you do.
It
Very
is indeed.
inclusive.
It is.
Nah, load up the double cream for me.
Double cream for this young lady, please.
Ooh.
Thank you very much,
Look at that pour. Oh, can I drink it out the box after? Is that allowed?
You can indeed.
Is that etiquette?
1 spoon.
Oh, look at that.
It's served with sugar.
I'm all right for sugar.
But to be fair, my strawberries are sweet enough.
100%. We don't ruin the goods. Sally, you've been a dream. You're a sweet, sweet, sweetheart. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I know Olivia's going to bring them up to us. She's not just going to eat them all to herself. I'm
How has
pretty
she gone this far
sure.
without having strawberries and cream?
Well, that
Day
might have
9.
been a cheeky something there, because I did buy her a box a couple of days
day
ago.
1, day 2, day 3, day 4.
She hasn't, I'm sure she has. Anyway, Greg is still here with us, and Greg, we're going to give a little update on what's happening on court number 1 then in the ladies' quarterfinals. Tatiana Maria and Jules Niemeier, obviously that all-German encounter there between a 34-year-old in terms of Tatiana Maria and a 22-year-old in the form of Jules Niemeier making her Wimbledon debut. We can see that Jules, the younger player, Jules Niemeier has taken it 6-4 in that opening set.
The dream continues for Niemeier. And I mean, when we saw her Grand Slam record, she hadn't played any of the other Grand Slams apart from Roland Garros. To be able to put a run together, even with a slightly easier draw. She got through Annette Kontaveit, big upset early on in the tournament, but she's just gone from strength to strength to strength, hasn't she?
Well, everybody's been talking about her serve being the major weapon there, and you can see her percentage at 58% is excellent. Also, serve and volley, 7 out of 9 points. So she's basically winning in all categories and bullying her opponent. Maria's got a one-handed backhand, so she's targeting that side, even though she's got variety with slice and feel around there. So not a real surprise in this opening set. I expect her to come through this match. And let's not forget, she beat the Brit Heather Watson, who was playing some of her best tennis as well. And Kontaveit is world class. So don't discount this German, even though it's a German-to-German match.
Yeah, and in terms of Jules Niemeier, going a bit under the radar, that's surely a positive when we're talking about some of the other names the ladies draw so much. She can just get on with her game.
Well, once you get into the quarterfinals, you're not under the radar anymore. Let's be honest, there's only 8 more players left in the draw. People will be talking about her. The players will know who she is. But right now, Ons Jabeur is the favorite. Everybody's picked her from day 1, and the pressure and expectation is on her, especially when all the big seeded players go out of the draw.
You mentioned how much she's served and volleying there. Well, someone else who's served and volleyed quite a bit in their career was you, Greg. Let's roll back the years, back to seen as its quarterfinals day to 1997. Fresh-faced looking Greg there with the bandana and that serve that we came to know and love here at the championships. Tell us about that run. You were in good form coming into Wimbledon, weren't you?
I was. I remember this match against Jonathan Stark very well. I was down 2 sets to love, came back to win in 5. I had my physio crack my back into place because we got a rain delay. So the rain delay actually saved me. It was one of my best runs at Wimbledon. But I ran out of gas in the quarterfinals against Cedric Pulley, and it was myself and Tim Henman on a crash course for the semifinals. They put us both on court number 1, which I wish I was on center, because one plays different to center. One bounces higher, it's a little bit quicker through the air. Center's a little bit lower, a little bit more traditional, but it's interesting because we have the Brit Cameron Norrie, who's obviously on court 1 today, and there's a little discussion. Should he be on center? Should he be on 1? Cam doesn't really mind, he said. He's happy to be on 1. The higher bounce will suit him, the speed through the court. So I still expect Cameron Norrie to come through and play Novak Djokovic in the semis on center court. They don't put any semifinals, thank goodness, on court 1.
Yeah, tell us a bit about Cam Norrie then, because I was doing some reading up about him, and apparently he's one of the most physical players in the dressing rooms in terms of his fitness, and he goes after every single point there, which some of the other players don't. And we actually heard Nick Kyrgios say that, didn't he, yesterday? In that 4th set, he said, well, I was playing my mind games. We know he loves to play his mind games, but wanted just to kind of conserve energy in that 4th and know he doesn't get beaten in a 5th. But Cam, he'll go for everything out there later on.
He will. Nick Kyrgios is unique, to be polite. Most players give 110%, and all the guys who are left in the draw will do so. But Cam's a fantastic story. So I remember he was on the court with me when he was a 17-year-old at the National Tennis Center. His attitude wasn't what it is right now. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to play tennis, whether he wanted to go to university. University was the best thing that happened to him in his life. He went to Texas Christian University. He grew up as a man. He became a great competitor. He met his coach, Facu, who's one of the players there. And since he's turned pro, there's nobody more professional than him. I mean, he ticks every single box. And let's not forget, this guy can run all day. He's been an endurance runner his whole life and solid mentally. He is as tough as nails. One of the greatest British Davis Cup debuts in history, Roberto Bautista Agut. He is nails. This is the road runner, the guy you can't out physically beat. On clay in Spain, down 2 sets to love. Cam won in 5 sets for his first ever Davis Cup match victory. And the reason I'm picking him today is this in between the ears is rock solid. He overachieves, and he can go forever and ever, and he's improved his game out of sight. Forehand's firing. He's got a heavy topspin up, flat backhand, good serve. And I love a lefty. A lefty on grass always works.
Well, you talk about his confidence. Sorry, Adam. He said actually last year when asked who was going to be the standout men's player from 2021, when you pick yourself, you must be quite confident. I think he came from 67th, 65th to 12th to end up last year. But, you know, when you have that much confidence, surely you're set to go far in a Grand Slam.
Well, you need confidence, but also you need to put in the work ethic. You need to have a good team of people around you. And what I like about Cam, when I'll see him, he'll ask me questions about what happened in my career, what would you regret, what do you like to change. So he picks a lot of players' minds to go forward, and he keeps the same team around him. And what I love about him, he's 110% committed. And, you know, you look at Indian Wells, that tournament he won to break into the top 12 in the world. Murray didn't win it, Henman didn't win it, I couldn't win it, and we all desperately wanted to win. That's considered the 5th major on the tour, Indian Wells. So, you know, he'll be in the semis. I'm 100% sure he's going to find a way today.
Yeah, he's a real student of the game, exactly what you said. You know, in interviews again and again and again, he talks about, he looks at the past and other players for inspiration, how he can squeeze that extra percentage out of his own game. And he's someone who, you know, you may look at the way he plays and say his game isn't carbon made for grass, and that the success he would enjoy would perhaps be on other surfaces, but he's been able to take what he has and modify it just a little bit to give him success on grass, and it's working.
Well, you know,
I
had those old pictures of me from the 1990s back in the last century. The grass has changed dramatically. It's changed to a rye grass. The thistle is gone. So it plays more like a hard court these days, and that'll basically really suit the way Cam Norrie plays, because he's going to get some true bounces. Also, we've had a lot of dry weather. There hasn't been much rain, and when you don't get a lot of rain, the court gets harder, it bounces higher, and Cam is one of the best at adjusting, and he's feeling comfortable, he's feeling confident on this surface, and he always takes opportunities. Everybody says, oh, Cam hasn't done really well at the slams. Look at the guys he's lost to: Nadal, Federer, Djokovic, the very best players on the planet. As we look at shots of, you know, him doing his warm-up and getting ready, you know, physically he will not be beaten today. He's definitely got the strength over Goffin.
And he's been cycling in. There were photos in the papers earlier today. I think he lives in Putney, so not far away, just a couple of miles away from the championships.
Well, I hope he's got his helmet on as well too, because he's a brave man cycling the streets of London. That's what I could say. But you know, he's enjoying it, and I think, you know, he matured a little bit later, and by having that university experience has really helped him, and I think he's enjoying it. I've always talked about how he doesn't get enough credit for what a great player is. The problem is he's in the shadow of Andy Murray, who won this event on 2 occasions. He's only the 4th British man in the Open era to crack the top 10, which in itself is a huge, huge accomplishment. And once he gets to the semifinals, I think everybody in Britain will know his name.
I love that. Once he gets to the semi-finals. We haven't even spoken about David Goffin, obviously his opponent his day. He looks like he's having a bit of fun out there, but obviously also looking to get to his first Grand Slam semi-final. But you don't think he's going to get there. Tell us a little bit about who Cam is facing in terms of Goffin.
Goffin is a shot maker. You know, he's a diminutive figure. Clay's always been historically his best slam where he's played it. He's won the O2 ATP finals at the end of the season. Sorry, got to the finals where he lost to Grigor Dimitrov. I always think he won it because he beat Roger Federer in the semifinals. But he's a guy who's got a beautiful two-handed backhand. The forehand can go off. That's the side where Cam is going to really attack into. And sometimes he can get a little bit nervy. I think Cam, if things get tight and get nervous, he's got to orchestrate court number one. We've seen a lot of British players do that in the past. This will be tight. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this could go the distance, 5 sets close. But I'm going for the mental edge here, and I give that to Cam. And Goffin is a great player, but he's not at the peak of his powers. Norrie at the moment is at the peak of his powers.
Yeah, because Goffin's ranking, I mean, he's had some injury issues, hasn't he, in the last couple of seasons, but his ranking has slipped down a bit from where it was earlier on in his career. Some great wins of him, as you mentioned, at the ATP Tour finals a few years ago. And he's also, when you watch him, very quiet, unassuming character. You don't get a great deal back from him. Completely, he's at the other end of the spectrum to Nick Kyrgios, isn't he?
Well, he is, but you know, we all have our own personality, and you have to express yourself and be authentic. That's who he is. He's not going to all of a sudden start screaming at chair umpires and throwing stuff around. And we don't all need to behave in that manner. But in Belgium, a huge superstar, the first Belgian man to be into the top 10 in the world. Great accomplishments, what he's done in his career. And he's going to be thinking the same as Cameron Norrie. What an opportunity is today to make my first ever semifinals. He's got to almost trick himself. All the pressure's on Cam. There's no expectation on me. You know, maybe just change his mindset a bit. And if he does, he's got a shot. But I don't know if I'm being biased, but I just feel Cam, the man, is going to do it today.
Cam the man.
Yeah, a little biased, maybe, Greg, but we love that you are obviously on here being Brits ourselves. Well, let's go back to court 2 then, shall we, and see what's happening in that match. James Blake and Daniel Nestor taking on Tommy Haas and Mark Philippoussis there. This is the second set now, and we can join this one and just see what's going on.
Yep, Haas and Philippoussis aren't really giving Blake and Nestor a chance here. Took the first set 6-1, still on serve in the second, 2-1 to Blake and Nestor, with Tommy Haas, the German, serving, and we can join the commentators.
That's a warning.
15.
Oh, that's just long from Haas.
Well, we know the spectators have to be aware of what's going on in case they get past the racket, but as does the umpire. Look at that, just whistling past his ear. He was genuinely very late with the return.
30-0.
Nothing personal.
Nice ace from Tommy Haas. James Blake didn't deserve to be on the losing side in that point. He was all over the court there.
30.
Those strings, huh? Are they that?
Hitting the ball clean.
Go on break them.
40-30, please. Can you please tell me to shut up?
Blake. Blake scampering around.
Game, Haas, Philippoussis.
And the score ticks round to 2 games all in this second set. Well, it's rattling along, isn't it? We've only been out here 38 minutes.
It is. It's a lovely way to spend a Tuesday afternoon, isn't it? 5th of July. Second Tuesday of the championships.
Nick Kyrgios into his first Grand Slam quarterfinal in 7 years. A 5-set win yesterday on center court against Brandon Nakashima, now 6-0 in 5-set matches at Wimbledon, and walking here just now onto the practice court after that win over Nakashima. Is going to get in his steps for practice ahead of that quarterfinal matchup against Cristian Garin. I mentioned the first time since he's been to a quarterfinal at a major since 2015. It's been 7 years, but Kyrgios just making his way onto the practice court, and it's been a resurgent Wimbledon for him, obviously coming through the way that he did in that match against Stefanos Tsitsipas. That 4-set clash with Tsitsipas was filled with theatrics throughout, but it was business against Nakashima in 5 sets, the way that Kyrgios was able to come through, and he's going to take the long route to one of the quieter practice courts today at Orangi, so going to have fewer eyes on the practice session, but make sure that he's raring to go against Garin. One of the more staged performances from Kyrgios against Nakashima yesterday, and earning that spot in the final 8. We could see a semi-final matchup with Rafael Nadal. Nadal has Taylor Fritz, who's been playing some great ball, but Kyrgios making that long walk. There's those corner courts that pretty much no one can see. He's got a couple camera crews with him, but it's Kyrgios who's getting ready for a Wimbledon quarterfinal tomorrow.
Well, that swagger can only be one man, can't it? Nick Kyrgios, cool as ever, walking down there at Orangi. Greg, let's chat a bit about Nick. Obviously, there's both sides of the story, and we've got to make sure that we cover both sides of the story. Let's focus on the tennis and what he's bringing to, well, centre court in the match against Nakashima in the last round, because, as you'd said, he's using that serve to full effect, and he's having a great run here at Wimbledon, and he has to be one of those contenders to win the title.
Well, I think he'll get to the semifinals. I don't know about winning. There's a guy by the name of Rafael Nadal and Novak Djokovic who are the 1 and 2 favorites in the world. And I know there's no love lost between those three, let's be honest. And with Kyrgios, it depends how much work he's put in leading into the championships. We never know. Because he's not renowned for his hard work. He looked like he just got out of bed when he walked onto those practice courts as well. He's got a few issues off court to deal with at the moment. So if his game's there, I see him comfortably coming through against Garin in the quarterfinals. And then against Rafa at the semis, these big guys usually don't lose to him. But he's got the tools and the game to do it. I remember seeing him for the first time in 2014 in a challenger in Nottingham. I went up to Nike and said, this guy is going to be lights out. I mean, he can win Wimbledon, he can win US Open, Australian Open. That's the year he beat Rafael Nadal and made the quarterfinals of the championships here. But unfortunately, he hasn't put in the work, the commitment, and all the right things you need to do. And he calls himself the top 5 player in the world on grass. If he gets to the semis, there's only 4 left. So you actually might have to believe his quote for once this time, at least this year at the championships. But he is entertaining. He's a little bit like Marmite. You either love him or hate him, but you watch him for 2 reasons. You watch him because you want him to win, or you watch him because you want him to lose. So we need different characters in a game, but he's not everybody's cup of tea.
He sure does bring the crowds here, though. You always find whatever court he's playing on, there's a lot of noise and it's packed out. Greg, though, he obviously had a little bit of a problem with his shoulder yesterday. Have you heard much about an update on that? Was it a problem? Was it a mental game? Do you know much about it?
I have no idea, to be quite honest. You never know. The players never give away their secrets, to be quite honest with you. If the shoulder's bad and he can't serve at 130 miles an hour, especially going into the semis, he's going to be toast, let's be honest, because the serve is the major tool that gets him away. But also, you've got to look at the draw he's had. He had a pretty good draw. Opening match, he really struggled against Paul Jubb. But from there on in, Tsitsipas, no disrespect to him, but he just doesn't have a slice serve and a block return. And until he gets that, he will not be a contender at these championships. But very impressive against Nakashima. But then Garin to get to the semifinals, it has been a fantastic draw from with Berrettini dropping out with COVID. I would have loved to have seen Kyrgios, Berrettini. Then we'd know where the true form is.
Before we move on to talk about Novak Djokovic, just quickly, one last question on Kyrgios, because throughout the ages on the men's and the ladies' side, but particularly on the men's side, you've seen players who wear their hearts on their sleeve. You know, Marat Safin, John McEnroe, Jimmy Connors. Throughout history, we've seen those players who I think we would all agree wouldn't have been at the level they got to without the passion that they showed. Would Nick Kyrgios, if he toned it down, if someone somewhere, some coach, someone he listened to, managed to get him to turn it down from 120 to 50, would he be the player that he is? Is he in similar mould to those characters and we should just let him get on with it?
Yeah, he's always going to be Nick Kyrgios. He's going to be authentic to himself. That's who he is as a person. I think what the tennis community is frustrated by, he's not like McEnroe. The guy wanted to play tennis, trained hard, worked hard, did all the things. You know, you can have personality and be different to everybody, and that's great. He would be a megastar if he put the hours in Nadal, Federer, Djokovic, Safin, all those names did. He'd be easily top 5, every slam a contender to win it, apart from Roland Garros. And that's the frustration as a former tennis player. You want to see someone fulfill their talent as all those greats you talked about.
Well, we'll have to see what he can do then, won't we, in the quarterfinal. But obviously someone who always fulfills potential and goes the extra mile in every single thing he does on and off the court is Novak Djokovic, of course. He's playing at the moment on centre court, taking on the Italian Jannik Sinner. But this was a couple of shots from his practice from earlier. We had the lovely stories, didn't we? His son was down there as well. Maybe he's one to watch in the future. But yeah, he's just the absolute perfect guy for the game. And do you think he's on course for his 4th consecutive win here and his 11th Grand Slam semi-final at Wimbledon as well?
I think he's definitely on course. We can see Goran Ivanisevic, his coach, who's been with him the last few years, done a great job with him. I think Novak's year has been very unfortunate. The whole debacle in Australia really put him off. I felt it was unjust. He should have been able to play because, you know, he'd passed all the quarantine. They made an exemption rule, and then the government said, no, we've got an election. You're out of here, buddy. And that was totally unfair. So that government doesn't exist anymore. They're out of power. Then after that, at the Roland Garros, he was disappointing against Rafa. You know, he just went away, which is very un-Novak-like. So he's a man on a mission right now, but this is his biggest test to date. Jannik Sinner, you know, this guy's going to be number 1 in the world. We saw what he did to Alcaraz, but I expect him to get through in a 4 or 5 set match and the man to beat at this tournament.
As he chases, you know, the record, the most number of Grand Slam titles, and the fact, as you said, he wasn't able to play in Australia. As things stand right now, he's not going to be able to play the US Open in New York later on in the year. Do you think that perhaps heightens his focus even more than usual here at Wimbledon? He's conscious that he can't let this opportunity go, having not been able to win Roland Garros?
Well, it's a very difficult situation for me because you've got to care without caring to play your best tennis. If you put too much pressure and expectation and you want something too badly, it usually doesn't happen. He's got to find the balance, and that's what he's been great at. He can't even think about the US Open right now, and I know if they say you get vaccinated to play, he's not showing up. He has very strong beliefs in what he wants to do as a person, and I respect that of Novak very, very much. And I think, you know, today will be the big tester. If he wins today in 3 or 4 sets, he is definitely the man to beat, and I still think he will win this championship.
It's currently quite even as well in that match. Obviously, we can't show you exactly what's happening. We can tell you exactly what's happening. Djokovic currently leads that first set 5-4, and Jannik Sinner is now serving. So it's pretty even. Nothing to note has really happened. Which would you expect it to be so even in that first set?
I would, but I was a little surprised because Novak was up an early break 4-1, and now they're back on serve. Novak Djokovic at Wimbledon, when he wins the opening set, never lost. So if he wins the first set, that could be curtains for Jannik Sinner, but I'm saying it still will be 4 or 5 sets possibly, even if he wins the opening set, but it is huge for both players. I mean, in men's tennis, the person who wins the first set usually wins the match 90% of the time, so it's very important how it goes in the opener.
Do you think also he's aware, it's been the first time in a little while, we haven't seen Rafa Nadal here at Wimbledon for a few years, that he's aware that he's potentially got that opportunity to play Rafa in the final? Djokovic is always someone who relishes the big occasion, doesn't he? He wants to play the big names, whether it be Federer, Nadal, Murray when he was, you know, at the peak of his powers. He wants to play those guys in the Grand Slam finals to prove that he is, as he, I'm sure, feels, the greatest of all time.
Well, you're right now, Rafa has been very fortuitous because Novak out of Australia. Amazing performance to win there, limping to the finals. The way he came back from 2 sets to love in a break against Daniil Medvedev to win that title. And you know, if you look at that performance, incredible, and then to win Roland Garros. And he wants to play the Nadals. He wants to play the Federers. He wants to continue his winning record against those guys. And he wants to go down as the greatest in history. Rafa says it's not important. Deep down, it is important for them. They all want to be known as the best, not only in the men's game, but in the women's game as well. Serena's on 23, the record's 24. There's no reason why Novak can't get the 25, nor Rafa. So that would be a tremendous finals. My pick for the final actually was a Nadal-Djokovic final, so I'd love to see it happen. Can you imagine the price for tickets on the weekend if that happens on a Sunday? That is going to be box office.
I mean, it would be amazing, wouldn't it? It'd be one for the fans. We haven't even spoken about a couple of the other guys that are still in the draw as well. Jack Sock, for example. Taylor Fritz I was actually wanting to talk about. I thought he was pretty good yesterday. And my lasting memory of him from last year was in the wheelchair at Roland Garros and then playing here. And he was chatting to us after he went out. But for him, he's doing pretty well. Obviously, the #1 ranked player in the US at the moment. We were talking yesterday, they haven't had a champion since 2003 in a Grand Slam for the men's side, which is ridiculous to think of.
Well, the last one was Andy Roddick in 2003 in the US Open. Yep, that's correct. And, you know, they're desperate for another American. I saw him beat Rafa in the finals of Indian Wells. I was there live doing the coverage. Rafa had a broken rib that he was playing with all week. It wasn't just in the finals, but throughout the tournament, but he got through it. I just can't see Fritz beating Rafa. When you beat Rafa, you usually don't beat him a second time in a row. And he's improved out of sight. Paul Anicone's done a great job, as well as his full-time coach, Mike Russell. But the question is, he's going to have to serve out of a tree and hope for a subpar Rafa. Rafa didn't show up here to make the numbers with that foot problem he's had all year. He's come here to win, to continue his quest at a calendar Grand Slam. Even though he doesn't talk about it, we will be talking about it if he was to win at Wimbledon.
US men's tennis, they've had a few great eras, but you played through one of the greatest, didn't you, with Pete? So many great matches against Pete and Andre. And there was some discussion a few years previously to where we are right now, that where are the American men that are coming through to replace that since Roddick retired? It's been so long since they've had someone win a Grand Slam title. Do you think the circle is turning once more and they have these players coming through? A player like Fritz, Riley Opelka,
Francis Tiafoe.
Yeah. They have a large number of players. Do you see in any of those an opportunity for a player to get into the top 10 and perhaps challenge to win a Grand Slam title like we did do 15 years ago?
The problem in America is if you're not #1, you're nobody. that's unfortunately the way they look at things. And they were so blessed with so many champions. You know, they're complaining about Ruddock when he was #1 in the world, winning only 1 major. What's happening? You know, they would bite your hand off right now if that could happen in the men's game again. But you had McEnroe, you had Connors, you had Sampras, you had Agassi, you had Courier, you had Chang win a slam when he was 17 and only got to #2 in the world. You've got to look at it. It's been European dominance the last 2 decades, to be quite honest with you, and the Americans haven't caught up. And unfortunately in America, from a viewer's point of view, their numbers have gone up. I mean, their network, the Tennis Channel, has 70 million viewers in subscription, which is fantastic. But they don't have that mega superstar yet coming out. And I look at the crop of Americans. They'll all be good. There'll be a few that'll make the top 10. But to go on to win a slam, you need someone like Sinner, who's playing against Novak Djokovic, he'll be a #1, or Carlos Alcaraz, to me, the guy who's going to win double-digit slams. You know, they don't have that mega star, and that's what they need to really get men's tennis lightened up. I mean, when Andre Agassi showed up, everybody was like, wow, who is this 17-year-old? We haven't had that in many decades yet in American tennis.
And the man I was talking about a little bit earlier, Jack Sock, he's obviously playing at the moment as well. Dennis Kudla against Juan Sebastian Cabal and Robert Farah there, and they're actually they're 6-3 down in the first and now on to the second. So it doesn't look like they're possibly progressing either. But that's where I got the name from earlier, Greg.
Well, that's right. He was a top 10 player, #9 in the world, and you know, he won the Masters Series in Paris, but he kind of fell off the planet for about 2-3 years and is slowly getting back.
Yeah.
I mean, tennis is a brutal sport. You've got to be on it 365 every single year. It takes a certain mindset. If you don't have that, you don't stay like those big three do, or like Serena has for many decades as well.
Intriguing chat, Greg. Thanks so much. Let's catch up with Olivia once again, who's been out and about.
Is it in or is it out? No, I'm not talking about a wardrobe malfunction. Of course I'm talking about Hawkeye, and here we are in the new home of Hawkeye. Now, it is one of the best dramatic elements of the game when a player challenges if the ball was in or out. The crowd wait for the oh, there's Ben. I found Ben. Ben is the head of tennis, director of tennis for Hawkeye. Your title just eludes me a bit. How are you, Ben? Tell me your surname as well.
My last name's Figueiredo. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm really well. We're here in your new home. Tell us first a bit about that. You haven't been here before.
No, that's correct. So this is the TSR, so Technical Services Room, and this has been built all from sustainable materials to help house us, as well as a few other contractors around on site.
Brilliant. Okay. Hawkeye. When was it first introduced to Wimbledon and the game, and how has it evolved, and why does it play such an important role?
So it was first introduced here in 2003. We were here primarily from a broadcast perspective, so delivering the stats online to help tell the stories of the matches and support the commentators. And then we came in for officiating use in 2007, starting with 2 courts, which then quickly evolved up to 6 in about 2009, and then jumped up to the full 18 in 2021 last year.
Wow, so on the outside courts they can challenge and they get the same instant information stats as if it is in or out.
Yeah, that's correct, and that was a key part, was ensuring that there was consistency across the entire event. So it didn't matter whether you were seeded first and were playing on the top courts, or one of the outer seeds and on the outer courts. So you could have the same experience throughout the tournament as you hopefully progressed.
Brilliant. Okay, how accurate is Hawkeye?
So we're within millimetre accuracy, and we're tracking the ball, throughout the entirety of the point, all around XYZ coordinates using our 10 tracking cameras. So those are calibrated and triangulated to the court itself, and at the same time as tracking the ball, we're also tracking the players as well.
And then all the info you garner and the stats and the data, how is it used? Is it just for kind of information for the spectator because it's interesting, or is it used in an official capacity as well?
That's a good question. So, I mean, certainly, we're collecting and collating all that data, looking to tell different stories, analysing those players. In some cases, we even work with different coaches and players themselves to help them improve their games. And then, in addition to that, we also work with other governing bodies, charities, to help explore how we can improve the sport itself, whether that be changing rules or just fine-tuning the game to make it better and more engaging.
Before we look at how it works and the kind of nitty-gritty, because it seems a lot, could you tell me, can you remember any key moments where Hawkeye played such a pivotal role in a match?
That's a good question. I think one in particular that comes to mind was Australian Open final. I can't remember how many years ago it was, but it was the actual final point of the match that was challenged by Nadal, I think it was, and ended up being in. So Federer actually won the Australian Open, so that was quite exciting.
Via a Hawkeye decision.
Indeed, yeah, no. So it does,
That feels a bit of a well, maybe, I don't know, there's drama involved, but it's a cool story.
Exactly right, got the crowd involved, so they loved it.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah. It's 100 years of centre court as well.
It is, yeah.
Obviously, you've played quite an integral role on centre court in the more recent years.
Indeed.
Do you have any just fond memories of working on centre court, or any matches that you've been involved in that stand out to you?
Oh gosh,
Sorry.
me personally, probably none come to mind. But obviously, we've been involved with tracking on centre court for 15 years now. So it's pretty amazing that although centre court is 100 years old, we've been involved with that for 15% of that time is awesome.
Yeah, it is. All right, let's get to the data and the stats. Just talk me through what we're seeing here and what your wonderful team doing. Hello, guys.
So obviously we've got two personnel here. On the left you've got the Hawkeye operator, and on the right you've got the review official. So the Hawkeye operator's job here is to not only start and stop the tracking system and the actual cameras themselves for tracking the ball. It's also around logging the statistics and the plays that are happening on the actual court, as well as then putting to board those reviews when a player challenges it. And then in terms of the review official, they're obviously monitoring everything, ensuring that they're also supporting the umpire. They have communication directly to the umpire if needed. And so collectively working together as a team to ensure that everything's being tracked as it should be, and it's going to board to help make that crucial decision as and when it's needed.
Right, so that's quite a big role the operators play.
Yep.
They can't take their eye off the ball either. If there was a technical malfunction, is just Hawkeye not available, or are there backups in place, or how does it work?
So we have a lot of elements of redundancy that are built into the system, whether that be through connectivity, whether that be through backup cameras. It's all sort of factored in so that if one thing were to fail, the entire system would not fail. And that's a very key aspect, obviously, ensuring that actually the players aren't impacted, because that's the last thing we want, is to actually impact the players and stop them from doing what they do best.
So if there is a decision, like someone says challenge, what happens? Tell me how the wheels get in motion.
Sure. So a challenge will have happened. Obviously, the point will have ended at that particular moment in time. The bounce marks for all of the bounces in that particular rally will appear. The operator and the review official will communicate, as they are now.
We're seeing a live challenge. Let's watch this.
Ready? System ready, go.
So as you can see there, they communicated, they confirmed that it was the serve that was being challenged. The serve was then selected, the review official then gave the signal to send it, Joanna, our operator, then sent it, and it went to board.
Wow, we saw it live. And then, what happens then? Does it go directly to the umpire that it's out? Because no one said it's out. Can they see that themselves?
Yeah, they can. So there are big screens on every single one of the courts, and that is then obviously sent through, displayed, so that both the players and the officials can see it. So it's completely transparent for them, as well as the viewers at home. The viewers in the stadium, or the viewers at home if it's obviously being broadcast. Indeed.
That was cool. That was really, really cool. I was like, oh, Hawkeye, what we're going to... It's actually amazing and really exciting. And obviously you play such an integral role in the matches. Thanks, Ben. That was great. I don't really have anything else to ask. So, yeah, have a good day and get back to it.
Thanks very much.
Day 9 here at Wimbledon, and we're hanging out at the HSBC Fan Zone. I'm very delighted to say we've got another People's Press Conference, and it's the world #1 doubles player who also is a reigning Wimbledon champion. Please, everyone, can you welcome Elise Mertens? Come on. Elise, thank you for being with us. And first off, congratulations. You've had a great Wimbledon, 4th round of singles. You're still in the doubles. How has your tournament been so far?
I mean, it's been very good. I'm lucky to be in the 2nd week of a Grand Slam, be in Wimbledon. I mean, it's the it's one of the most beautiful tournaments in the world. So hopefully I can, be here as many more days as I can be.
All right, so Elise is into the quarterfinals of the doubles. Last year, you won the doubles championship with Shea Sue. This year, you're playing with Zhang Shui. I should have looked up, has anyone ever won the doubles back-to-back with different partners?
I don't know actually, but Sue won it a couple times, and she might have won it the year before too actually, but I'm not sure. I have to look it up.
Yeah. How has playing with Zhang Shui, who you know very well, she's one of the best doubles players in the world, how has that partnership been for you, and obviously going well so far in the doubles?
I mean, she's a very friendly person, and in doubles you really need that connection to play well. Communication is very important, but it's only the second tournament this year that we're playing together.
Oh, wow.
We played in Birmingham, it's 2 weeks ago on grass, we played the finals. So, we're full of confidence, and of course in a Grand Slam you can always do a little bit more and try to stay as long.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I mentioned the doubles success, but also great singles run. You take out Angelique Kerber, who's a former champion here. Before that, Elise saved match points in her second round match to get through that in over 3 hours.
Yes.
A really tight one on center court against Ons Jabeur, but what has the singles experience been like this year?
I mean, it's been amazing. We're so happy that everybody's back and can fully watch tennis again. Yeah. It's a great atmosphere, and hopefully I can be here, years after year. But I mean, for now, we just enjoy the moment to be on that court one. Hopefully double center court finals, but we'll see about that. We're just going to try our best and enjoy it at the fullest.
Well, there's been your success, obviously, but also David Goffin into the quarterfinals for Belgium, and Kirsten Flipkens playing her final singles tournament. And I know also, too, a lot of the Belgian players really supported so much by former champions like Kim Clijsters.
Yes.
It's been a good Wimbledon for Belgium.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kirsten Flipkens played her last singles. She's still going to play a little bit of doubles. But, I mean, I know her since I was 10 years ago. I played Fed Cup with her, Billie Jean King Cup now. David is playing quarterfinals today against Cameron Norrie. So yeah, it's been a good Wimbledon for Belgium.
Yeah, awesome. All right, so this is our People's Press Conference. We do this every day here at HSBC, and let's go to the people themselves. I want to start off with you. First off, can you tell us your name and how old you are?
Hi, I'm Anika and I'm 13.
13, what's your question for Elise?
My question is, so I'm a tennis player and I'm trying to get a lot better. So what's something I can do to really improve my game?
Ooh, great question.
That's a good question. Just work hard every day, get the hours in, and you just enjoy too. That's very important. I know it can be a bit stressful to think I'm not going forward, but it will come eventually. It's a long road to go, but just work hard every day and you'll be fine.
Thank you.
Are you hoping to be a future Wimbledon champion?
Oh, definitely.
Too?
Yeah, I love tennis.
Awesome, very cool. And when you're 13, if you think back to when you were 13 and having those dreams of maybe I could be this professional tennis player, or how do you manage at that age trying to get to that next level?
Well, I started playing juniors under 18 when I was 13-year-old, traveling around the world at that age. Yeah, I know it can be a bit nerve-wracking. Will I go there? Will I not? Will I play juniors at Wimbledon? So it's kind of like setting goals and trying to improve every day. I think I never really had a day off, but it's a passion of the sport, and if you have that passion and that motivation, you'll be all right.
Awesome. Thanks for that question. Who else is a tennis player around here? Anybody? Tennis players? Yes? Future Wimbledon champions? Maybe? All right, tell us your name. How old are you?
I'm Ireland. I'm 10 years old.
Okay, what's your question?
Oh, has this been your best tournament so far?
Oh, has this been your best tournament?
In result-wise, or just experience? Experience. Yeah, it will definitely be one of the best ones. As you mentioned, I won the doubles here last year. We actually saved 2 match points, and it was 9-7 in the third set. Wow. So that was kind of a roller coaster. But as you can see, beautiful flowers, a lot of green. I love nature. So yeah, it's definitely one of the best ones.
I think it's interesting too because we talk a lot about champions and winning and victories and all that kind of stuff. But at a tennis tournament, everyone except one person is going to lose in the tournament. So how do you take each tournament as a learning experience to try to get better for the next one?
Yeah, you know, like 50% already loses in the first round. It's a bit crazy. Yes, there can only be one winner out of so many players, but in tennis you can play every week another tournament. So you kind of see that process like, okay, for example, like last week I lost the first round. What can I learn from that to keep improving for the next one?
Yeah.
Every week is different, and of course it's pretty difficult to maintain a high level. But on the other side, it's an opportunity to improve yourself.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for your question. We've got another one. What's your name and how old are you?
I'm Alex, and I'm 12.
Alex, you're 12. What's your question?
How many hours do you practice tennis a day?
Ooh, how many hours of practice a day?
That depends a little bit. Like if I'm at home and I have like 2 weeks or 3 weeks at home, I practice a little bit more. It would be like 3 hours fitness, 3 hours tennis. And that would be 4 times a week. 1 day or 2 days I would play like half a day tennis fitness, but when I'm on tournaments and I play a lot of matches, I'll do mostly the warm-up or 1.5 hour tennis and a little bit of fitness just to not make me too tired.
Yeah, awesome. Does that sound like your schedule too? A little bit? All right, what's your name? How old are you?
Hi, I'm Lorenzo, 10.
Okay.
From Italy.
Go ahead, Lorenzo.
What's your favorite shot?
Ooh,
My favorite shot. Well, I would say the serve, because you can start your game with your serve. You have everything in control. So I think it will be my favorite shot. You can control yourself, you can control your first shot, and you never know what's going to come next, but the first one you can control.
Lorenzo, are you cheering for Jannik Sinner today? You cheering for Jannik Sinner?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, good. Yeah, and I also think it's interesting, you mentioned the serve there, answering Lorenzo's question. You're always working on little things, aren't you?
Little things,
Watching the practice court, these professionals, you're always thinking about how can I get just that teeny bit better?
Yes, I think to be a top player and a top 100 player, a top 200 player, there's only such small differences, a little less mistakes, a little more bravery in the important points. So it just comes down to just a little difference.
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. All right, where's the microphone? Where did it go? Who's my correspondent? All right, what's your name and how old are you?
My name is Tess and I am 7 years old.
You're 7? What's your question?
My question is, how old did you start learning tennis?
Oh, great question. How old when you started learning playing tennis?
I started playing tennis, I don't know if it was exactly tennis, at 3.5 years old, but I started with the racket in my hands at 3.5, 4 years old because of my sister. She played tennis. She's 6 years older than me. She stopped playing tennis, but I kept on going. And here I am.
Yeah, you are. Just a few years later.
Just a few years
later. Did you play other sports as a kid?
I did ballet.
Oh, really?
I did clarinet too. But the rest, actually, I all stopped that when I was 9, 10 years old to just dedicate my life to tennis.
Wow, but I love that. Ballet and clarinet, just to have some diversity in there.
Diversity, yes.
Yeah, that's awesome. What's your name? How old are you?
I'm Nora, I'm 12.
Okay.
When you were 12, how did you balance tennis and school?
Great question.
Very difficult. But when I was at home, because I was traveling a lot already, when I was at home, I went to school and everything. But when I was on tournaments, I did my practice and then I did my homework, my schoolwork. My mom was a teacher, so she was with me on a lot of tournaments, so that made it a little bit easier. But it's definitely a little bit of a struggle to do both. But at that time, I think schoolwork is very important to do both, because you never know what's going to happen. But to manage both is a bit difficult.
Yeah, great question. Thanks for that. Did you have a question too? You ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it. What's your name? How old are you?
My name is Anjali. I'm 9 years old, and my question is, what is the hardest part of being a tennis player?
Oh, great question. Do you want my job? Should we trade? What's the hardest part of being a tennis player?
I would say not be at home as much as I want to be, because I'm really a home person. I love animals. I got lots of dogs. I got lots of animals at home. 2 turtles. So yeah, I call with them every day with my dogs. I say like, oh, they recognize my voice a little bit, but yeah, I think that's the hardest part, just to, you know, be here, and after this one we go to the United States and then maybe to Japan, and like the traveling, the jet lag, and try to manage a little bit to be at home too.
Yeah, the travel can look pretty glamorous at times, but it's hard. You've got to manage it, right?
You got to manage it. I mean, sleep is very important, lots of hours of sleep, but of course we have to travel a lot too. And travel very fast, actually, too. So it can be a bit tiring, but I love my life. It's a passion I have, and I try to improve every day.
Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. Let's see. I want to be sure. Did you have a question? Yeah. Okay. We'll just. Oh yeah. Go ahead. The microphone's right behind you. Thank you, Urson. What you got?
What was the first tournament you ever played?
Ooh, first tournament. Back in the memory bank. What do you got?
That would probably be in Belgium. It will be like a national tournament, could be under 8 actually, a very local tournament. Very
How'd
local.
you do?
Well, I have some trophies at home, so I think not bad.
Good, that's good. And sorry, what was your name? How old are you?
My name is Alicia, I'm 9 years old.
Alicia, thank you for your question. I'll steal that back. All right, I think we got some good questions in there. I'm going to close with what we like to do here at the People's Press Conference, a quick fire with Elise Mertens, and then should we sign some autographs?
Yeah,
all right, let's do it. All right, favorite thing about Wimbledon?
Strawberries.
Strawberries, good. Pre-match meal, is it strawberries?
No. Pasta.
Pasta. Post-match meal?
I think it would be also rice or something like, yeah.
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 Okay.
Pretty boring, I know, but yeah.
Yeah, carbs, yeah. Some good protein.
Yes.
What's your biggest dream in tennis?
I think to win a Grand Slam in singles.
Ah, all right. You've done it, what, 3 times in doubles?
Yes.
All right, so hopefully a singles one in the future. If you weren't a tennis player, you would be
I never really thought about that, actually. That's a good thing, I guess, but definitely something with animals.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like you'd be a veterinarian.
Yeah, probably something, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who was your hero growing up?
Definitely Kim Clijsters.
Kim Clijsters,
Yes,
very good.
yeah.
Who's now a friend of yours?
She's a friend of mine. She watched a couple matches. She's playing Legends here, actually, today.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
awesome.
exciting.
All right, we asked you about the challenges of being a tennis pro. What's the best thing about being a tennis pro?
To do what I love every day. It's a passion that I have. I'm never like, oh, I have to play tennis. So, no, it's just something that I love.
Yeah. Okay, and if you could tell one thing to your younger self, if you had younger Elise Mertens stood right here, what would you say to her?
I would say keep working hard and have a lot of confidence in yourself. It's very important, even though you play somebody higher ranked or somebody you think is better than yourself. Yeah, your self-worth is very important, so have confidence.
Oh, I love that. Let's hear it, everyone, for Elise Mertens. Come on, give her a hand.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out at our People's Press Conference here at the HSBC Fan Zone. She's our reigning doubles champ, and hopefully she's going to be moving on here at Wimbledon. Elise, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, should we do some autographs? Yeah. Let's do it.
Now, just behind me is number 1 court, and I found myself in the gardener's compound. It feels a little bit like I've arrived in a beautiful nurseries of sort, a garden centre, so to speak. And I'm going to talk to the head gardener here, Martin. Good day to you, sir. How are you? Lovely to see you.
And you?
Now, this is really an oasis amongst the hubbub that's going on out there. Tell us a little bit first about your role here at Wimbledon, how long you've been here and what your job entails.
So I've been here 23 years,
Wow.
a long time. So I'm the head gardener, so we look after the 42 acres that the site is. I've got 9 full-time gardeners, so they're the key to all of this and making it Wimbledon look so good. So plenty of work for us.
It really does look so good. There is not one person I speak to that doesn't comment on just how beautiful it is. It's like they've never seen a flower before every time they step in. The theme, always purple, green and a bit else. Like, talk us through it.
I mean, that's our staple. It's quite easy for us. We've got purple and green, but our ethos is tennis in the English garden, so we ensure that everywhere you go, it feels like you're walking around an English garden. That's the key thing for us.
Well, with that in mind, let's take a little walk and talk us through some of the beautiful flowers you have and how do you go about it? Do you grow them on site or do you ship them in?
We have a lot in. We keep a lot of stock, so you'll see beside us here, you've got all the buxus, which we use for structural plants, so we do lots of plant outs, and we bring in hydrangeas from Europe. we've got all different colours, but we have a staple one called Magical Amethyst. We've got some pinks and some blues. So our hydrangeas are key to the build of the plant outs, and then you'll see a nice big petunia tower there, which has become surplus, but petunias are huge. They're all in hanging baskets. We've got over 200 hanging baskets on site.
Wow.
And there's about 30,000 petunias in total. So, yeah, there's plenty going on.
Now, there are some myths we need to debunk. There's always this rumour that you dye the flowers, like you literally dye the hydrangeas.
No, 100% not. Hydrangeas will change colour depending on the pH of the soil.
Right.
So that will determine if they're kind of pink, blues. The whites generally stay white, so that kind of helps with hydrangeas. They start turning pinky.
I see, and then they kind of change the soil to make them
so the growers will add that pH to keep everything ticking on, and then we just have stocks of trees. If there's planters to make out and areas that needs sort of looking nice, we'll put a tree in the way, and we'll just use all of this stock. But it's always good to have stuff on site. We have plenty.
Once you're up and running during championships, do you have to replant anything or change over things, or is it just maintenance?
Yeah. Maintenance. The guys are out early in the morning, 6 a.m. start, sometimes a little bit earlier if we need to, and we'll go out in the mornings, we'll do all the watering, and then if there's any plants that have been, some get sat on, believe it or not, any plants get sat on, we take them out and we'll change them with all of this stock. Right. So we've got plenty to, and this is why this is all here, plenty to always make sure it looks good, as good on day 14 as it does on day 1.
Which it really, really does. And even with the extreme heat and things, you make it work. Now, the living walls, quite an amazing addition to Wimbledon this year, very eco-conscious, of course.
Yeah, it's been in now for a few years, 2019. Right. So, but yeah, it's a huge either side of the big screen, just under 250 square metres, just over 14,000 plants in the wall individually. It's a soilless system, so it has to be irrigated, fed at every time you water. It gets watered 4 times a day. Oh. So it's quite a high-tech system, but hopefully looks great on.
Sounds as high maintenance as me, let me tell you. Let's head into your greenhouse, because that looks really fun. Is that where you take a moment, some reflection in there?
So you can hide in there. There's enough greenery to hide out of the way. Again, it's just, this for us is, we do lots of indoor planting, the restaurants and areas like that. So this is good to just house some of our indoor plants. Again, there's lots, seems like there's lots in there, but it's just to make sure everywhere's looking great. So we've got plenty of changeovers, plenty of spare plants.
Yeah. So when, other than first thing in the morning, when you do your kind of whip around, check everything's good, when play gets underway, do you are you off at that point?
Yeah, come back to this place. We make sure that, again, everything's tidy back here then, so if we need it the next day. So all the guys will come back, chill out a little bit, take a bit of time out, and just prep for the next day. And
like all good garden centres, do you have a cute cafe?
Well, we've got our kind of bivvy with a little bit of coffee and tea going, but otherwise.
All right, Martin. Well, this has been most interesting. I might come out and hang here when I need a break, if that's all right.
Definitely, always welcome.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that, Olivia. I love that behind Arangi, behind the hill tour of, I've never seen that, all of the sort of behind the scenes there.
That's where they keep all the plants, where they look after it, and in a week's time, there will be a flower sale going on there, and I will be all over it.
You're ready for it.
I'm ready
Very
for
good.
it, first in line.
Great stuff there from Olivia, we appreciate it. And from the gardens, let's go to center courts, the main garden here, and actually look at this, a shocking first set for Novak Djokovic, who led 4-1 as we take a look at the stats. 4-1 over Jannik Sinner. Sinner comes back, wins 6 of the last 7 games, and especially looking dicey for Djokovic on serve, only winning 36% of second serve points. And Sinner taking his opportunity, the youngest man in the quarterfinal, has a set to the good.
This is incredible. I didn't see this coming at all, especially after Novak Djokovic got off to the start he did, leading 4-1, and I actually watched it from 4-1 to 4-all, and there was some pretty poor choice of shots there from Djokovic. Attempted a number of drop shots back to back, which fell before the net, and just seemed to lose his focus. But Jannik Sinner has been hitting some big forehands out there. He's never beaten Novak Djokovic before. They played once last year on the clay in Monte Carlo. Djokovic on that occasion won in straight sets. But this, a fantastic moment for the Italian, if he can keep this up. And a little reminder, prior to this year's Wimbledon, he had never won a match on a grass court before. So if he is to go all the way and take out the top seed, that would be a huge shock.
Yeah, it'd be absolutely massive. And also to keep you up to date on that, Sinner up a break in the second set. So not only 1-4 down in the first set, but he wins that set, and now he's a break up in set 2. This is a shot just live outside of center court. It's buzzing around the grounds on day 9 as we get into quarterfinal action today. Also, Julia Niemeier and Tatiana Maria doing battle on the number 1 court. But we are certainly keeping our eyes on Novak Djokovic, who has 25 matches in a row, won here at Wimbledon, 2018, 19, and 21 champion, in a little bit of danger. And we're going to keep our eye on that, but now let's turn our attention to one of our colleagues. We're very excited to be bringing in Blair Henley live from Dallas, Texas. Blair is a reporter and a journalist, and Blair, we're so happy to have you with us. First off, just tell us from your perspective, not being here at Wimbledon this year, what are the couple of the stories that you've been loving, following, and reporting on?
Well, I think 2 of them are on the court right now. Yeah. Julia Niemeier taking on Tatiana Maria. I've seen Tatiana play at 125s at ITF events. She has been grinding for so many years, and at 34 to see her have her best result at a slam, and to see Julia Niemeier, who has, some are saying, a game similar to Ash Barty. We love seeing her at the net. So much variety on the number 1 court right now. I've loved seeing Amanda Anisimova have another great major. Cam Norrie doing big things for Great Britain, and who knows, we may see the biggest story of the tournament today with Jannik Sinner up on Novak Djokovic.
Well, Blair, the women's draw is so open as it stands at the moment, but which of the players left in the quarterfinals do you see at the end of the week lifting the trophy?
It's hard not to say Simona Halep right now, just because she has the experience. She's playing so well. And Simona has said, once I got my slams, the rest was icing on the cake for me. And you hear that from some athletes and you think, oh, well, that's just what they all say. But seeing the smiles on Simona's face this week, she looks so light. She looks like she's enjoying herself. And goodness, after watching that match over Paula Badosa, you think really she could get a win over anyone left in the draw right now.
Yeah, Blair, she's got this dangerous match next up against Amanda Anisimova. And Anisimova's beaten her in the past at a major, French Open 2019. But Simona just beat her a couple weeks ago at Bad Homburg. I mean, Anisimova is someone that you followed closely. Obviously, that tragic death of her father a couple years ago. But she seems to have matured a lot, both on the court and off of it.
Yeah, that was such a tough year for her in 2019. She was close to breaking into the top 20. And then, of course, as you mentioned, her father and coach tragically passed away just before the U.S. Open. She says she's learned a lot. She's grown a lot in the past few years. She maybe appreciates this sort of results at a slam. But the one thing that Amanda Anisimova does that makes me think that she could be in the top 10, top 5 in years to come is she has the capability to take the racket out of the opponent's hand. She absolutely crushes balls. We saw that in particular in her 3rd set against Coco Gauff. I believe it was a 6-1 set. There was nothing Coco could have done that day to win that match.
Oh, that's interesting. You mentioned Coco Gauff. Of Coco Gauff and Amanda Anisimova, both very young players. Who do you see between the 2 of them lifting a Grand Slam trophy first?
Ooh, that's a tough one, Anne. You're throwing the tough questions at me today. I want to say Amanda, just because I've seen her on court. There is a stone cold aspect to her demeanor on court that I think would serve her very well if she were to get to a major final. So I'm going to go with Amanda. But shout out to Coco because, gosh, I mean, she came so close at Roland Garros.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, we've been watching, obviously, the women's draw. It's unfolded the way it has. Niemeier and Tatiana Maria on court now. But what about in this half of the draw? You've got Ons Jabeur also there taking on Bouzkova after Djokovic and Sinner today. You've spent a lot of time with Ons Jabeur. How impressed are you with her, Blair, and the way that she's just gone step by step in her career and the way she's come back after that French Open first round upset to playing the way she has here at Wimbledon?
I love that she said in press that despite what happened at Roland Garros, I came into Wimbledon with really high expectations for myself. And I think there's a little risk in saying that out loud, right? You see how Rafa sort of does things. He keeps the expectations low at all times, but Ons says, hey, listen, I have high expectations. You can only sort of imagine that means she thinks she can win this. We saw against Elise Mertens, I saw you talking to her at the HSBC little booth. What a cute little Q&A that was.
Thanks.
But that match was big for Ons Jabeur because I think both of those players knew that they're in a wide open section of the draw and the opportunity is large.
Yeah, no, I mean, to see Ons, and we've seen it on site too, right? The way that Ons been able to handle herself. And I like the bravado, you know, for her to say, like, okay, I want to not only do well here, but perhaps make it all the way to the final.
Yeah, well, it's refreshing to hear a player talk like that. Other than Nick Kyrgios, everyone likes to play down their chances and, you know, they're either carrying an injury or not looking too far ahead, taking it one match at a time. So it is really refreshing and great to hear someone really back themselves. And having seen her around and about in the players' area, just exchanging some small talk with her, she just seems really relaxed. And why not? Why not?
Why not? Absolutely. One thing, why not Jannik Sinner right now, Blair? We were just coming off before you talking about Sinner taking that first set. What do you make of that? I'm guessing you've been watching some of it, and Djokovic not serving very well today. He is proving himself to be human. Sometimes we forget that when these players play such great tennis. He has 25 matches in a row here. But what about Jannik Sinner stealing away that first set?
Well, Nick, this is the breakthrough, and listen, he has a long way to go, but this is what we've been waiting for from Sinner. At 20 years old, we've thought for the past few years he was going to be the next big thing. Carlos Alcaraz comes along, takes a little bit of Sinner's thunder, but I think it's so interesting that Sinner came out with his logo just a couple of months ago. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's a fox, and apparently that was his nickname as a kid. Could that be because he has red hair? Could it be because he has an exceptionally high IQ? Probably a little bit of both. But we're seeing that tennis IQ on the court today, playing really smart, really solid. And you know that Sinner is not going to be himself.
Yeah. Now, talking about the men's draw, I've got to ask you, Blair, Nick Kyrgios, what do you make of the circus around him and the matches he's played here at the championships?
Goodness. Well, the news that came out this morning notwithstanding, I think Nick has a better chance of winning Wimbledon than we do of understanding Nick Kyrgios. But the one thing I will say is he said, I have a chip on my shoulder. He has felt since he was a kid that people were rooting against him, that they didn't believe in him. I actually think it's very much the opposite at this point in his career. I think there are so many people who see his potential and want him to do well. And that's why there's this disappointment when we see, you know, a tanked match, or we see the circus that we saw against Stefanos Tsitsipas. I think there are so many people who want Nick Kyrgios to be a week in and week out great player.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, the way that Kyrgios has come through, it's his first Grand Slam quarterfinal in 7 years, which was a stat that certainly surprised me. But he is someone, Blair, obviously Cristian Garin next. If he handles that match well, Garin just played 4 hours and 34 minutes against Demon in the previous round. I mean, that's a match you would expect Nick to win. They haven't played each other before. And then perhaps, Blair, perhaps we'd see a Rafa and NK rematch at Wimbledon.
I mean, that would be a match that I think a lot of people would want to see, but tough matches for both Rafa and Nick Kyrgios. Nick Kyrgios, you mentioned playing Garin. I can tell you, Garin is not concerned with being on the court for 4 hours and 34 minutes in his 5-set win over de Minaur. His coach likens him to a horse, says he's incredibly tough, he's incredibly fit. I think he's going to be very fresh in that match against Kyrgios. So we'll see what kind of shape Nick's shoulder is in. That was bothering him a bit in his last match. And then Rafa has to get by Taylor Fritz, who is looking exceptionally confident. And Taylor said it himself. He said, if my serve is on, my opponent's not even going to get a chance to play on my service games.
Wow, interesting. Okay, lastly, Blair, before we let you go, how early are you and Georgia and Spencer waking up? You've got 2 little girls. Are you waking them up for early breakfast at Wimbledon in the States?
I don't know that I'm waking them up early, but I can tell you that my youngest one in particular says, when can we turn on the tennis? We don't ever get to watch TV while we eat. We don't watch a ton of TV to begin with, but she knows when there's tennis on, we get to watch TV during breakfast. And so she's all about the tennis during Wimbledon.
Awesome. Blair Henley, thank you so much, Blair. We're going to have you back, but we really appreciate it. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Thanks, you too.
All right, so there's Blair. Awesome stuff. I love breakfast at Wimbledon is a very American thing because, you know, we're 5, 6, 7 hours behind. That's how I grew up.
Yeah.
I used to do a paper route. After the paper route, sit down and watch mornings of Wimbledon.
Perfect. I mean, how better to start your day off than, seeing the results all come in.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so thanks to Blair there. And let's go ahead and see what Olivier and Radzi have been up to.
Welcome to one of the many strawberry and cream sections in Wimbledon. People are very much enjoying them. However, the question we're going to ask them is how many portions of strawberries get eaten every single championship, and specifically the last championship. We know the answer. We're going to find out if they know it to the nearest 10,000. Do we think we're going to get the answer right?
No.
Ooh, I'm going to go yes. I've got faith in these guys.
Do you? I spoke to Sally Strawberry earlier today, and it blew me away finding out the number. So therefore, no, I don't think they will know.
Ooh.
So for a change, let's have a challenge. I say no.
I say abso-flipping-lutely.
Let's get the competitive juices, strawberry juices going.
We're on the hunt. We're on the hunt. Hello, ladies. Lovely to meet you both. Now we're asking.
This morning in the
I remember. And
I'm jealous.
we're staying in the same glorious Premier Inn. Other hotel brands are available, but they're much better, generally speaking. So, what do we reckon? How many portions of strawberries get eaten at Wimbledon to the nearest 10,000? We're going to go around the table, no pressure here. The entire championship. Now, silence generally as a rule
200,000?
We're going 200,000.
150,000.
Is wrong. Wrong. But, I mean, as a first guess, almost undermined the game it was that close. Madam,
150,000?
150,000 is also not true. 150,000. So
Are we too high? Are we even too high?
It's actually in between. Hey, let's go back. Sir, what do we think? How many portions of strawberries get eaten at Wimbledon?
200,000.
200,000? It's also not, I'm afraid. That's... Madam, with the best glasses strapped, by the way, I have to say.
I would say 180,000.
180,000? We're going to have to move tables. But, I mean, I am gutted that we couldn't find out the answer here. You are so close. Great effort. And we're going to see you in the hotel tonight. Yes. Yes. In a plutonic sense, Olivia. In a plutonic sense. Behave yourself. This is well before the watershed here. Well, let's walk this way. Lads, what do we reckon? How many portions of strawberries and cream get consumed at Wimbledon every championship to the nearest 10,000? No pressure, but they got within 10,000. They just didn't know it.
They kind of all got within 10,000 in some way.
Oh, yeah.
Over the duration.
Oh, the whole tournament.
Portions of strawberries, not actual strawberries.
Imagine a punnet.
Portions.
I'm going to go. I've got an idea.
What are we going to do? We're under pressure.
Yeah, can we have a little discussion?
Oh,
3.5 million. 3.5 million.
So imagine 3.5 million, divide that by about 14.
Yeah.
That would be about 200,000 sold per day.
It's a busy tournament.
It's a busy tournament. This is going to surprise you. It's not correct.
Half a million.
Half a million. Portions.
Okay, let's not go 500,000. Let's go for
Look at the look.
300,000.
All right, that's a more reasonable
Good
guess.
effort. It's also wrong. It's lower than 300,000.
240,000.
240,000. Good effort. It is lower than 240,000. The search continues.
Well done.
Okay. So Olivia, what we're going to do? We're going to ask 4 more people.
Yeah.
4 more people.
Let's cap it at 4.
Ladies, I do apologise for interrupting you here whilst you're on your phone. It's the big question. Forget about Socratorial questions. We want to know strawberries and cream. Daz, do you remember this is like the Daz Doorstep Challenge with Danny Baker from 1997. We're recreating it here, and we're asking the question. That's a niche reference, by the way. We're talking about strawberries and cream. How many portions get sold at Wimbledon every single championship?
2.1 million.
It's not 2.1 million. Madam, to the nearest 10,000, how many?
So does that mean lower?
It means lower.
Yeah, okay. What did you say, 2.1?
Fortunately, there are no clues happening here.
100 and...
It's good so far, I'm not going to lie to you.
89.
To the nearest 100,000?
Oh my God. To 200,000 probably.
Ooh, at the end we...
How did you make her do that?
Because it's to the nearest 100,000, it's nearest 10,000. You know what,
190,000.
Madam, what's your name?
Julie.
Julie, you've absolutely... I don't know how you managed to pluck that out of the air like that. It was a thing of telepathy.
Oh, I love you.
I mean...
What are you talking about? This is random.
Oh, no, I love you. Because I just love you.
And for a lady who actually said no one would find it, I mean, what commitment to the cause. The answer is 191,130 portions of strawberries and cream were sold at last year's Wimbledon.
So what did you get for winning that?
You get the...
You were a long way out.
I know.
This is my friend. She was a long way out.
Friend, hello.
Oh, too busy on her phone.
That's the problem with devices nowadays.
Now the question is, what prize is being offered? Unfortunately, we hadn't thought that far ahead. But what you do get, you get the pride of knowing.
Empty box
Oh,
of strawberries and cream.
Thank you.
Exactly.
A bottle of fizz would be
A bottle of fizz. Yeah, can I have one as well, please?
Absolutely.
I'm looking forward to it. Watch this space. We're going to enjoy ourselves, some Pims and some strawberries and cream.
Oh, can you believe this?
Good job of getting up to this ball right here. Just squeezed it up the line.
Great shot. That is the shot of the match. Garin went there and thought, I've got this. And Niemeier said, no, you haven't.
It's a quality approach from Garin. This looked impossible.
Oh, extraordinary to do that in that position of the court. Was it a drop shot? Was it a half volley?
Just caress the ball over the net.
Goodness. Oh my goodness me. Play that again, guys. Over and over.
Just unbelievable tennis on court number 2. Garin with a diving save to keep himself alive. I think he caught Niemeier off guard there. Couldn't come up with anything quality on the lob.
Oh. Well, that's half volley of the week.
Kyrgios leads 3 games to 2. Second set, first set, Nakashima.
Very well controlled.
Oh, it's absolute quality from both players. Scintillating tennis.
That was, and if we see a better rally than this in the match, I'll be very happy because this had it all. And what a finish on that.
Oh, what a winner!
Didn't look like there was any room down there, but somehow she found some.
Halep, please.
And Halep gets the break early on here and goes 2-1.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
Wow.
Love that. So's the crowd, obviously.
30 love.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sipsmith Swansea service at Wimbledon.
Your Swansea at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sipsmith Gin. Swansea, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me want to ride with the window down all night.
So I've made my way to the Hill, arguably one of the best places to take in all the match action here at Wimbledon. The atmosphere is amazing, loads of people have brought along their picnics, and the sunshine's made an appearance too. How are you enjoying your time here on the Hill?
Oh, it's so good. It's so nice to be back in Wimbledon. Such a great atmosphere.
What is the best thing about the Hill here at Wimbledon?
Everyone enjoying the sport that we all love.
I think just the communal aspect of being around everyone and everyone watching the game you love, being able to cheer loudly.
Well, it's being able to watch everything going on at the same time and have the atmosphere from outside the courts.
The sun is shining. This is fantastic. There's no better place to be.
How special is the atmosphere on the Hill?
It's very special. Everyone's having a bit of Pimm's, bit of ice cream. It's just great.
I think it's relaxed and it's the British summer at its best.
And what would be your top tip for anyone coming to watch tennis on the Hill?
Well, at the moment, bring a weatherproof blanket to sit on.
Oh, definitely bring your snacks paired with an umbrella because it did pour a little today.
Bring some Pimm's, bring a bottle of fizz.
And bring a happy face.
Bring yourself a picnic and just enjoy your day here. Fantastic, isn't it?
Greatness. It takes time to evolve and to grow. To strive for relevance in a world that changes fast. To learn how to adapt when the conditions work against us. It's an endeavor to be sharper and smarter. A labor of excellence as old as time itself. A century of relentlessly pushing the boundaries further and further, again and again and again.
You could not be aware of John McEnroe.
You are getting a public warning.
You either loved him or hated him.
I was meant to play tennis. That's the bottom line.
There's something special about him.
He was invincible.
Oh, what a shot!
I had the best year in the history of tennis.
He's a perfectionist.
He could do anything with that tennis ball. I could beat anybody. I felt unstoppable. And I thought, here I come.
Tennis has become big business.
We got these characters. He said to me, what are you doing later? Because we're gonna party, man. We're gonna have a great time.
There is no one on this planet like John. He's so intense.
I see the court strategically. There'd be God knows how many paparazzi.
Makes me sick!
I have this unique ability to get a crowd that's in my favor against me.
You cannot be serious!
It hurt me. If I'm the greatest player that's ever played, why did it not feel that amazing?
Well, an interesting look there at a new documentary meant to come out just next week. Actually, Anne, I got a chance to see the premiere in New York last month, and it really looks at John McEnroe's career through a little bit of a different lens. McEnroe obviously speaks on camera a bunch about his memories and the trials and travails, but especially the way that, that huge rivalry with Bjorn Borg, Jimmy Connors, that whole era, Nastasi, all of those guys, looking at the mental health piece of it, and McEnroe talking about a lot of the challenges that he faced off court, then sort of spilled over onto the court itself.
Well, I am fascinated about it. You've just sold it to me. I will be there. I will be watching it as soon as it's released.
Yeah, so an interesting one there. McEnroe, I guess check your local listings, but it's due out next week in cinemas. Let's go ahead from one Wimbledon champion to another. We're going to check in on Novak Djokovic. Let's look at second set numbers here, and shockingly, it is Jannik Sinner who's trying to become the youngest men's semifinalist here since Novak Djokovic in 2007 to make the Final Four. And again, that second serve points one. Look at that for Djokovic. 33%, didn't even have a break chance himself, and he goes 2 from 4 to Sinner to break Djokovic twice in that set.
Yeah, that is fascinating to see. A very one-sided set of tennis going Jannik Sinner's way, and even when you look at the total points won, just 16 points won in a set by Novak Djokovic. That's really unheard of. I mean, Jannik Sinner clearly playing some good ball out there, winning 100% of points behind his first serve and clearly dominating against Novak Djokovic. But I was just having a quick look online to see how many times Novak Djokovic has come back from 2 sets to love down here at Wimbledon. And the Tennis Podcast on Twitter thinks he's done it twice. Back in 2005 against Guillermo Garcia Lopez, and again in 2015 against Kevin Anderson.
Right.
Will he be able to do it today? I mean, with Jannik Sinner in this kind of form, it's going to be hard to see. But Jannik Sinner, just a reminder, he had never won a match on a grass court until this tournament.
It's crazy to think that, and the fact that he's into the quarterfinals, the fact that he's got a 2 sets to love lead on Djokovic. How much has Darren Cahill been a force for Jannik Sinner? Because that relationship is pretty fresh, and the fact that Cahill's such an established force on tour, most recently obviously with Simona Halep, worked briefly with Anna Samova, but he's in the Sinner corner now, isn't he?
Well, he's clearly made a huge impact, instant impact coaching there from Darren Cahill. Obviously, Darren Cahill, former professional player himself, very experienced coach, spent a lot of time with Andre Agassi, and I think that's helped shape his views as a coach. And it was interesting hearing from Daniella Hantuchova, who had a brief spell with him as well. And he comes across as such a positive person, and everyone speaks highly of Darren Cahill. I mean, I would have loved to have had the opportunity to work with someone like that, but he's very experienced, and Jannik Sinner is bouncing off him and has done something he's never done before, reached the quarterfinals here, winning matches on grass, and now 2 sets to love up against the world number 1.
Well, and the crazy thing too, for all of us, for all of you watching at home, for all of us following along here too, is this is coming out of nowhere, in a sense, where Djokovic has looked in just full control. He dropped that 1 set against Van Rijthoven in the previous round, but otherwise he's just blazed through his draw. He looked really good, especially against Kecmanovic, and then closing out, Van Rijthoven won those last 2 sets 6-1, 6-2. and this one's kind of come out of the blue.
It has come out of the blue, although I guess alarm bells should have been ringing when we saw Jannik Sinner beat Carlos Alcaraz, and the way he was able to do that in 4 sets, the way he played in the first 2 sets, he was outstanding, and we expected that to be a much closer battle. I mean, it was in the 4th set, but Sinner showing what he's capable of with a similar game style to Novak Djokovic, but today producing it at a much higher level.
Yeah, and it's so interesting when these players get an opportunity. Someone like Sinner, and you mentioned the tennis podcast, they were actually speaking this week on the show about how, especially in men's tennis, we've moved so quickly on to Carlos Alcaraz and the fact of who's the next big guy on tour. For the last couple of years, that's been Sinner. He's only 20. Let's not forget, he's only 20 years young, is Jannik Sinner. And he would walk by any of us in the grocery store. You wouldn't give him 2 glances because he's not built big. He's tall, but he's wiry. It's about his timing, though, right? The way that he just has these fluid, silky strokes that he can just do anything from the back of the court.
Yeah, he's got unbelievable timing. He moves incredibly well for someone who he obviously has a very different physique to someone like Carlos Alcaraz. Not as strong, not as bulky, but like Djokovic, he's able to produce pace, and especially when he's pushed out into those corners, he's able to recover well. But I think people are starting to get to know him better, and now he's gracing billboards everywhere as a new face of Gucci. So I think, I think that's going to increase his profile.
Yeah, not a bad day when you're announced as one of the faces of Gucci, and maybe beating Novak Djokovic at Wimbledon really quick. Can he do it? Can he close out Djokovic?
Why not?
Why not? Okay, I love it. You heard it from Anne Kiathavong there. Let's go from established champions, a rising star in Sinner. What about Olivia checking in on the junior event around the grounds here that has kicked off at Wimbledon?
Now, we're into the 2nd week here at Wimbledon, and you might think most of the tennis is kind of simmering down or on the main show courts, but you'd be wrong. In fact, it is a hub of activity on the junior circuit. Now, this is where you can see the stars of tomorrow today, and you are right up in it. It is so exciting. Now, before we write off juniors at tennis, let's recount some of those junior winners that have gone on to make big waves in the main draw. How about, I don't know, Roger Federer, Ash Barty, and Wimbledon Uncovered's very own Laura Robson. So today we're watching some great doubles tennis, but as I said, you can really see it. And if you were here just a couple of years ago, you would have seen Emma Raducanu on one of these very courts. It's really exciting, and for the tennis aficionados and real true fans, this is where the action's at.
Couple of big names there, aren't there? Stephen Fry on the left, Serena McKellen on the right. What colour jacket would you say that is, Mel?
Beige. We'll go with beige. Well, that's why you need a doubles partner, isn't it? To help you with your eye drops.
Oh, I've just noticed that's the largest tennis ball in the world. What's that made of?
If she's not sweating in there, I don't know what she's doing.
Sit quickly, please. Players are ready, thank you. Any seats for now, thank you.
It's good to see so many people wanting to come in and watch this one.
I think they're trying to find seats, that's the problem.
We are waiting.
No pressure, guys.
Why not? It's Wimbledon. Just in case we need reminding, she's written it on it as well. That's for when you're travelling to Wimbledon, so that people don't just worry about you. You say, look, I'm on my way to Wimbledon. Clearly, it's fine.
And then he goes and wins the point. Hits the ball between his legs. It's becoming more of a Kyrgios match.
More of a match or more of a circus?
Fantastic effort there. Also, the reaction is...
40 love. And the reactions in the crowd? Yeah. Slow-mo didn't do it justice. A little bit of an unusual grunt.
What was that noise? It sounded like a mouse. It's been stepped on.
Maybe it was.
I don't know what happened there. 40 love. 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 40 love.
I needed a glass of wine for sure tonight. For sure. So.
Right, over on court number 1, we have got a huge result here to share with you. Tatiana Maria, the 34-year-old, has just beaten Julie Niemeier 7-5 in the third to reach her first Grand Slam semi-final. What an achievement.
Well, what a huge result for Tatiana Maria, mother of 2. It's her 35th major at age 34, just the 6th woman at that age to get to her first Wimbledon semi-final. This has been so unexpected for the world number 3, but she has just had an absolute dream of a tournament, and the dream continues into the Final 4. And look at how much it means to her, and too. She was down a break in the third set. Julie Niemeier serving at 4-3, but Tatiana Maria, she slices off both sides, she moves the ball around the court, and she has continued to say all tournament, my coach, my husband, there he is on the right. He has been they have been such a family unit. Their 2 daughters, Charlotte and Cecilia. It's been a family effort, and what great camaraderie between the 2 Germans there too.
That's lovely, yeah. Julie Niemeier, graceful there in defeat. But she's had a fantastic run herself, 22 years of age, and only her 2nd career Grand Slam event, reaching the quarterfinals here at Wimbledon on her debut. We will hear more about her in the future. She's got a fantastic game, huge serve, plenty of variety, but not as much variety as this woman in your picture. Tatiana Maria has got the style of play that will wind up anyone, especially on a grass court. Something has clearly clicked. It's all come together, and she's got the style of tennis that makes you go for shots that you don't want to go for, makes you, frustrated on the inside.
What a Wimbledon debut it's been for Julie Niemeier, who, of course, in the 2nd round took out Annette Kontaveit, and then had a big win also over Heather Watson to get to this stage. I think we're going to see a lot more of Niemeier. Big hitting, was serving and volleying today as well. But, you know, for Tatiana Maria, beating Sorana Cirstea, Maria Sakkari, taking out Jelena Ostapenko.
Yes, she was a set and 4-1 down against Jelena Ostapenko. Saved match points against her as well in the previous round. And there's another long battle, 2 hours, 17 minutes. Her 2 little girls, though, were not there in the stands to watch. They love spending time in the creche down at Orangi Park. But her husband and coach there just beaming with pride, a look of shock and delight there from Tatiana Maria. What an achievement. Well, fantastic result, semi-finalist. Let's hear what she has to say.
Well. I don't think I've seen a player walk up for one of these interviews with a bigger smile all tournament. Tatiana, what's going through your mind right now?
I mean, I have goosebumps everywhere. It was such a tough match against Jule. I mean, she's from the same country than me. We are both German, and I think today we made Germany really proud after our match.
Tell me about what's going on in your mind after the first set. You've lost the first set. You're a breakdown in the second. Things are looking tough. What are you thinking? You know, I have really such a great box, great supporter around me. I mean, I don't know even what to say, because, you know, I'm here on this court. I really try to enjoy, to play every single point, in front of you guys. This court is amazing, the crowd is amazing, and it's such a pleasure to play here. You talk about both you and Jule making Germany proud today, but there are a couple of people that you've mentioned through this tournament that you are making quite proud. 2 little girls.
Yes,
Charlotte
my 2
and
little
Cecilia.
girls. I mean, yeah, it's a dream. It's a dream to live this with my family, with my 2 little girls. I mean, 1 year ago, I just gave birth almost, so I mean. It's crazy.
It's incredible. As you say, 1 year ago, Cecilia was born roughly.
Yes.
You are into the semi-final of Wimbledon. I know it doesn't probably matter who you play next, but there is the possibility that you might play someone that you know quite well in Ons Jabeur.
Yeah, Ons, I mean, it will be really nice to play Ons because Ons is, I mean, part of our family. She loves my kids. She's telling me every single day. I mean, she's playing with Charlotte all the time. She loves Sissy. I mean, it would be great to play Ons, but we never know. But I mean, I'm only happy that I'm in a semi-final now.
Well, this has been one of the most enjoyable things to do, to speak to you after you've made it through to the first semi-final of your career, and it's done here at Wimbledon. Congratulations to Tatiana Maria!
Well, just absolutely brilliant stuff there from Tatiana Maria. So honest, so open, talking about her kids, talking about the fact that Ons Jabeur, who she could play in the semifinals, has made a great relationship, especially with her younger kid, Charlotte, who's 8. Also, in that time that she was away from the game with Charlotte, switched from a 2-handed backhand to a 1-hander, has used that stroke so well during her run to the Wimbledon semifinals. We've got our first semifinalist in the singles, men or women, and it's Tatiana Maria. And I just, you know, this is what we love about sport, right? Is you never know. You can always say that you expect this or that this person's going to do that, or even right now, Novak Djokovic in a lot of trouble on center court. Yeah. You have to go out and you have to play, and Tatiana Maria has done that now 5 times and into the last 4.
She has. You just cannot predict anything, but Tatiana Maria has been on tour for so many years. I mean, she played at Surbiton a month ago, the first grass court event of the year, and I watched her play against Coco van der Wey there in the quarterfinals. That match went Coco van der Wey's way, and then the following week in Nottingham, she actually went out in the first round to Britain's Katie Boulter, sat there and watched that match in Nottingham. And, you know, other players will be looking at this, feeling inspired and thinking, my goodness, if Tatiana Maria can do this, you know, what else is possible out there? And hopefully take inspiration from it. And, you know, the women's game, we talk about it week to week. We talk about how open it is. So the opportunities are there on any given day, regardless of your ranking. Tatiana Maria's ranking is outside the world's top 100. Anything is possible. You just have to keep believing, you have to keep putting yourself out there. And as she touched on in her interview, that she's got a fantastic support network. Her husband and coach Charles, who played a bit himself back in the day. I mean, he's also always so cheerful, whether she wins, whether she loses. He's her #1 fan, gives her so much support. And her daughter Charlotte, who's only 8 years old, have you seen her on the tennis court?
Is she good?
She is very, very good.
Oh, let's just go ahead and take a look at some of the stats from that match. Again, it was Jule Niemeier who led by a break in both the second and third set. But what about serve and volley? Jule Niemeier doing it 25 times in that match. And Tatiana Maria, though, able to weather that storm, breaking 5 times in this contest.
Yeah, Jule Niemeier perhaps hitting more winners, but a lot more unforced errors too. But anyway, deep breath. Tatiana Maria is through to a Grand Slam semi-final here at Wimbledon. I'm just in disbelief. I'm in awe of her.
She just, you know, she said it feels like a dream, but she just hasn't stopped dreaming this whole tournament. Actually, we're just above the court 18, and earlier this tournament, Sorana Cirstea was up 3-1 in the third. I think she was even up 2 breaks in that third set. That was in the second round, and then took out Maria Sakkari in the next round, and then Jelena Ostapenko, who had match points in that match. So until your opponent has won that last point, You just have to continue to back yourself.
Yeah.
And that's a great attitude for Tatiana Maria to have to make a run like this.
Yeah, fantastic fighting spirit. Just never say never. Just continue to compete. She's done so. And if it is Ons Jabeur that she faces in the semi-final, can you imagine that matchup? The kind, I mean, you can just make a show reel of fancy points there. Both women who are incredibly talented, incredibly awkward to play against. We're going to see a lot of variety. I'm thinking too far ahead now. Ons Jabeur hasn't even taken to court against Maria Bouzkova, but should she play against Ons Jabeur, it'd be an amazing matchup.
How do you think that Jabeur's going to handle the occasion today? It was tight against Elise Mertens on center court a couple days ago. She is obviously the favorite now. You've got Bouzkova today, and if she wins, then you've got Tatiana Maria. She talked about that very first press conference. She sat down. She said, I'm here at Wimbledon. I want to hoist this trophy. This is the one I've dreamed of. Now she's got a very, very good opportunity, but like Tatiana Maria has showed us, you've got to go out there and play, and Bouzkova herself has had a tremendous run this tournament.
She has, but Bouzkova hasn't, I guess, had the experience of being out there on centre court. We all know Ons Jabeur is a strong favourite. She will know she's a strong favourite, but I think she's got the experience and she's got enough there where she will be able to handle the occasion, I think, better than her opponent today.
Okay, so that is to follow Novak Djokovic and Jannik Sinner on center court. We're going to keep an eye on that one. Tatiana Maria is into a Wimbledon semi-final. Congratulations to her. But let's go ahead and now check in with our good friend Radzi.
Barbara and Katerina, lovely to talk to you both. Safely through to the semi-finals, but it wasn't made easy. That first set was a tough one.
Yeah, the match was really tough. I mean, they were playing really great, and I'm really happy that we could turn around.
Could I ask a question? As a doubles pair, what goes through your head when you're 6-1 down in the first set? Do you ever doubt yourself?
I don't think we are doubting ourselves. It's just more that, we are trying to figure out the way how to change the match, how to turn it around for to have it on our side, and I think we just and we are just still trying to fight for every single ball.
One thing I love about tennis is the diversity in sizes. You get people who are 6'10", some people who are 5'2". In women's doubles, what's the ultimate height, do you think?
I have no idea. I mean, for someone it's tougher if she's small, but I think it doesn't matter. I mean...
So not that you don't like the tall-short combination. You think tall, short, short. What would be the one for you?
I think it's good the way it is for us. So I think it's just, that's what works.
It really is working. And what do you think it is that works so well with you? You're the number 2 seeds. You're going in here. We know you've won in Wimbledon before. What is it about you guys?
We are just a really good team. I think it's working. We know what we are going to do, so it just feels easy.
And to win in Wimbledon, to win on clay, 2 very different things. What does it take to win at Wimbledon?
I think you really have to be consistent. You really have to believe in your game. You have to fight. There are more keys. So, and also in doubles, you need to have a good chemistry, really good communication, and really good team spirit. So there are a lot of stuff that you have to make it that you have to make well so you can win.
And could I turn the clock back to 2018 when you're crowned champions at Wimbledon? What is that like when they say Wimbledon champions 2018?
It's amazing. I mean, it was really good feeling, and I think that year was amazing, and we hope to continue and doing great, and hopefully we can say it one more time.
So fingers crossed we'll be speaking to you in a week's time saying you're the 2022 Wimbledon champions. Barbara, Katerina, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
And the sun continues to shine at the start of this second week at the All England Club on a glorious Monday morning in southwest London.
Glorious day. Some of the best weather forecasts today. It's a sumptuous performance. Elena Rybakina oozing authority, full of conviction.
Another victory for Kyrgios. This takes him through to the quarterfinals.
Super happy to get through. I fought really hard today, and the crowd was amazing. It was special stepping out here once again.
What a match! What a match! Standing ovation on court two, no quarter asked or given by two absolutely ferocious competitors. But it's Cristian Garin who will play in the quarter-finals of Wimbledon.
Game set match Halep.
Full of class, Simona Halep this afternoon.
6-1, 6-2.
Always nervous before, but I enjoyed a lot to be back on center court in front of this beautiful crowd, always supporting me. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back here.
Vodafone is through to the Wimbledon quarter-finals.
The wonderful week enjoyed by all the Harmony Tan team is at an end.
With some relief, gets the job done.
To be in quarterfinals here on Wimbledon after 3 years without playing here, it's amazing for me, and also very, very happy.
Well, we just saw some fantastic emotional scenes from yesterday. We also just saw some emotional scenes on this very court, the #1 court, a few minutes ago. Tatiana Maria is into the semifinals. So we move on to a men's match, and Cam Norrie, the lone remaining British player in singles, taking on David Goffin today. Both of these guys looking to make their first ever Wimbledon semifinal. It's a first Grand Slam quarterfinal for Cam Norrie, and David Goffin actually made it this far 3 years ago against Novak Djokovic. He lost that match, but Goffin's been through a lot in the last 3 years, of course, with the pandemic, but then has had... You're listening to Renaud Lichtenstein here.
No delays between first and second serve. And then for the towels, you, David, take the purple one, the green one for you, Cameron. And just a friendly reminder about the grass court, please do not damage them. Any question? So this is heads and tails, David. Tails. Heads. Receive. Have a good one.
All right, so Cam Norrie wins the toss. He's going to receive to start. Yeah, for David Goffin, he's been through so much and in the last 3 years, so it'll be interesting to watch this one. They've played once before. It was on clay. It's hard to draw much from that because Goffin was actually injured in that match. Norrie was given a retirement midway through the second set. But how well has Cam Norrie managed his expectations this Wimbledon? It's been fantastic.
Yeah, I think he's been impressive, to say the least. He's got better and better with each match. He's gone about it in the Cam Norrie way, which is very understated, just quietly gets on with it. But he's the last Brit standing in the singles, and he is bidding to become just the 4th British man in the Open era to reach the semi-finals at Wimbledon. And he'll fancy his chances out here. He's got an awkward game, Cam Norrie, to trouble Goffin. He's got that lefty spinny forehand, which he'll look to use to take Goffin out on his backhand wing and off the court. And then he's got that flat backhand, which stays so low through the court. And now that the grass has worn out a bit, it's going to speed up, especially as this match progresses. And that will be a tough shot for Goffin to play against. And, you know, I do think the start of this match is going to be key. Whoever can get their nose out in front, you know, will take confidence in that and perhaps go all the way. You know, it's good to see David Goffin back in the latter stages of a Grand Slam. As you said, he has been through a lot. He's battled his way into this stage. I mean, that last match against Francis Tiafoe, that was a real belter. 7-5 in the third, of some classy tennis between the two of them.
The longest match of the tournament, 4 hours and 36 minutes. Actually, the second time Goffin has beaten Tiafoe at a major this year. And actually, Goffin was one of our guests on the People's Press Conference at HSBC earlier this tournament. And just so relaxed, Dan. You know, 31, we saw he's playing his 38th Grand Slam. He's been around for a long time.
How is he 31?
Well, exactly. I mean, remember when he broke through at the French Open a couple years ago and said Roger Federer was his hero and took a set off Roger on Chatrier? I mean, he's matured so much. He's won several ATP titles. He's been a top 15 player. He's been in the ATP Finals championship match. He's someone that's really established, but to see him have this resurgence has been fantastic. And I've been wowed at Cam Norrie, the way that he has handled himself in this tournament. You know, coming through, beating Jaume Munar. That one was a little scratchy, but then he's looked really good since then. Taking out Steve Johnson on center court, just dashed through that match and really made Tommy Paul look close to average when Tommy Paul had been playing some really high-level tennis in the previous round.
Yeah, and that as well, a straight sets victory to Cam Norrie. So he's been pretty efficient as possible in his last two matches. Not that it really matters because we know he's got a big engine and he prides himself on his fitness. This is a guy who will run all day. I mean, you can move him side to side, front and back as much as you want. He is never going to tire. He can run and run all day long, and that's what makes him so difficult to play against. But Cam Norrie broke into the world's top 10 for the very first time this year, seeded 9th here at Wimbledon. The British public are starting to get to know him better, and he is going to have their full support for this match.
How about I love that Cam Norrie bikes onto site every day from Putney.
He does, yes, he does that at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. He cycles there, he leaves his stuff at the National Tennis Centre, takes his dirty laundry back home, comes back with fresh kit each day, and yeah, cycles, very environmentally friendly.
Yeah, certainly. So, and you know, Cam Norrie, a college player at TCU, and obviously has had a later breakthrough in his career. You can see he's left-handed. He's got some of the classic sunscreen on the face today. It's a much more summery day here in London than we've had for the past few days. But I like your call here that it's really important. This first set is going to be important for both these guys. I think it's going to be interesting to see how David Goffin goes physically as well after playing that 4-hour and 36-minute match against Francis Tiafoe. So this one about to get underway. If you would like to tune in, you can go to your broadcaster in your home country, and that's who's going to have this match. But before the tournament, Cam Norrie was speaking to many interested media outlets, including our very own Renee Stubbs.
Well, Cam, hi, welcome back to Wimbledon. I guess the first question is, how does it feel for you to be back here?
It feels great, very special to be back. Obviously, it's my home slam, so feeling good and ready to get going. Obviously, I'm playing on Monday, so straight up and looking forward to getting after it.
How great is it? And you know, Wimbledon's obviously, and the tennis world, the world in general, has gone through a bit of a tough time over the last 3 years. What's it going to be like for you, particularly being a hometown guy, to play with a full crowd at Wimbledon this year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be great seeing everyone and the atmosphere they bring, obviously, and then us players getting to play with a full crowd and full capacity and not having to be in a bubble. So it's going to feel good, and especially I live just around the corner, so it's easy for me, and lucky I get to sleep in my own bed and come here and compete. So really looking forward to it.
It's been a tremendous 12 months for you. The ranking rise has been just amazing. The form coming in here, what do you feel like, where's your game at right now, and what do you think the future holds the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think ideally it would be nice to get a couple more matches on the grass. Playing a few more at Queen's would have been good, and then last week I got a couple in, which was nice. But it is what it is, and I got yesterday to rest, and I got the weekend to prepare as well as I can, and for me it's looking to make the second week of a slam for the first time, and yeah, it's nice to tick that box, like you said, being in the top 10 and having a pretty steady progression. But I think there's a lot of things in my game that I can improve on, and I think especially on grass, I think if I can do the fundamentals well and serve and return, I think it's going to be a big factor in how well I do in the next couple of weeks here.
As you can see behind us, it's the 100th year of centre court here. What was your first memory of centre court, whether it be on television or in person?
Yeah, I was obviously watching a lot of Wimbledon over the years, but my first memory playing on here was against Nishikori, and he absolutely chopped me up straight set, so it was a pretty quick memory. But yeah, now I got to share the court with Federer last year actually, and played a close match with him. So yeah, mostly good memories here, and such a special court, such a special venue in general. So it's crazy to think there's been 100 years of play on this court.
What's the uniqueness about this particular court that's different from anywhere else in the world?
Obviously, if you look at it, you see how pristine the grass is, and when you walk out, it's super special. And you got the royal box just behind there, and it's, yeah, very cool, and definitely an iconic part of tennis itself, and has a lot of history and a lot of historic matches been played on this court. So overall, I mean, sit cool in general, and yeah, the grass is amazing.
When that schedule comes out and you see your name on centre court, do you think about the uniqueness of that here? I think for me, when I was playing Roger, that was insane. Seeing that, I just played Rafa on centre court and Philip Chatrier, so that was cool to tick that box. And then I was going to play Roger here, so I was like, wow, insane. And my phone was going off the hook, and tickets. So yeah, it was very cool to experience that, and obviously share the court with him, and to be playing here and play a couple times on this court is very special. Hopefully a couple times this year as well. Well, we're seeing some of the unique things we're seeing right now, that you have to water this particular centre court. If there's one match that you could sit here in the crowd and watch over the last 100 years, which one would that be?
Either one of the typical Roger Rafa finals, or I'd say when Andy won his first Wimbledon. I've seen that video 1,000 times where he takes his hat off and throws it, and so, and the atmosphere sounds incredible in that one, so it'll be pretty cool to be watching that one, I'd say, when Andy won.
Wimbledon are doing some pretty special things across the street. They're building extra courts for collies to be here, and also more practice courts. How great is it that Wimbledon are really trying to even expand and do the things they're doing so many years, being in the same place and this?
I mean, they do an insane job of doing that and treating the players well. As you come in, you feel special, and you get special treatment being a player, and you feel good, and especially doing that and having the qualies here, it's a little bit it's interesting, and so obviously having to play at Roehampton, it's kind of you're in the tournament but you're not, and so I think them doing that is definitely going to make those players feel more special and definitely more part of the tournament. So and then obviously buying the land, that's so cool, and it's going to be very cool to see how they do it, and with so much money and everything behind it, and it'll be very cool to see how the finished product of everything, and it's only going to get better and better.
Well, Cam, I hope you walk to and from your house many times and have an opportunity to play on this court. Best of luck during the championships.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
the best bit about Wimbledon is the people you meet. And look who I've met. Hi, guys. Hi. Okay, first of all, let's just get a general idea of how old you all are. How old are you?
I'm 7.
7.
I'm 7.
7.
7.
7.
I'm 7.
7.
7.
7. I'm getting a theme.
7. 6.
3.
6.
6.
6.
6.
6.
6.
8.
8.
6.
6.
7.
7. All right. So you're about 6 and 7 and 8. Now, are you all big, keen tennis players?
Yes!
And how cool is it being at Wimbledon? Have you seen anyone play any tennis yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, was it good?
Yeah.
Were they really impressive?
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying this crowd participation. Now, what are you going to do? Because I see you're all carrying tennis rackets. Do you get to play at Wimbledon today?
No.
Oh, no, yes, maybe. Talk to me. What do you think?
Well, we might get to hit a ball if there's time.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. I love your T-shirts, by the way. So with tennis, why is it you all enjoy playing it so much? Yep.
Because it's really fun and you get to meet new people.
Great answers. That is so true. It really is. Yes?
That you can just hit a ball.
It's pretty cool just being able to whack a ball over a net. Yes, Tristan?
Having to run around and chase balls.
It's good to get your exercise in, isn't it? And meet lots of lovely friends. Now, did you all bring a packed lunch or have you been able to eat here?
Yeah.
You brought packed lunch? Yeah. What did we bring? What did you bring?
Sandwich.
Nice.
Sandwich.
Sandwich, uh-oh.
Sandwich.
Oh, that's original.
Sandwich.
Oh, no one brought pasta salad. Oh, yes.
Crisps.
Nice.
I bought sweet treats.
Sweet treats. I like those. Okay, last question. Have any of you had strawberries and cream?
Oh.
Yep.
It's really good.
Yeah, did you like it? Was it yummy?
My sister wanted me to get it.
What, strawberries and cream to bring it back for her? It won't travel well. Did you bring it to have any strawberries and cream?
No.
No. All right, well, guys, we mustn't stop you anymore. These are the tennis stars of the future, and they're on their way to the practice courts. Off you go. Double up. Let's go. Bye.
Bye. I'm on TV.
Woo!
Hello, whoever's watching me.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sipsmith Swansea service at Wimbledon.
Your Swansea at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sipsmith Gin. Swansea, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
have made my way to the Hill, arguably one of the best places to take in all the match action here at Wimbledon. The atmosphere is amazing, loads of people have brought along their picnics, and the sunshine's made an appearance too. How are you enjoying your time here on the Hill?
Oh, it's so good. It's so nice to be back in Wimbledon. Such a great atmosphere.
What is the best thing about the Hill here at Wimbledon?
Everyone enjoying the sport that we all love.
I think just the communal aspect of being around everyone and everyone watching the game you love, being able to cheer loudly.
Well, it's being able to watch everything going on at the same time and have the atmosphere from outside the courts.
The sun is shining. This is fantastic. There's no better place to be.
How special is the atmosphere on the Hill?
It's very special. Everyone's having a bit of Pimm's, bit of ice cream. It's just great.
I think it's relaxed and it's the British summer at its best.
And what would be your top tip for anyone coming to watch tennis on the Hill?
Well, at the moment, bring a weatherproof blanket to sit on.
Oh, definitely bring your snacks paired with an umbrella because it did pour a little today. Bring some Pimm's, bring a bottle of fizz.
And bring a happy face.
Bring yourself a picnic and just enjoy your day here. Fantastic, isn't it?
Greatness. It takes time to evolve and to grow. To strive for relevance in a world that changes fast. To learn how to adapt when the conditions work against us. It's an endeavor to be sharper and smarter. A labor of excellence as old as time itself. A century of relentlessly pushing the boundaries, further and further, again and again and again.
You have to develop an edge to be great at something. I got that. And then, boom, there's something clearly wrong.
You're doing your job, umpire? You're pathetic! How much bigger a point can you screw it up with? Couldn't you see anything?
From New York, John McEnroe.
You either loved him or hated him, but you could not be aware of John McEnroe.
I didn't want to be booed. I wanted everyone to clap for me. But if I wanted to be like my idols,
There's a foot over the line.
I did learn you gotta be a bit of a lunatic out there.
You cannot be serious.
Who doesn't mind yelling at an umpire, man?
Go around the world, meet girls, then party. I was on such an unbelievable high. #1 in the world. I'm the greatest player that's ever played. Why does it not feel that amazing? You always worry you're too much like your dad. He was a perfectionist. That's my biggest flaw. I was melting down. 37 psychologists and psychiatrists didn't help. It felt like there was no way that it could get worse, but it proved to be incorrect.
John's a perfectionist. In his head, it's never good enough.
I would dwell on tennis matches when I could have been a better dad. That's the worst feeling. You always hear, do whatever it takes to win, at any cost. Is it all worth it?
Man, should be absolutely brilliant, that film. John McEnroe. Radzi and I have joined you, by the way, here on Wimbledon Uncovered. What does John McEnroe mean to you?
That's a great question.
Because he's a bit before our era.
He is.
But impossible to ignore within tennis circles.
Because he transcends eras. And I think a question I'll put to you in a second, but it'll be about the comparison between him and Kyrgios. For me, he's one of the original bad boys of sport. He's a guy that you love to hate, but that you also didn't begrudge winning. And I think he went from that sort of petulant child role to then a guy you sort of went, fair play. And he was also flipping good, and that's the fundamental. He was incredibly good at what he did. What about yourself?
And so many people point to this fabulous rivalry that he had with Bjorn Borg. These are scenes from the 1981 final when McEnroe managed to finally win the title. It was a repeat Look at this, it's brilliant. I love watching this old footage. But it was a repeat of the previous year's final, of course. Borg was attempting to equal William Renshaw's record of 6 consecutive Wimbledon titles, and also the all-time record at that time, which was Roy Emerson who'd set it, of 12 Wimbledon titles. So there was so much on the line for Borg. And everyone, well, not everybody wanted Borg to win. Clearly, there were people supporting McEnroe. But I think the tennis world at that time, I remember speaking to a few tennis historians about this moment in history, because obviously, as I said, it was prior to our time, how important it was to remember the context of the match, given that the whole of the sporting world felt like Bjorn Borg was about to break the record and about to achieve what had previously been seen impossible in tennis, and McEnroe stopped him doing that. And what a lot of people forget, actually, was during this Wimbledon, it wasn't this match, the final, but in the first round against Tom Gullikson was where we got the famous "You cannot be serious." That was where the original one happened.
It's from round
It was in the first round of 1981 Wimbledon. That was where the disagreement happened. You cannot be serious. Obviously, it happened a lot since then.
That's a great
McEnroe
fact.
is still doing it every time he goes in court since, and he can't get away from it. But his legend was cemented in many ways that year at Wimbledon in the first round against Tom Gullikson.
That is a great fact. And I think as well for him as well, they say every rivalry needs a good dance partner. And Borg was the perfect dance partner, where you had volatile, angry, and then you had cool, calm, collected, but the Iceman. And so it was ice and fire. And we spoke yesterday about how do you beat Kyrgios. It's not with fire and fire, you said it was with fire and water. And that's what you had. And then you were almost defined as a human by who you liked. You know, are you a Nike or an Adidas guy? McEnroe is literally a Nike guy, and he personifies that brand. And to have two people so polarised in everything that they do and did, just incredible. It sort of reminds me of Prost and who's the driver? I've walked myself into this one.
Sinner,
thank you.
Yeah.
And it's just that notion of two incredible rivals that were playing at the absolute top of the game, and they just happened to. You almost felt as though they didn't like each other, and that added to it as well.
And it followed throughout history as well. I mean, you talk about other rivalries within tennis. A great example was Sampras and Agassi. Completely different characters. Sampras was clean-cut, metronomic, didn't give you too much off the court in the interviews or anything. It was all business, serve and volley. You knew he was coming, you knew what he was going to do, and you couldn't stop him. Andre Agassi was a bit more of a bad boy. He had the long hair, the earrings, the crazy outfits that he came out with. The tie-dye shirts and things he would wear.
Yeah.
It's funny how they come back in fashion.
You know, you're getting old when things are coming back in fashion.
Exactly. But that in tennis, and I think particularly in individual sports that are head-to-head, we love people who are different. You don't want to see people who are the same types of players, people who do the same thing. We like it when we can say, right, I'm going to go for the bad boy, or I'm going to go for the guy who's just an unbelievable player and the Iceman. And Borg and McEnroe typified that.
If you are going to be a bad boy, I think there are two rules. You've got to be very good, but you've also got to be cool. Agassi, cool. Kyrgios, cool. McEnroe, undeniably cool. So cool is he that he's even cool in his 60s. You just see him and go, he can be wearing a suit, an innocuous, generic suit, and you go, that is a cool man.
And also, post-tennis, obviously he was a great player, but now, I listen and watch a lot of tennis, and he's one of those commentators you just have to listen to. He's able to cut through. To anyone who's listening, they remember McEnroe, and he's able to speak to someone who's never watched a tennis match or played tennis in their life, but also to someone who loves the sport and knows the intricate details. He pitches it perfectly, and I love listening to him on tennis coverage all around the world.
And even with the anniversary that they had on the court at the weekend, who announced Sue Barker to the crowd? John McEnroe, the only man that's going to do it amongst the greats of tennis. Who steps up? J-Mac, because he's a leader. He's I think as he sort of transcended the court to then off the court, I think you associate him just almost with sport at large and America, and he's also an alpha, and I enormously respect that man.
OK, let's have a quick check-in on the live tennis and what's happening at the moment. See a third set summary from this match that's taking place on centre court at the moment. It's Novak Djokovic who's taken that third set 6-3, fighting back against Jannik Sinner, because it did look for a long time, didn't it, Radzi, that this was going to be a big upset, a straight sets win for the Italian.
This was looking huge, and it still is. I mean, I think if you'd have said to Jannik Sinner at the start of this match, after 4 sets, this will be the situation that you're in, I think you'd have bitten your arm off. And, I mean, Also, what impressed me was in that third set, he didn't make it easy. He lost that set, but he fought back, and it was 5-2. And I think 6-2 sends a real message. It's almost that, oh yes, it's the classic comeback from Novak, especially when it goes deep into a match. But this is not over.
Not at all. And Djokovic is currently leading 3-love in the fourth set. And with Djokovic, you feel like it'd take him a little while for the train engine to get going. But once that train gets moving and is leaving the station, there is nothing stopping him.
And the problem is with this we were talking about this off air, the real great current players, when it goes deep, that's when, if you like, the averages begin to really realise themselves, the statistics realise themselves, and I suppose the greatness realises itself. I'm going to chuck it out there. I would love Jannik to win this one. I would absolutely... What a fairy tale performance.
You love an underdog.
I love an underdog. And I pretend that I think I'm right by going for the person.
And I think that is why beating these great champions like Djokovic, like Nadal, like Federer, and on the women's side as well, on centre court, is so difficult, particularly in the men's game when it's 5 sets, because it is... If this was a 3-set match, Jannik Sinner's already in the locker room. He's already doing the interviews. Brilliant, well played, Jannik, you've done it. You beat Djokovic on centre court. He's still out there. And that is why it's so difficult to beat the greats at the slams, because they have time. They have time to lose 2 sets. To be out there for an hour and a half, 2 hours, they're not bothered. They, keep calm. They can turn it around. And that is what the greats do. And I think why playing the likes of Djokovic, Federer, Nadal, Murray when he was in his prime on centre court and beating them was so difficult, because the other players knew that they had to keep it up for 3 hours, 2.5 hours, over the course of 3 sets to get it done. And even if they won 2 sets, that train, the Djokovic train, could still leave the station, and it's doing that at the moment.
You've hit the nail on the head, because I watched at the end of the second set, I looked at Djokovic's team, and they didn't seem bothered, and I thought it was a sign of resignation, but you're absolutely right.
No, it's the internal... and Djokovic is very, very good at it. It's that internal calm. He doesn't get frustrated by it, because he knows that just keep working away, keep working away, keep working away. He's telling the opponents, you've got to keep this astronomically high level up for a good while yet if you're going to beat me, and I'm not going to go anywhere. He's like a brick wall down the other end. Keep the ball coming back. And also picking out little weaknesses within his opponent, because I'm sure he'll have been surprised as all of us. He was expecting to beat Jannik Sinner. He's the better ranked player. Look at his record. He will have been frustrated by the fact that he lost the opening 2 sets. But I'm sure throughout that time he'll have been looking for little chinks in the armour, little moments of magic that he could produce. OK, what did I do right at that point? Why did I win those games? Why did I win those points? Let's do some more of that and see if it works in the third, and it has done.
Here's a question for you then. If it was Kyrgios on the other side of the net that's facing Djokovic and he's 2 sets up, how would Djokovic respond and his team respond to potentially the antics and the mind games that Kyrgios would be playing?
Well, we were talking earlier with Greg Rosetsky about this exact fact, and Kyrgios doesn't have a great record against those top players, the likes of Djokovic, Nadal. I mean, I know he has beaten Rafa here, but generally, if you look at his record across all the tournaments, all of the Grand Slams, Kyrgios is great. He's a flat track bully, is the term in cricket, isn't he? He's great when the going's good and he's playing someone that he can strong arm almost, then he often comes through. But when he plays those top players, he isn't quite able to assert himself, because a lot of those antics don't have anything. They're just deflected by these perhaps slightly superior opponents. And I just think unless Kyrgios is right on it against those top guys, the Djokovic and Nadals, they're going to know that eventually they'll be able to see it through.
Well, we're going to continue this conversation. And just a quick reminder that in the 5th game, so Djokovic is now 4 games to love up in this, Jannik serving, and he's 30 love up in this game. So again, he is not to be moved over. That's going to take an awful lot of doing, and it could go to a final set. And if it does, it'll be massively exciting. But as for us, we're going to head out to Wimbledon now and head out to these glorious courts and all the glorious people that you get to meet. And Olivia's doing just that.
Mate, it's Ivan. Hello, Ivan. How are you?
Oh, good.
Now tell us where you're from.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, so you've flown in. And have you come to London just for a holiday, or are you here for Wimbledon specifically?
London, Wimbledon specifically.
Wow, and why? Who have you come to see today?
Novak
Djokovic. He's your man.
Yeah.
And do you fancy him to win this whole thing this week?
Well, I was kind of hoping he'd be up 2-1 instead of being down 2-1, but what are you going to do, right?
Hey.
But he's my man.
He's your man. Now, there's a good story here, Ivan, isn't there? That you have centre court tickets for tomorrow when Djokovic isn't playing.
Yeah.
What happened?
I thought he was going to be playing tomorrow.
Why?
Because they said men's quarters.
I see.
The middle Sunday screwed things up.
It did. It's confusing. It's new. The schedule's a bit different. Okay,
Yeah.
so you've got tickets to watch your man who's not on tomorrow, so you're out on the hill watching it. And are you enjoying that experience?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
And you know what? It could be worse things. I'm watching Nadal tomorrow.
Yeah, do you know
right?
what? I
It
would
could be worse.
question people actually would want that. So you're all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah.
Okay, so Wimbledon, it's cool, it's a fun thing to do.
Oh, yeah, it's great. Love it. Love
yeah?
it. Unbelievable experience. First time here, and looking forward to tomorrow on center court.
Have you tried any of the delicacies we have on offer?
I'm going to be doing strawberries and cream very shortly. I just did some ice cream. You know, I had Pimm's. You know.
Got it all. It's literally, you've ticked all the boxes as a tourist here.
Right, yeah.
And have you found the whole experience quite charming? Are you enjoying the staff? Is everyone looking after
The place
you?
is beautiful.
Yeah.
The flowers, the ivy on the walls.
Oh.
I mean, come on. Come on. I mean, I go to the U.S. Open, but it doesn't compare to this place.
We'll take that,
Yeah,
thank you. All right, Ivan, I won't keep you a minute longer. Go watch your boy.
Appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
You too.
Take care.
Day 4 at Wimbledon, and it is the HSBC Fan Zone. It is time for another People's Press Conference, and we've got a former top 10 player, a Wimbledon quarterfinalist. Put your hands together, everyone, for David Goffin. Oh, come on, guys. Give him some noise. There we go. David, thank you for joining us, and you are actually into the third round. Congratulations. How does that feel, and how does it feel to be back here at Wimbledon?
It's great to be back. My last match was in 2019 because last year I was injured, and then with the COVID, I didn't play for 3 years. So I'm happy to be back. Play 2 good matches. Playing third round tomorrow, so a little day off, little practice, and yeah, I'm feeling great here.
In 2019, you actually made the quarterfinals, beat Daniil Medvedev to get into the last 8, played Novak Djokovic. Tell us about that experience and how it felt to get into the last 8.
Yeah, it was my best Wimbledon, my best tennis probably on the grass, and it was great, you know, playing on center court against Novak, which is one of the best players of our sport. So it was a great experience. I played well the whole tournament, and so it's a tournament that I love, probably my favorite tournament, so it's always nice when you can play well where you want to play well.
What we all hear, we don't know how it feels, is that there's nothing quite like center court at Wimbledon. Does that hold true for playing on it?
Yes, it's just amazing atmosphere. I had the chance to play against Andy Murray for the opening match in 2014, I think. He was the defending champion, so I opened the court, and it was not a good experience if you see the result, but great experience just to be there on center court. Full packed with the crowd, so it was great. I've never won a match on the center court, but I played some good ones, so it's great memories.
Yeah, well, still opportunities to win matches on center court. You've had wins over Albat and Baez so far, and next up against Hugo Humbert, who you've played before, and I'm guessing you know him pretty well too.
Yes, I lost the last time we played, but it was, I mean, not a long time ago, but quite a few years or months. And yeah, he's playing well on grass. He won tournaments on grass already. So it's going to be a tough match. He won against Ruud the match before. So yeah, good match. And it's a third round, so there's always tough opponents there, and we will see.
Did you see that Hugo forgot his rackets to come on court against Casper Ruud?
Yes,
Has anything like that ever happened to you?
No, because the rackets is the most important thing to have.
That's what I think
Sometimes
too.
the drinks or the shirts or a different show, okay, but rackets, that's the only thing you need.
How does that happen?
I don't know, maybe he gave it to the stringer in the morning and then he forgot, he went on the court, and so I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Okay, so into the third round for David Goffin. And we mentioned actually the last time that you were here was 2019. So how does it feel to be back and staying at a house nearby and just soaking in sort of the atmosphere of Wimbledon?
Oh, it's just amazing. That's the tournament that you feel that you're home almost, because you, like you said, we have a house. We can walk from here to the house with the team. It's nice, you know. We have a garden, small barbecue. It's a different atmosphere in the village, and it's nice, quite relaxed. So I love this tournament.
Are you doing some of the cooking, the barbecuing? Who's doing the cooking?
Barbecuing, yes.
Yeah? What's on the menu?
The rest, oh no, just nice meat, chicken, everything on the barbecue goes. potatoes. I put everything and then we taste.
Yeah, awesome. Well, happy to have David here with us for another one of our People's Press Conferences. We've got a lot of youngsters here. We've got fans from all over Wimbledon. I want to ask for our first question, which is right there. Tell us your name and where you're from. What's your question?
I'm Megan. I'm from Wales. And I just want to ask you, what's the best thing that you love about Wimbledon?
What do you love about Wimbledon?
It's tough to choose. I love a lot of things, but probably the pims and the strawberries.
Together?
Yeah, sure. Together, yes. Pims alone also is good.
There really is nothing, you know, you guys travel the world, right?
Yeah.
And to come here, I'm guessing when you were a young kid, you were dreaming about coming here as well.
Yeah, of course. And just to see that every year is the same traditions, the same, like I said, pims, strawberries, the same outfits. You dream about it. I like the traditions, and it has to stay like this.
Okay, actually, I don't know this. How many kits, how many outfits for matches do you have with you at a tournament?
I always take a lot, just in case. But when it's not too hot like this, then it's fine. Don't need too much shirt or short. But different tournaments, like in New York or Australia, it can be 40 degrees. So. Yeah. Then you need to change a lot.
All right, our next question. Can you tell us your name and how old you are, and then what's your question for David?
My name is Teddy. I'm 11 years old. And my question is, did you play any other sports when you were growing up?
Oh, any other sports?
Yes, I play a lot of sports. I follow soccer, and I play paddle, and I play golf. So I'm not as good as tennis, for sure, in paddle and golf, but I would love to play more golf, but I don't have time. It takes time to play golf, but I love it.
Yeah, you love golf a lot, actually. How's your golf game, and who's some of the best golfers on tour? Rafa's pretty good, isn't he?
Yeah, apparently. I've never played with Rafa, but we talk about golf together, and I suppose that he's good, because when I hear what he did and how he plays, I think he's really good.
He golfs righty, is that right? Well, I know he golfs
yes,
righty, yeah.
Like in tennis for him, so he's righty, yes.
Yeah, cool. All right, tell us your name, how old are you, and what's your question for David?
My name is Evie and I'm 10, and what made you want to start playing tennis in the first place?
Ooh, nice one. Thanks.
I didn't understand, sorry.
What made you want to play tennis to start? How did you get into tennis?
My father was a tennis coach, a tennis teacher, so I started to play with him a little bit, and then I tried different sports at the same time, because my parents said you try different sports and you do what you like, but tennis was the one I wanted to continue, the one I loved, because I tried to play soccer, I tried to play handball, but tennis was the one I wanted to do, and I continue until now, for the moment.
Who's a tennis player here? Raise your hand if you play tennis. All right, a few of you, very good. What's your question?
My name's Emmanuel, I'm 10 years old. Who's the hardest opponent for you to beat in your career?
Ooh, and David's had some good wins, so I'm excited for this one.
There's a lot of tough opponents, but for me, I would say Novak Djokovic, because he was world #1, he was one of the best player on tour for the moment, but and especially with his game style, you know, we have not the same game style, but similar, but he's doing a little bit everything better than me, so it's tough even if I play my best tennis to play against a guy that's doing everything but a little bit better. It's tough. So my game doesn't fit really well with him, so that's why for me it's the toughest opponent.
I mean, you've had great wins over many top players, Roger, Rafa, that 2017 run when you made the ATP finals, the final at the finals.
Yes.
31 now, and you're still bringing some of your best tennis. What's keeping you motivated to play at your top level?
Just the love of the sport. Just I want to continue to play those tournaments, to play in front of a crowd, big stadium. This is why I continue. And if the body said, okay, you can continue, I will continue. So, but I'm only 31. I'm back from injuries last year, and I'm feeling fit, fresh mentally. So everything is okay to continue. So I'm happy.
I like that you say only 31.
Yes.
You could play for another few years.
Of course.
Right?
If you see Roger, he's 40 and he's still continue. I mean, he's on his way back. So
Serena too.
Yeah, Serena too. So I still have time.
Okay.
10 more years.
10 more years. David Goffin, you heard it first. What's your question?
I'm Chloe Jones and I'm 12 years old. How did you first get introduced to tennis?
Ooh, first introduced. Well, your parents were tennis coaches, right?
Yes.
And how old were you when you started?
I started when I was 5. And yeah, it was easy. I don't know why, because it was a sport that I don't know. I was a little bit alone on my side. I love to play tennis, just to. I don't know why. It's just love at the first hit.
I like that, love at first hit. Okay, let's do 2 more questions. What's your question for David?
Hi, I'm Alicia. I'm 12 years old. And what was the favorite match you've ever played? Like the best match you've ever played?
Ooh, favorite match. You've had a lot of good ones. Have you played on all the big courts in tennis? All the major?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, probably. I think so, yes. But the best one was when I beat Roger Federer, I would say, because it was here in London at the O2 Arena in semi-final of the ATP finals. And he was my idol when I was young, and just to beat him in semi-finals of one of the biggest tournaments in the world was something magic. So it was great memory.
Can you explain that emotion, what that feels in that moment?
You just don't realize as soon as remember the last point he missed in the net. You just don't realize. It's just something that I can't explain. Just a lot of emotions, very excited, very tired at the same time. You just don't know how to react. It's something very special.
Right. All right, last question goes to you, good sir. Name, how old are you, and what's your question?
My name is Dean and I'm 10 years old. And how did you become a good tennis player?
Ooh, how did you become a good tennis player?
How? I don't know. I don't know, year after year, just because I love to play tennis. I just wanted to get better, to be better, to improve, and I had good coaches that gave me also the love of tennis, and then I've been helped with the Belgian Federation, and then I played well in junior, and then I was still motivated to continue to go on the tour, and year after year I was better, and then I wanted to just to be better and to have a better ranking, and yeah, that's I was lucky that I can have the level now to be in top 100 in those tournaments, but how, I don't know. I just wanted to be better.
I think always dreaming, right, and always believing in yourself, huh?
Of course, that was the key, and if you don't do that, it's tough.
All right, David, thank you. Can we make some noise for David Goffin? Come on, give him some cheers. This has been another People's Press Conference here at the HSBC Fan Zone. I think David is going to give some autographs to our future Wimbledon stars. But David, thank you so much.
Thank you
Best
very
of
much.
luck, bon chance.
Merci.
And thanks for hanging out.
Merci, thank you.
Woo!
I love those press conferences at the HSBC Fan Zone. That, we should say that was, as it said there, a few days ago, because Goffin's got something else to worry about at the moment.
Absolutely. Nick's aged 2 days, you can tell since that interview. But imagine being a young person at Wimbledon. Obviously you're seeing tennis, but you can get up close and personal with the players and get to ask them a question. Potentially your hero. That's really love that.
Yes, you must remember, bring something to sign, a pen to sign. I feel like I say this every day. Something to sign, a pen to sign it with, and check out the HSBC Fan Zone, because they do one of those interviews every single day. So if you're here early enough, you might get a chance to ask a question to a top tennis player. Whatever you want to ask them.
Indeed, and if you want to sit on Henman Hill, you can do just that. But what Nick was also, rather Adam was alluding to there, is that if you want to have something signed, perhaps after a player's maybe walking through, have a ball, have ideally a fancy dress costume, and ideally have a big smile on your face, and you've got a very good chance of getting something signed. Go away with the perfect souvenir.
Absolutely. Well, those people sat on the hill watching the big screens on the side of Court 1 are watching David Goffin in action on one of the big screens. Because this is what's happened so far in the first set. It was the Belgian who managed to quash British fans' hearts on court 1, taking it fairly comfortably in the end, 6-3. And if you look at the numbers, you can sort of see why, really. Although it was Norrie who had a higher percentage of first serves in, 52%. It's actually quite low for David Goffin, but 2 aces. And I think it's that second serve points won. Basically, Goffin's winning most of the time when he gets his second serve in, 85%, compared to Norrie, only 40%. And that is where you see, we were talking about this with Greg Rosetsky earlier on, what does David Goffin do well? Where is he going to trouble Cameron Norrie? And the big thing that Greg said was the return. And that is exactly what's shown there. Cameron Norrie, when he gets the second serve in, David Goffin's able to step in and attack on the return. And that's seeing him good so far, and he's taken that first set 6-3.
Yeah, really well observed, mate. There's also, it would have been 5-4 had Norrie won on deuce there. So it's a fairly close first set. And I think Norrie's got so much momentum. You're seeing actually in the papers, he was on the front page of one of the papers, and I thought, yes, Cameron, this could be your moment.
Yes, and there was, I suppose, some eyebrows raised about the fact that he wasn't on centre court, he was on court 1. But actually, coming from Cam himself, I think he would say, or he did say, that he would rather be on court 1. Clearly his dream is to play on centre court many times as you can. That, when you're a youngster, that's what you want to do. You want to play on centre court. But on 1, because the 2 courts are quite different, the speed of the court, the way that the atmosphere is inside there, and the way that it bounces, the way that the ball reacts when it hits the turf is a little bit different. And court 1 suits Cam Norrie a bit more than centre court does. So
that's a really interesting point. Do you know who would decide ultimately who gets the nod on centre court? Because it is a tough one, obviously, with him being a Brit and being incredibly popular locally, not necessarily possibly being the name globally that you might expect on centre court, though.
Well, it's a committee decision. It's the referee's office ultimately who decides. Jerry Armstrong is the chief referee here, but it's not just his decision, him alone. There's a committee that's involved in deciding on, okay, who should be on centre, or who should be on any courts. It's not just centre of 1. They decide who goes on court 18, court 4, and there are a lot of factors in there that not going to be able to get. You can't please everybody. But I think that was an interesting one. People will look at the order of play saying, oh, why's Cam Norrie not, given what he's done so far, and the fact that the British fans have got 1 person left to support in the men's singles and the ladies' singles, why is he not on centre court? But I don't think, given the way he goes about his tennis and his focused nature, he'll have been quite happy to be on 1, and it's served him well so far. He's played all of his great matches, his big wins prior to the last couple of rounds have been on outside court, so he's happy to be on a show court. Cam
is almost a perennial underdog. No matter who he plays, you don't necessarily think this will be a walkover. But yet he is a phenomenal player at his best. He's seeded, I think it was 9th he was seeded coming into this, for a reason. He's a colossal player, at Queen's especially. Last year made the final. I mean, he's dangerous, and again, we mentioned it in terms of the Djokovic match, could go to 5 sets. It's looking like that's what's going to happen. The Cam match, this could be a long one as well.
Oh yeah, it could go a long way. 2 players who don't make many mistakes from the baseline. We were talking about kids coming to Wimbledon here previously about the autographs, and it is great that you can head to Orangi, the practice facilities, and watch the players get ready for their matches. And Cam Norrie is someone to copy. If you've just started playing tennis as a youngster, what do I need to do in my practice sessions? How hard do I need to work? They all work hard, but Cam Norrie takes it to another level. I mean, he is so dedicated with the physical preparation. He's as fit as a fiddle, fit as a butcher's dog, as my dad used to say. He just runs every single ball down fast, and he just squeezes every single last drop out of his game, and that's because of the hard work he does on the practice courts.
I have to say, I was lucky enough to watch Cam play and practice an awful lot at Queen's a year ago, and to your point, everything you said was spot on, because the discipline down, just the stretching itself, dynamic stretching, static stretching, everything, the nutrition, there's no stone unturned there. As is the case with the play singles, or indeed he plays doubles. Cameron was actually born in South Africa, and we've got a Zimbabwean player playing on court number 2, just 1 country above. It's a properly global sport, Adam.
Yes, it's like a geography lesson here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Thought we'd see some live tennis, so we're checking in on court 2 as the fans filter in at the change of ends. We're watching Todd Woodbridge, the Aussie, with Cara Black, as you said, from Zimbabwe, against Thomas Johansson and Mary Jo Fernandez in the invitation mixed doubles. And it's such a treat for the fans there. They are enjoying their day out here at SW19. You don't have to be on centre court or court number 1 to have a great afternoon at Wimbledon in the second week of the Grand Slam. and we can join the commentators here. We're at fairly early stages of the first set, with Mary Jo Fernandez, the American, about to serve with Thomas Johansson.
Love 50. Love 30.
Todd Woodbridge hurls his racket at the ball to no avail. Mary Jo Fernandez was the runner-up at the Australian Open in 1990 and 92, lost to Graf and then Sellers. Fernandez's best singles performance at Wimbledon in 1991 reached the semi-final, losing again to Steffi Graf.
Okay. Come on, Teddy.
40-30. And Mary Jo was the Olympic doubles champion in 1992 and 96 with her namesake Gigi Fernandez.
Game, Johansson Fernandez. Two games all, first set.
So 2 apiece after 12 minutes. Nobody taking things too seriously out there.
I think it's break time, Teddy. Yeah. Come on, mate. Let's go.
Well, I've just bumped into Salim here, who's a massive Ons Jabeur fan. You can see he's holding a Tunisian flag here with what looks like Ons's autograph there.
It's definitely her autograph.
I was going to ask you about that.
2 days ago.
You got it 2 days ago, so you've met her, and obviously you're a massive fan.
Yeah,
you're here.
Yeah.
What was it like to meet Ons in person, knowing how much of a fan you are?
She's such a lovely person. We're very proud of her. She's a lovely person.
What did you ask her, and what did she reply to you?
Well, I just wished her to carry on and be the champion this year. I didn't ask her, I prayed for her to be the champion this year. We say inshallah means God's willing in Arabic, inshallah. It's a religious word, but we hope she'll be the champion this year. But we hope that she'll take it one at a time.
What did she say in response to you saying you hope she'll be the champion?
Well, she said thank you very much, inshallah as well.
And tell us about her run so far this championship. She's now in the quarterfinals. She's a trailblazer in your country, isn't she?
She's all over Africa. I looked up the map, and she's one in a billion, I'll say, because she represents the whole of Africa and the Arab world, and we are more than a billion in population. So I'm going to make a slogan, Ons, you 1 in a billion.
Salim, I know you live here in the UK now, but what is the reaction like back in Tunisia for maybe family and friends that you have there who also know of her story?
Well, let's face it, Tunisia, we are mad about football, and we love our football team, but they're kind of average. They're through to the World Cup. She loves football as well, she follows it. But the extent of Ons Jabeur's achievement made coffee shops in Tunisia put tennis instead of football sometimes. So they usually, coffee shops in Tunisia like pubs in the UK, they'll put football and they'll put any sport, cricket, whatever. In Tunisia, they only put football. It's unheard of that we had tennis matches in the coffee shop, but now when Ons Jabeur is playing, there is tennis in the coffee shop.
Have you seen more young girls and boys picking up tennis rackets because of Ons?
I did, and actually I have my best friend in Tunisia. His son is doing well. He's only 8. He's got another girl as well. She's doing well, and they're all hoping and they all have a dream. If Ons Jabeur achieved it, that means there is a possibility they can achieve it. And they actually asked me to help them to come and visit in the UK and come and visit Wimbledon and keep that dream going for their kids.
And Salim, tell me what it's like watching her in person play tennis here at this championship and on TV in other championships gone by.
I tend to get very emotional. I don't know how I'm holding it on now, a few minutes before her match now. I'm quite not very worried for this one, but hopefully she'll reach the semi-final, and then it's everybody's luck, you know. It's going to be a big achievement.
And did I hear a story that you gave her a flag as well, a Tunisian flag?
Yes, last match I got my friend to give her the flag to sign, but what happened, he gave it to her, and then she gave him a towel instead. So I suggested to him that we sell it for charity in Tunisia, especially an orphanage or something, but we will see about that.
Well, that would be a lovely touch. Well, Salim, have so much fun out there on court today, and we wish you, Tunisia and Ons Jabeur the best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Wimbledon, fantastic organisation, and thanks to the BBC and everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Big Ons Jabeur fan there. That reminded me of, I remember when Simona Halep won Wimbledon a few years ago, and we were sent out tasked with finding some Romanian fans. There were so many of them here. And listening to them talk about their day, following Halep and getting on court and watching her. They were so full of pride of being able to watch someone from their country. And you have to remember, we're spoiled here in the UK. We've had Grand Slam champions. Wimbledon's here every year. We're used to this. But for a lot of these countries around the world, they've never had a player, in the latter stages of Grand Slam. Ons Jabeur is a pioneer for Tunisia and African tennis, and tennis in the Arab world as well. And she is so loved by her people from her country when she is able to play on the world stage of the Grand Slams and here at Wimbledon. I just remember those interviewing those Simona Halep fans, and they said, the parade when she went back from Wimbledon, having won here, back to Romania, and it was in the national stadium there, absolutely packed, everyone going completely wild. To have someone who'd won Wimbledon was just a historic day for the country.
I remember Goran Ivanisevic winning, and strangely it made the British news to see the reaction he got when he returned home. And I don't remember exactly how long after he'd won it was, but he was on a platform and he was looking out to tens of thousands of people all going wild, and that is the effect of tennis. And yesterday I was tasked with the challenge of trying to find some Australians. 4 Aussies were through at that point, or how many would go through to the next round, and I couldn't find a single Australian. So that was the upshot of that one. It was a damp scub it ended on. We had a little bit of humour, and this will surprise you, I ended on a pun.
Did you?
Yeah.
What did you end on?
Something that was Aboriginal.
Okay.
Original, no. Yeah, I hear the laughter in my head constantly, so it's fine.
Right, let's have a look what's going on centre court at the moment. The 4th set has just been completed, and it ended in the way that we guessed, because Djokovic was running away with it. In the end, he won it 6-2. But these numbers here don't really tell the full story, Radzi, because Jannik Sinner, unfortunately for him, slipped over on the court in that 4th set. He is still playing, so he wasn't injured to the point where he wasn't able to continue, but it'd be interesting to see how that affects him in this crucial 5th set, how it affects his movement. But this was a comprehensive performance in that 4th set from Djokovic, taking it 6-2. Very, very solid in terms of all of those numbers. 94% first serve points won. Basically means if Djokovic is getting that first serve in, he is winning the point. And against a player like Sinner, whose returns are so strong, that is seriously strong numbers. So Djokovic, if he can keep this going, he's going to win this in 5.
Well, fortunately, in the 5th set, which has now started, Sinner did win the first service game, so things are looking positive for him. And a little point that was made to us by producer Sean is that we've been busy speaking to you guys rather than watching the tennis behind us here. And there was a nice bit of sportsmanship from Djokovic. So when Sinner did fall over, Djokovic actually helped him up, I think, to the ovation of centre court. So it's a fantastic head-to-head, but there's respect at the heart of it.
There certainly is, and we will keep you right up to date with what happens in that 5th set on centre court. Time for us now to catch up with Nick and Rachel once again.
Well, at the beginning of this championships, we had 128 players in both the gentlemen's singles and the ladies' singles. We're now down to 16, Nick. We have our quarter-finalists, obviously, in action today and tomorrow. We're looking to half that again, to 8 making it through to those really important semi-finals. And we obviously have a couple of players that are looking to go there for the first time in their careers. That's in the gentlemen's side. We'll talk about that in a moment's time. But as we're next to the ladies' draw, let's talk about our first semi-finalist already.
Yeah, we were hoping that the tile would be updated for Tatiana Maria, who's into the semifinals, 34 years old, 35th major, winning that match today against Julia Niemeier, and really inspiring, I think, not only a nation, but a tennis nation, the tennis world. The way that Tatiana Maria has used her variety this tournament, she has come back from deficits, including against Niemeier. She's so inspirational. 2 kids, Charlotte is 8. She keeps saying, Mom, I want to stay, I want to play in the creche, I want to hang out with the other kids. She's still in this draw, and, you know, she could make her first Grand Slam final. That's incredible.
And a quick word on Julia Niemeier as well. Her debut here at Wimbledon, it was an all-German affair. She did a great job, didn't she, to get this far?
Yeah, absolutely. She served and volleyed 25 times today. Took it to Maria. She was up a break in the second and the third. It was her Wimbledon debut, as you said, 22 years young. I think we've got a lot to see from her in the future. Yeah,
well, that'd be exciting. So it's a case of who is going to join Tatiana Maria in the semi-finals. It's between Ons Jabeur and Maria Bouzkova, of course. So that's going to be a great matchup, especially for all those Tunisian fans.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, she is a household name, is Ons Jabeur in Tunisia. She's the favorite. She's the highest remaining seed, number 3 on this half, but in the women's draw, the pressure's on. The pressure is on. I think she is the one that we expect to come through, and that'll be a really crafty all-court semifinal, Maria versus Ons Jabeur.
And Ons Jabeur definitely believes in herself. Well, we'll leave the top half because they play tomorrow. Let's go over to the gentlemen's singles then. And if you look to the top of this board, this is who is currently in action. Novak Djokovic taking on Jannik Sinner, the young gun, who obviously defeated Carlos Alcaraz. We didn't possibly expect that. The Italian is just doing so well, 20 years young. You said Jules was 22 years young, so I'm going to say 20 years even younger, Nick, up against Novak Djokovic. And it's a tight affair in centre. Oh, absolutely. And Jannik Sinner had never won a grass court match before this Wimbledon race, and the way that he has been able to come out and take it to Djokovic, I think that's been huge for him. This is a battle, and Jannik Sinner been working with Darren Cahill, who has been around for a long time as a top-level coach, trying to become the youngest semifinalist since Novak in 2007 on the men's side. But I think Sinner has really introduced himself to the Wimbledon crowd this year. He's a really fun, dynamic player to watch, and he's got a great future here in men's tennis. Do you think the eventual champion will come from that quarterfinal?
Ooh, it's maybe.
Put you on the spot there,
maybe,
Nick.
Maybe. Djokovic, you know, if he's able to come through, obviously continue to be one of the favorites. But you've also got guys on the bottom half of the draw like Rafael Nadal, like Nick Kyrgios, and also there's the other quarterfinal on this half that's in action too. Yeah, that's in action. That's David Goffin taking on Cameron Norrie, the only Brit left in the singles side of things. I mean, he's obviously got all the fans behind him this time out, Nick. And from what I've heard, you know, he's mentally strong, he's got a well-rounded game, and everyone believes out here that he can do it. Well, I love the way that this Wimbledon has been the story this has been the story of expect the unexpected, right? And Cam Norrie, someone who asked himself this tournament, can I go to a 4th round? He's done it. That's the first time he ever went that far at a major. Now playing against David Goffin, who's come through a lot of injuries. He's 31 years young. It's really been a fun, dynamic, interesting Wimbledon in that way. You don't know what's going to happen next. But Cam Norrie, I think he's also introduced himself to the British public in a way, and I think he's got great Wimbledons to come. I'd really love to see him come through this one against Goffin. I think that'd be an amazing story. Both of them, remember, they are both looking for their first semi-final in a Grand Slam, so it's a massive moment for both of them. But yes, we've got quarterfinals today, quarterfinals tomorrow, before we really do get to the business end of this tournament with the semi-finals coming up. I mean, we've still got plenty more days to go, but Nick, thanks for your thoughts on that, and we'll bring you up to speed on how all those matches are currently playing out.
got to have a head for heights going up that scoreboard.
You do. I love the fact that it's, as ever, it's just a ladder and people turning names over. It's amazing. And watching that in the morning is fantastic. As we said, all part of the Wimbledon tradition.
And one of those names that is still on the scoreboard is this lady, Tatiana Maria. A brilliant performance from her today. We wondered how she would get on in her match. First up on court number 1 against Jules Niemeier. She lost the first set 6-4 and took the second 6-2, 7-5 in the third as well. And
I have to say I bumped into a pessimistic German vegetarian on the way to Wimbledon. She feared the worst.
OK, that's enough of that. Let's hear from her after her match today.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the press conference for Tatiana Maria. Please raise your hand, state your name and organisation when asking a question. Tatiana, semi-finals, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I try to come down a little bit in the locker room and to realize something, but it's still hard to realize it.
Hector Nuns for the Sportsman. Tatiana, many congratulations.
Thank you.
Could you just, did you stick with your kind of usual routine this morning with the tennis lesson with your daughter, and just beyond that, just give us an idea of the experience of being able to enjoy this with your family?
Yeah, everything was the same. This morning we arrived at 8:30 indoors, and Charlotte, she had a practice. So we keep going the same way. I mean, outside of the court, I mean, nothing changed for me for the moment. So I try to keep this going, everything the same, and we keep going even if I play semi-finals.
Thank you.
Hi Tatiana, Matthew Lambert, Daily Mail. There was a little girl who was supporting you who was previously in the tournament in Harmony Tan's box. How do you know her? Who is she? And
but that's the friend who plays every morning with Charlotte, actually.
Okay.
So they are practicing together every morning, and yeah, she was supporting Harmony Tan, and she's supporting me. So yeah, she's amazing.
Is she a good player?
Yes, she's playing good. She's 2 years older than my daughter, but they are playing both amazing, and they are practicing every day.
And what kind of, so first of all, obviously Harmony had some amazing wins, and now you. What kind of magic powers does the girl have?
That's a good question. I mean, I have to ask her this. No, she's great. I mean, she's such a nice girl, and I hear her all the time. I mean, she's telling me all the time, "Ale, Tatiana, Ale, you can do this." So no, she's great. I mean, it's so nice for Charlotte too to have friends here to enjoy the time outside of the tennis court. So that's amazing.
Hi Tatiana, congratulations, incredible win. I just wondered whether balance falls for you, because obviously there's lots of talk about the fact that you're a mother of 2 and how incredible that is. Do you like always being talked about in those terms, or is there a part of you that wants to say, look, I'm not just a mother, I'm a tennis player and a person too?
I love to talk about this. I think for me that's the most important in my life, to be a mom of my 2 kids, and nothing will change this. I'm here, I'm in the semi-final of Wimbledon, what is crazy, but I'm still a mom, and after this I will go out over there and I will see my kids, and I will do the same thing what I do every single day. I will change her pampers, I will not, I mean everything normal, and I try to keep normal as much as possible, because that was what makes me proudest, to be a mom.
Billy Weinbaum from ESPN. A moment ago you said it's crazy. How would you describe what's crazy about all this to you, and why do you think it's crazy?
Actually, because I mean, this was my best Grand Slam before. I mean, I did one time a 3rd round here, and in the other Grand Slam I never passed the 2nd round. So now I'm in the semi-final of Wimbledon. I mean, I always believed that I have something inside. That I can do this. I always believed in this, but to be now here in this spot, and I mean, like I said, 1 year ago I gave birth to my 2nd daughter, and if somebody would tell me 1 year later you're in the semi-final of Wimbledon, that's crazy.
Chris? Yeah, hi, Chris Clary, New York Times. Could you just compare today's match
and the challenge that you faced against a player who'd never been there before either.
Yeah.
Compared to your previous matches against people like Ostapenko and other matches.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really tough match. I mean, it's always maybe tough to play against against also a German girl, and I mean, I didn't know her really well. We never even practiced together, so it's like it was something completely new, and I think. When I went on the court, I was starting pretty nervous. I was really nervous, and then, but thanks God, I came down and I found a little bit my game. And at the end, we had, an amazing match. It was, I guess, it was great to watch this match, and it was, it was amazing how at the end we shaked hands, we gave each other a hug, and she was reacting amazing. So I think today it was really nice for Germany.
And just quickly, were you doubting at all your tactics, because she was doing very well against you against the slice for quite a while?
Yes, I mean, yes and no, because I knew a little bit that this will happen. So I had this in my mind. But when you're outside on the court, sometimes it's really hard to change your tactics, and I had to change my tactics a little bit. So I'm happy that I could do it. I mean, even that I was 4-2 down in the third set, so I kept going and I kept fighting, and that's what I did.
Hi, I'm Alison from the Times.
Yes.
Congratulations. Did anyone ever tell you, don't be ridiculous, you can't play professional tennis with an 8-year-old and a 15-month-old. You've got to be realistic.
I mean, I guess there are a lot of people who never believed that I will come back. I mean, this was already after Charlotte when I changed my backhand. I think there were also a lot of people already in this time that nobody were thinking, okay, she's now back with a child, but it's not impossible to be back in the top 100. So. And to be honest, I showed it last time already that I am back, and I reached the top 50 with Charlotte, and now I'm back with my second child, and still everybody was doubting. It's a little bit my life to show everybody that I'm still here and I'm a fighter, and I keep going and I keep dreaming, and that's what I want to show my kids.
But did anyone close to you doubt it as well?
No. Close to me, nobody doubts. Was never doubting that I cannot do it, and that's great, and that was make me proud that my family is supporting me all the time. I mean, it should be like this, but there's no doubt.
And what did Charlotte say upon you winning?
But Charlotte, she's happy that she can stay two more days in the crash. No, she realized that it's something super special. So. If I see her after, she's running in my arms and she's super proud of me, so that's nice.
Thank you.
Tatiana, Simon Kembers from The Guardian. You've obviously used your forehand slice for a long time, but everyone seems to be using it this year. What is it about Wimbledon that's brought that shot back?
In general on grass you need to play slice. I think the slice is really good on grass, and in general, I was playing, even outside of the grass, I was playing a lot of forehand slice already before. So the grass fits my game pretty well, and and I keep going with my forehand slice. If it works, that's nice.
Can I ask you about the change of your backhand? I know you've mentioned it before. That's very risky to do that at a later age in your career. How difficult was that?
It was really difficult because I played before only slice on my backhand side. I never played a two-hand backhand, even if somebody went to the net or something. I never played it. So my husband, he told me that he would like to change my two-hand backhand to a one-hand backhand. What was risky in this moment, but I trust him to 100%, and if he thinks that this is right, then I know that it's right. And so we did it together, and now it feels like I never played a different shot.
Did it work immediately, or was it terrible at first? Or?
No, for sure. At the beginning, it's not so easy because you need confidence. You need to play the shot. It takes you. You have to gain the confidence in the shot, and I kept going, and it's getting better and better.
Alex McPherson's WTA, congratulations. How do you explain the fact that you've had your career best results as a mother, first getting to the top 50 after Charlotte and now this? Because that's not very usual. Is it just the change of the backhand, or is there other factors to the player you were before you were a mother?
I think the fact to be a mom for me, to be a mom is for me on the top of my life. So I think it helps me in the tennis too, because now my priority are my kids. It's not, I mean, for sure I play tennis, I want to do my best, and that's all what I want, but my kids are the priority. So if I go out here, I want that my kids are happy, that my kids are healthy, that everything is okay, and that's the most important for me in my life, and for my husband too. That's why it works so well that we are working together, and we are never fighting about the tennis, because we both know the family is the most important, and it will always stay like this.
So the list of women to have made the semi-finals of Wimbledon after their 34th birthday are Billie Jean King, Martina Navratilova, Chrissy Abbott, Venus Williams, Serena Williams, Tatiana Maria. How does it feel to join that list?
No, that's amazing. I mean, to be in a list of such great players, it's amazing. I mean, to have my name in the same in the same spot. I still cannot believe it, really. So that's it makes me proud.
Okay, we're going to change to German questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lovely to hear from Tatiana Maria there. And she was speaking, there was a few questions about the fact that she's got 2 children. She travels around on the tour with them. They're here at Wimbledon supporting her on. And the perspective that gives, not just tennis players, but sports stars in general, I always find that really interesting, how changes in their life off the court or off the pitch or off the course can change them, whether it makes them better, whether it distracts them, whether it gives them a better sense of perspective. It's clearly helping her.
I think another thing that it does is it gives people the opportunity to come back, because we were talking about John McEnroe and this fantastic film that's coming out very shortly. That was before our time. During our time, if somebody was basically a mother, you seldom heard of them coming back to the court. Now, you can have a child, spend 2 years away, and come back and almost not really miss a step. There is a number of examples who've done that, and that really is wonderful to see mothers on tour, especially bringing their children, and I'm envious of them, because I'd love my mum to have been a professional tennis player, that I could go, Mum, can I come to work today and watch you play tennis?
Well, I remember, I mean, Andy Murray's got 4 children now, but I remember he was talking, I think, after the birth of his first child, and he was saying that actually he found in some ways it made him better, because it made him more focused at practice. He knew, right, I've got 2 hours, I'm going to practice as hard as I can for 2 hours today, and then I go and have fun with my child. And it meant that he had a reason to dedicate his time closely and focused in as focused manner as he can to the time that he's got to practice, and then he doesn't think about tennis for the rest of the day because he's with his son or his daughter. So I think in some ways it can, as long as it doesn't provide too much of a distraction, it can be it can help a player.
And I think you make a superb point, which is it might help them on the court, it might hinder them on the court, but the bottom line is it's probably making them happier as human beings, and ultimately that's so much more important. But just look at Henman Hill. The last few days, I'll tell you what, the numbers are absolutely fantastic. So many people enjoying watching the centre court action on the screens above, and that match, that Novak Djokovic Jannik Sinner match, is delivering in bucket loads. It's gone to a 5th set, and I'll tell you what, Jannik is still in this one.
He's still in this one, but it is Djokovic who has the edge. He has broken the Italian serve and leads 4-2, so Djokovic is 2 games away from a spot in the semi-finals of Wimbledon. As the fans there on the hill continue to watch the match on the left side of the screen there, because they can watch centre and court number 1. Let's hear from Novak Djokovic speaking before the start of the tournament to Renee Stubbs.
Novak, it's great to have you back here.
Thank you.
Wimbledon, how is it to be back on the grounds here?
It's an honor. It's an honor to be on this court. As I told you before we started the interview, it's the first time that I'm doing an interview on the stands of a centre court in Wimbledon. So of course, after many years and many interviews, it's nice to do something for the first time. I'm excited, you know, as really probably any player that is here in the men's and women's field to compete at one of the greatest tournaments. Of course, this year a bit different circumstances because of no ranking points included, but for me personally it doesn't change. You know, I value this tournament always greatly in my career, so hopefully I can have another successful event.
So from 7 years of age, I want to know why Wimbledon of all the places? I mean, you are European, so some
Yes.
people say Roland Garros, some people US Open. Why here?
the first tennis match that I've ever seen on the TV was Pete Sampras winning his first Wimbledon. I think it was 91 or 92. And that's something that draws so much attention, my attention to the sport. It made me fall in love with the sport. I asked my parents to buy me a tennis racket, and we were at this Koponik mountain resort in south of Serbia, and then my parents used to run the restaurant, so of course I was, hitting the ball in the breaks when I had school breaks. So we spent a lot of time there, and I was hitting all day against the wall. And so the first image of tennis was Wimbledon center court, grass court. So that's something that as you can't erase. It was something that I always had in my mind, or still do. So of course, having that kind of inspiration to become the best tennis player in the world and win Wimbledon was something that was always motivating me. And when I achieved my childhood dream here in 2011, it was the highlight of my career, of course, and something I'll cherish forever.
So you've walked onto this court as many times as a lot of people. What is the uniqueness of this particular court to you?
Well, everything I think is unique. I mean, the fact that until this year you got to play on the virgin grass as a defending champion, and obviously the royal box. The fact that you don't have, first of all, the fact that you're playing on the grass, which used to be the most common surface in our sport and Grand Slams, but now we have it only for a month and a half, the entire season. And what I respect a lot and like about Wimbledon, it's that Wimbledon managed to keep the tradition, and there's no advertisements around the court. Mm-hmm. Everything is focused on the players and the tennis. So it's tennis in its purest form. I think that brings a lot of joy to the fans, but also to us players. So I've asked this question to every player. It's the 100 years of this centre court in particular. But if there was one place that you could build a court and play a tennis match on another unique and incredible stadium around the world, where would that be for you? A stadium or anywhere? Well, anywhere. You can say a stadium or anywhere. I've had some very unique answers to this one. If it can be anywhere, I mean, probably on top of the world, the highest point at Mount Everest. Well, that's a new. We wouldn't survive 2 seconds playing there, but yeah, I guess. I mean, now you made me wonder. To be creative, where would I put a tennis court? I played once with Nadal. We played an exhibition match in Argentina, and it was back in 2011 or 12, and we went to the southest point of Argentina to play, to see Perito Moreno, which is an iceberg. And it was during the summertime there. It was, I think, December. And we played, hit some volleys at one of the boats that was around with Perito Moreno behind us. So that was probably one of the most iconic tennis images and tennis venues, if you can call it that way. And I've seen, of course, Nadal, I think, was it Federer and Andre Agassi, I think, back in the days, played some balls at the Burj Al Arab in Dubai, those types of things. And I've seen also in Acapulco, I think, in Mexico, they play as a pre-tournament advertisement. They play some tennis on the water. So it's, I think there was a lot of experimentation with that, which is nice, but Wimbledon Centre Court is still probably the best place. Well, speaking of the Wimbledon Centre Court, if you could come here as a spectator, fortunately you've played some of the greatest matches here yourself, but if there was one match that you could sit as a spectator and watch again over the last 100 years of this court, what would it be? Oh, wow. The match that already happened, it was already played. Yes. Oh, that's a good question. I'd love to see Borg McEnroe. Yeah. Borg McEnroe, definitely. Federer Nadal as well in 2000 and what was it? 8? Yes. Yeah, that match was historic.
So, you've played, as I said, some incredible matches out here. What do you think, what match comes to mind for you, particularly, that you have played here, that you feel like has inspired people around the world or just even people in your own country?
Against Federer in 2019, the one where we went the distance, 12-all, super tie break for the first time. It was a really special match in every sense. He was serving for it at match points. Statistically, he was a better player in the entire match. I just managed to win every tie break that we played that day. And the match went on for almost, I think, 5 hours or something. And it was the first year that they introduced a super tiebreak at 12-all. And what are the odds of finals going the distance to 12-all? So, yeah, it was definitely the most exciting match that I was ever part of.
Can you tell me something that you feel growing up inspired you to a point that made you either a better person, a better tennis player, whatever?
That constant ongoing circular process of life and journey that we all go through individually, particularly in our sport as individual sport, is something that I feel for a player is very important to accept and cherish as the most important thing, which is the journey, because the final destination is, and your achievement of your goals, of course, are very fulfilling. But without that journey, it's hard to get to that place. So it's all about process.
Well, as you can see right here, this is what you get when you win Wimbledon. Right here is the membership.
This will get you in the lounge to have a cup of tea.
That's right. And we look forward to you maybe picking some grass up and putting it back in your mouth again for another victory.
I would love that. I'd
best
love
of
that.
luck over the next 2 weeks.
Appreciate it.
Djokovic was obviously aware of our rundown and the timing that goes into Wimbledon Uncovered, because he has got himself to match point, and with that serve to the forehand, we saw Sinner not quite moving particularly well on that forehand side because of that slip in the last set. And unfortunately for him, his race is run here at Wimbledon. So much expectation, to the delight of his fans, both here inside the grounds at SW19 and also back home in Italy, taking those first 2 sets, 7-5, 6-2. Djokovic was on the ropes, but the great fighter that he is, he sprung back up and into action in the third set, took it 6-3, 6-2, 6-2 after that. And relatively, those final sets were fairly comfortable.
And comfortable with his back to the rope. I mean, a really wonderful performance. A word on Jannik Sinner. I mean, 20 years of age. When I was 20, I was at university enjoying myself. He's playing at the absolute top of the game, playing one of the greatest tennis players of all time, and pushing him all the way on centre court, no less. A really, really commendable performance.
And he'll be back, that's for sure. I think he is in that group of young players that have got a really, really bright future. Listen to the applause that he gets from the crowd there on centre court. He's been so entertained by this brilliant match. Royalty as well in the royal box watching on. What a great match for them to watch, and he will certainly be back at this stage and further of a Grand Slam. He is in that next group of players who will collect a Grand Slam title at some point. You have to commend him as well for the fact that coming into Wimbledon this year, he'd never won a match at Wimbledon. His best performance was losing in the first round, and so he's got rid of the I suppose the hoodoo that was around him on grass courts, the fact that he hadn't always managed to find his best tennis on grass. Got through that first round match against Stan Wawrinka and rode that wave of confidence all the way through to the quarterfinals. But in the end, it was the immovable object of Novak Djokovic that was in front of him.
I think it also says a lot about Alcaraz and his performance against Jannik, that he performed so well, and yet it took Novak to go to 5 sets to do exactly the same thing. In terms of Novak, if you are just joining us, one discussion that we were having was surrounding the idea of when it goes long, when it goes deep, it favours Novak. Could you kind of touch on that again, because it's a really fascinating point?
Yeah, I think well, that is the huge difference between a best-of-3 set match and a best-of-5 set match. Best-of-3 set match, Jannik Sinner would have won this 7-5, 6-2, and we'd be saying it's one of the biggest wins of his career. As it is, they've been on court 3.5 hours, and Djokovic has won it. He's ready for his on-court interview. Let's listen in to what Novak Djokovic has got to say.
Novak, huge congratulations. I think the crowd are saying all. You are through to the semi-finals again here at Wimbledon. Just take us through this match. It was incredibly entertaining. Jannik put up such a good fight, but let's start at the beginning. Just take us through those first 2 sets.
Can I take you through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th?
We'll get to that point.
No, first of all, I must say a huge congratulations for a big fight today for Jannik, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of... I'm sure there's going to be lots of opportunities for him on the big stage. He's so mature for his age. I mean, he's been established now, top 10, top 15 player for the last few years. He's got plenty of time, and it was unfortunate for him today, but a very good tournament, and I wish him best of luck to the rest of the year. As for the first 2 sets, I think comparing to the last 3, we had probably 2 different matches, and you know, he was better player for 2 sets. I went out, had a little bit of a refreshment, toilet break, and a little pep talk in the mirror, trying to. It's actually truth, you know. But yeah. Sometimes, you know, in this kind of circumstances where not much is happening positively for you on the court in terms of tennis, and the other guy on the court is dominating the play, sometimes, you know, these things are necessary, you know, a little break and a little pep talk, and try to recuperate and, I guess, regather the thoughts and reassemble everything that you have and come at your opponent with the best possible game. I was fortunate to start off the 3rd set very well. I broke his serve early in the set, and I think that has given me a confidence boost, and I saw a little bit of a doubt in his game, in his movement, and I guess the experience of playing on this stage for many matches helped me a little bit to deal and cope with the pressure in these kind of big matches.
And that break of serve in the 3rd, as you said, was a turning point. And in those moments...
Toilet break was the turning point.
Well, I'm not going to say that. You can say that. But after the pep talk, and when you come back out, is it the experience, is it the mindset from what you've achieved here before that takes you through these moments, or was there a shift in play on the court?
Well, even though I've played tennis on a big stage, I've been blessed to play professional tennis for 20 years now, and but nevertheless I go through the same kind of doubtful moments as anybody else. You know, there's the inner fight is always the biggest fight that you have to fight on the court and off the court, and so trying to win that internal fight is a big challenge, and once you do that, then the external circumstances are, I feel like, more likely to go in your favor. I always believed that I could turn the match around. I've done that quite a few times in the Grand Slams, of being 2 sets to love down. And again, maybe it's the experience, maybe it's the toilet break, maybe it's everything combined, but I'm just glad I'm through.
And Novak, incredibly, just before we let you go, there is an incredible stat. It is the 26th consecutive winning match you've played here at Wimbledon. You've got to go back 5 years. What is the overriding emotion as you leave this court? Is it pride with how you came back? Is it relief? Is it happiness? Because you are heading into the semi-finals now. Happiness, love, fulfillment, pride, everything on this court. I mean, I love it. I absolutely adore. I think majority of the players would agree this is the biggest tennis tournament in the history of our game. So this tennis court is the most important one. I mean, definitely in my career, in my life. I've said this many times before. This court has inspired me to take the tennis racket in my hand for the first time when I was 5. So every single time I step on this court, the love affair keeps going and keeps growing. So hopefully I can maintain that run. Thank you so much. We'll let them have the last words. They love you. Novak Djokovic, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Novak Djokovic there in his on-court interview on centre court, cool, calm and collected as well, and taking the applause from the crowd and the royal box after all in a day's work, really, for him. Once again winning in 5 sets. That's the 7th time in his career that he's come back and won from 2 sets down. It is never over until it's over for Novak Djokovic, and the kids there just getting their some oversized balls and some normal-sized tennis-sized balls as well. He's signing shirts and towels and all sorts.
I think it possibly boils down to what you spoke about before that interview, and he alluded to it there. He always had that belief that he could turn the match around, that 2 sets down, there was no panic. Even when he crossed the line, you didn't for a second think that's oh, I thought we saw a first bow tie. Fair play to that young lad wearing a bow tie, doing double bow tie scenes here.
Dressed up for the occasion.
And that's how we're learning there. We're learning about the autograph tips. Put an effort in, big smile on your face, ideally have single digits to your age, and you're almost guaranteed to get an autograph.
I always wonder with these autographs, do they have a autograph that they will do when they're being asked for an autograph, and then when they sign their name on
he's giving him his cap
on a heating bill or something?
You're correct.
You know,
that's signature and autograph, I think, are different things. Different things, yes. Look how flexible he is, by the way.
When you're asked for an autograph, do you have you have the signature for an official document and then the...
Well, they sometimes recognise me from my days on Crime Watch, and so I will always hand out my autograph, Your Honour, and that will be different to my signature simply for reasons of copyright and fraudulent use.
OK, well, he's signing a few there. He's getting used to it. Let's have a look at the match stats then from this one.
Okay. Well, we can actually talk about stats, thankfully, courtesy of your arithmetic. There's so much respect, by the way, for Novak Djokovic. When you think just a year ago, the controversy surrounding COVID, that very much is behind him now. And something that I really notice about him is how relatively slender he is in comparison to something like Fritz that we were talking about yesterday, but yet he seems to somehow find this athleticism that's basically unrivaled. People cannot keep up with him for as long as he manages to do it.
Yeah, and he's one of those players who relatively so far in his career hasn't had too many injury issues, Djokovic. He's been able to maintain such an incredible level of physical fitness and strength and movement. Whenever you speak to former players about what is it that Djokovic does so well, obviously he's got great ground strokes, he's worked on that serve, but they all seem to go to the movement. He moves better than anyone, and it doesn't really seem to matter the surface. He moves just as well on grass as he does on clay and a hard court. And that is, I think, part of the reason why he's won so many of these 5-set matches, and he's so difficult to beat, is because whether it's in the 5th set or the 1st set, he doesn't ever seem to really tire.
And something that actually you mentioned, sort of speaking to legends about him, speaking to Greg Rosetsky about him and Roger Federer, I said, what is it about them that has meant they've avoided injury for so long? And he puts a lot of it down to their relatively light torsos. So you're not, say, for example, an Andy or a Fritz, where every serve you're having to break yourself and brace yourself, putting stress on the hips and things of that nature. So they're so beautiful and flowy in what they do, it just makes it effortless. And we ultimately saw an effortless last 3 sets there.
Yeah, and we saw with those match stats, just from in terms of the tail of the tape, I think the big difference was over the course of the 5 sets, on the first serve, Djokovic winning just so much of a higher percentage. And I think that's, as we were saying with Greg Rosetsky earlier on, that's the big thing that Djokovic has improved in maybe the last 5 years. When he first came out on tour, that was the point of his game where experts said that's the weakness. His serve breaks down, it doesn't look particularly natural, he never looks that comfortable when he comes to the line. There was all that talk, remember, we're bouncing the ball hundreds of times. And that was something he worked on with Goran Ivanisevic, Todd Martin as well earlier on in his career, to just make that serve a little bit more comfortable. And now it is a genuine weapon. And when you look at the stats after a match like that, he is serving so brilliantly. And even against a player like Sinner who returns well, Djokovic is able to negate that great return with a good forehand and a good backhand as well, and a great serve. Shall we catch up with Nick, shall we? He's been standing outside centre court, catching up with some of the fans who've been watching that great match at Novak Djokovic against Jannik Sinner.
We're outside center court. Novak Djokovic has just earned his 11th Wimbledon semifinal. I'm here with two fans who have just made their way out of the court. First off, tell me your name.
Aaron.
And you are?
Virginia.
Okay, and first time to Wimbledon, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was watching Novak Djokovic on center court?
The atmosphere was great. Yeah. But I only watched the last 2 games.
And I mean, he probably looked pretty good at the end if he was the winner, right? Tell us a little bit about how he was playing.
He was just better.
Just simply better?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What did you think watching Novak on court?
Initially, when he started playing, I thought he's definitely going to win and win very comfortably. But Jannik was magnificent. I have so much respect for him. The way he fought back, his resilience, it was one of the most outstanding matches I've ever seen.
Yeah, 5 sets. Djokovic had to come back from 2 sets to love down. Were you impressed with Sinner at all today?
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, the people there were really great.
Yeah.
A lot of hecklers.
Were there?
Yeah.
Well, it's always tough to play against a center court crowd. Do you guys think that Djokovic can go all the way?
Yeah, definitely. Because, like, most of the crowd, like, were against him. And he just powered through it.
Djokovic did?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. You think Djokovic can win?
I think he can most definitely. I mean, if he saw that almost 4-hour sort of play, the stamina and the way he fought back, he's capable of anything. I think he'll win.
All right, you guys, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No problem. Thank you.
Oh, can you believe this?
Good job of getting up to this ball right here and just squeezed it up the line.
Great shot. That is the shot of the match. Garin went there and thought, I've got this. And Dinenor said, no, you haven't.
It's a quality approach from Garin. This looked impossible.
Oh, extraordinary to do that in that position of the court. Was it a drop shot? Was it a half volley?
Just caress the ball over the net.
Goodness. Oh my goodness me. Play that again, guys. Over and over.
Just unbelievable tennis on court number 2. Garin with a diving save to keep himself alive. I think he caught Dinenor off guard there. Couldn't come up with anything quality on the lob.
Oh. Well, that's half volley of the week.
Kyrgios leads 3 games to 2. Second set, first set, Nakashima.
Very well controlled.
Oh, it's absolute quality from both players. Scintillating tennis.
That was, and if we see a better rally than this in the match, I'll be very happy because this had it all. And what a finish on that.
Oh, what a winner.
Didn't look like there was any room down there, but somehow she found some.
Halep leads 2 games.
Halep gets the break early on here and goes 2-1.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
Whoa.
Love that. So's the crowd, obviously. Third till on.
Sam Stosur has 8 Grand Slams to her credit. 2 of them have come here at Wimbledon in the mixed doubles. You're into the semifinals now with Matt Ebden. How good has that been playing alongside another Aussie?
Yeah, it's been so much fun. Matt's had a very busy schedule the days that we've been playing mixed, and we've had some long matches, so it was nice today to get that done in straight sets. But yeah, it's been lots of fun. We're playing really well, and we played a couple of Brits today out on court too, so the atmosphere was amazing, and yeah, just really excited to now be in the semis again.
I mentioned those 8 Grand Slam titles that you have. This is your 18th Wimbledon. What's kept you out on tour? I mean, you've been here for a long time. You just retired from the singles, but still going strong in the doubles.
Yeah, look, it's just good fun. I think while you've got a chance to do it, I wanted to. And the singles was getting pretty tough physically and everything else that you have to do that goes along with that. And I thought, oh, you know, try playing doubles only, and it's been really enjoyable. I've really enjoyed myself. So, and I think any opportunity to come back here and play at Wimbledon year after year, why not? I'll put my hand up every single time. So don't know how many more I got left, but right now I'm just enjoying this year, and yeah, hopefully I get a couple more matches.
Well, we're absolutely enjoying having you still on tour, and you've got now a traveling circus. You've got your partner and your daughter Evie. How do you manage the 3 of you, the whole team, traveling the world, and what are the challenges? How fun is that to have Evie with you?
Oh yeah, it's lots of fun. I think there's definitely challenges, different challenges to, you know, what I've been used to, but you make it work, and you know, everything that it takes is absolutely worth it, rather than being away all the time and, you know, missing everything that she does. So yeah, she's get to experience Wimbledon. She can say Wimbledon. I like every day I'm like, you're going to come to tennis? She goes, Wimbledon. And I'm like, yeah, you got it. So it's yeah, it's just been so much fun. You know, now, you know, this year we picked our accommodation to be near a playground and the park, not necessarily how big the place was or the location. It was like, is that near a park? Yes, okay, we'll take it. So, you know, different priorities now, but it's, like I said, it's so much fun, and you got to do a few different things, you know, differently, but it's all worth it.
I mean, Evie's not 8. Tatiana Maria Charlotte is 8 years old. But how have you witnessed what Tatiana's been able to do? And, you know, we've had mothers on tour for a few years, but it's a growing idea that not being a mom doesn't mean that you can't still be a professional athlete, a professional tennis player.
Oh, absolutely. I think, yeah, Tatiana's been absolutely incredible since she came. Not only did she have a baby, she came back on tour, she changed from a double-handed to a single-handed backhand. That's crazy in itself. So, and now she's got 2 little ones. And, yeah, I mean, the list of mums on tour goes on, and I think it's just awesome to see. I'm so happy for her run here, and yeah, it does prove that you can do it, but obviously you need a good support base around you, and yeah, but like I said, this is just an absolute privilege to be here playing. So I think if anyone's got that opportunity, you try and make it work, and if you can bring your family, it's even better.
18 Wimbledons, I mentioned that to you. You chuckle a little bit, but what sort of memories come back? And you mentioned how special this place is. It obviously holds a good piece of your heart.
Oh, absolutely. I remember my first junior match actually was on court 14.
No way.
And I played Martina Babakova from Slovakia. I won 9-7 in the third. So
really?
I'd never forget that. I hadn't won a match
on that
court 14. So I hadn't won a match the whole junior trip, which was 10 weeks. Wimbledon was the 10th week, and I finally won a match, and it happened to be here. So yeah, I mean, right from then, that was my first memory. And then yeah, but every year coming back here, you walk in, you get your accreditation, you come through the grounds. There is just something special about coming back here every single time. And yeah, very lucky to have the success that I've had here in doubles and mixed. I remember playing Lindsay Davenport in one of my first Wimbledons on court 1. I lost 6-6 and thought that was incredible, playing, you know, someone like Lindsay on that court. So I've had many, many great moments here, and yeah, just feel very privileged.
Awesome. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Very nice. Just a few minutes ago, Novak Djokovic earning his 11th Wimbledon semifinal. That's a 43rd major semifinal, a comeback win today over Jannik Sinner. He had to do it in the hard way, down 2-0 and wins in 5 sets. That's what's happened so far on center court, this Cathedral of Tennis, celebrating 100 years this year at the championships. And here we have Bouzkova and Jabeur just going through the coin toss.
Heads it is. Receive.
All right, these two ready to do battle. Ons Jabeur, the number 3 seed, taking on Marie Bouzkova, another one of our surprise quarterfinalists earlier today on the number 1 court. It was Tatiana Maria earning a 3-set win over her countrywoman and Julia Niemeier. She awaits the winner of this one. This is a match where Ons Jabeur is obviously the favorite. The Tunisian, winning through, has spent less than 5 hours on court. She's yet to drop a set in 4 matches. It's a second consecutive Wimbledon quarterfinal, and they're meeting for the first time, these two. Jabeur has won 20 of her last 22 matches on tour, 9 in a row on grass, having won in Berlin just a couple weeks ago. Bouzkova has just, well, this has been a dream run for Marie Bouzkova, such a shining light. You won't meet anyone kinder on tour than Bouzkova. She upset Collins in the first round, the number 8 seed, the American, then having wins over Ann Lee, Alison Risk, and Caroline Garcia to get this far. Ons Jabeur is certainly the favorite. She's the highest remaining seed in the women's draw, and she is certainly the one favored to come through today. But this Wimbledon, we are just, you don't know what's going to happen next, and we're not sure what will happen in this one. Let's go ahead and turn it over to the commentators to get ready for this center court battle, Ons Jabeur and Marie Bouzkova. Ons Jabeur, this is the first meeting with Bouzkova, and Jabeur has really taken on the mantle as a leader on the WTA Tour, currently the number 3 seed. She's ranked number 2, though, in the world this week, and that's the highest ever for a Tunisian woman, the highest ever for an Arab woman, and she's taken that on with gumption, has Jabeur. Happy to be a leader in that space, and actually spoke very openly about losing in the first round of the French Open just a few weeks ago, and was talking confidently about coming into Wimbledon and wanting to be champion here. She's earned her way into the last 8 in a tournament that has just had so many upsets. For her to be able now to be in this position, to be the favored player on the bottom half of the draw, she certainly knows what's at stake, and she's going to try to give it her best today. Marie Bouzkova, one of many Czech players who have gone far at Wimbledon. Of course, Petra Kvitova, 2-time champion, who was part of the centenary celebration just a couple days ago on center court. Karolina Pliskova. There's just been so many great Czech players, and you can add Marie Bouzkova's name to that list. Ranked number 66 in the world, but into the quarterfinals. Playing on center court today against the number 3 seed. You can carry on watching this on any of our host broadcasters around the world, and they'll have the action for you. But let's go ahead and check in with Ons Jabeur. She's got great insight. She chatted to our very own Renee Stubbs prior to Wimbledon getting underway on center court.
Well, Ons Jabeur, first of all, I want to welcome you. Second of all, what's it like for you to be back here at Wimbledon?
feels amazing. Last year was unbelievable. I still carry a lot of great memories, and hopefully coming back this year to create even more better memories. And you know, just being on center court feels amazing. You know, I played I think last year against Muguruza, Sabalenka. It was really amazing, and hopefully you know, this year will be much better. Obviously, I love the nature here. I love how everything is green, and that gives me like great energy.
Yeah, it's been a tough couple of years for everybody, really, with the pandemic. And this year, Wimbledon will be open to everybody. How great is that for you? Particularly, we know that you love to get the crowd involved.
I mean, I love the crowd, and I feel like even last year was like the crowd was really supporting me even when I needed them, and the fact they support me even when I was like 100, and now it's a different ranking, but it's amazing. I love how people are passionate about sport here. Cannot wait to play in front of them for sure.
And your form coming in here, it's been, as you've already mentioned, it's been an incredible 12 months for you. Won a tournament leading up to Wimbledon on grass, so I guess how do you feel about this particular surface and your chances here?
Yeah, I had great preparation, getting my game ready, you know, slicing and changing the rhythm. The crazy drop shot, you know, that could bother a lot of players really helped me win a lot of great points. So I'm ready to do that. I feel like I'm even serving much better now, and that helps me, you know, get a lot of great points here. I'm getting ready, enjoying the energy here, enjoying you know, the great nature, and hopefully this year will be the year for me.
Now, as you can see on this beautiful court, it's 100 years of the centre court here at Wimbledon. I want to ask you, what was your first memory of centre court, whether it be on television or here in person, that you remember?
I have a bad one, but I'm not gonna say it. But there is the first match that I played against Muguruza. It was amazing, and just coming back from a set down, the crowd here, important people watching me. You know, it's really amazing, and the fact that I could feel that great energy kind of helped me. It's the first center court that I win a match here, because I played on the other center courts on Grand Slam and I always lose, but this is the first center court that I won a match here.
Do you remember watching it as a kid on television?
I think, yeah, I've watched especially the Roger and Andy Roddick when Roger won 15 here. That was, I remember watching that match, yes.
If you could come here one year that you watched a match that you were, oh, I wish I could be in the crowd, which one would that be? Over the last 100 years? Over the last 100 years, I think it will be, yeah, that match. Andy Roddick and Roger Federer. I think it was a crazy match. I remember watching it because I love both, you know, but Andy always had something. And I wanted him to win, but I also was happy for Roger for getting the 15 Grand Slam. This court, so unique. Wimbledon, so unique. But what is it about Wimbledon Centre Court that is so unique, than sort of more than any other Grand Slam?
I think to start with, the entrance is kind of different from other Grand Slams, and it's very classy. You know, you feel like maybe you have to be like really prepared and get ready to give like the best shot you have. I don't think there is any bad matches on center court, because you know, the great pressure that you feel to come play on this court, you really have to give your best, and I personally enjoyed playing there a lot. Well, uniquely this year, instead of coming around the outside like you normally do, you're actually coming right through the middle of the court there. They're going to open up the back. How interesting is that going to be if you have an opportunity to play out here on centre court? It's really amazing, and I cannot wait to walk through it. I'm going to create the opportunity to play on the centre court, hopefully. This court, so special, so unique, something on everybody's bucket list to come to. But if you could put a tennis court anywhere in the world on a different stadium, where would it be that you would like to play a match? I'll put it in a historic place called El Jam in Tunisia. I'll show you the picture later. It's from way back. My dream is to play a match there, hopefully. Wow, I'll show you a picture. I'm going to make sure that happens. Yeah. If you could go back to your personal experience on this court, what's so unique about
playing tennis on grass that's different to anywhere else in the world?
I think you know, you have to get used to the bounce here. You have to you know, adapt kind of your game from the beginning, because you know, coming also from clay, the reaction is kind of slow to comparing to here on grass. But for me, for myself, I think the fact that I can change up the rhythm, the fact that I can make the players play the ball on different height, that kind of helps me, you know, get the balls that I want, or get free points for maybe like changing the rhythm as a slice or drop shot.
And playing the matches that you've played on this court, and they were incredible last year. You know, I've spoken to a bunch of players about the inspiration of the moments for them on this court and how they've inspired other people. What about the matches that you played on this court that maybe inspired kids from particularly Tunisia?
Honestly, I hope I did, but I know there is so many people that watch my match here when I played, and I know there's a few Tunisians that came to watch me on this court. My dream goal is to inspire a young generation. If they saw me one day playing here, I hope they can be dreaming about coming to play on this amazing court, and I can tell them that the experience here is so great.
Across the road, Wimbledon are doing great things here. We're trying to expand the grounds. They're building more courts over there, so they're going to have qualifying over there. They're going to have more practice courts. It's going to be an incredible venue. What do you think that will do for the players going forward?
I think it will be amazing to play the qualification here. It's kind of, you know, different, and also a great, let's say, goal for the qualifiers to qualify and come and play here. Yeah. Now, you know, they will have the chance to play right away here, which is amazing. And if they make this happen, I'll be jealous, because I always played qualification on the other side. But it's great also at the same time to have more courts as well. Is amazing for all the players.
Give me one thing that has inspired you throughout your life. We've spoken to a lot of local people here about what has inspired them, whether it be their kids or, you know, something that they've done. But what about you? What's inspired you throughout your career and your life?
I think my mom always inspired me to be the player that I am today. It was actually her dream to become a tennis player, and maybe I'm trying to do that for her. She's the one that introduced me to tennis, and I'm really grateful, because I promised her once, I told her, I'll take you, it was Roland Garros, you can have a coffee there. And I took her once, and she had a cup of coffee there, and it was very important to me, because we always watch that on TV, and hopefully one day she will grab her coffee here at Wimbledon.
What did you tell her about Wimbledon that you would take her for?
And now she will have to come and lift the trophy with me.
Well, we are so happy to have you, and
thank you.
We love you playing on this court and using all your different variety of shots, and we wish you all the best for the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
We saw Novak Djokovic advance on center court. The winner of Cam Norrie and David Goffin will face Djokovic, and they're actually in action right now on number 1 court. The third set has just completed, and it's David Goffin who took that set 6-2. He now leads the match 2-1, and you can see the numbers there from that set. Actually, Goffin winning 82% of his first serve points. And what about the service numbers on the right hand of your screen for Cam Norrie? Did not get a lot of pop off that first serve, and then only won 17% of second serve points. So that's going to be disappointing for Cam Norrie, who's now got a bit of a mountain to climb as he trails 2-1 with David Goffin leading in that one, hitting 9 winners in that set. And Goffin's really been resurgent. We were talking earlier about Tatiana Maria being able to advance into the semifinals, and David Goffin, 31 years old, looking to capture some of the magic that he used to make his run here in 2019. He lost to Novak Djokovic in the quarterfinals. Could he face Djokovic in the semifinals? The number 1 court crowd really trying to will Cam Norrie back into this one. And in the 4th set, it's Norrie who has taken the first game, 1-2. So that is what's happening inside the number 1 court. And it's going to be a tough one for Norrie to come back on, but Goffin, some vintage David Goffin, which we, I don't think I was going to be saying vintage David Goffin this Wimbledon, but I am. The 31-year-old, a set away from a semifinal with Novak Djokovic, and you know, just an opportunity, obviously, for these guys, a really big opportunity to get into a semifinal. What a great day it's been here on day 9 of the championships. You can see the London skyline just there, and we're in SW19. The center court is, of course, the main stage. Number 1 court utilized through the quarterfinal action, and tomorrow we've got even more quarterfinals. Rafa in action, Nick Kyrgios. Also, we're going to see Simona Halep, a former champion who's actually won 11 matches in a row, and love this shot too. You can see the number 1 court there, and a look at center court. So lots going on around the grounds today. We also had the juniors, and today was the very first day of the Invitational doubles. I'm very happy to say I'm joined by Daniella Hantuchova. Danny, victory today on court. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You and Laura Robson winning that match against Alicia Malik and Casey Delacqua. How did that feel to be out there?
It was such fun, and it's just nothing like being on a grass court and hitting some balls.
Look what we've got.
Yeah, we look pretty relaxed. I mean, we really faked it big time because we were so nervous before the match. Actually, all 4 of us, we were ready to go like 11:45. Our
is this
match
the number
was the
3
first.
court, or is this 2?
Yeah, well, there was a lot of explosion in that move. I mean, if you get lobbed and the ball lands on the service line, that's not a good sign. So I was then trying to make it up with that volley, but it was such fun, and we were lucky with the weather. The sun was still out. Such a beautiful court to play on, and yeah, like I was saying, all 4 of us, we were ready to go 15 minutes before the match because we just wanted to get out there, and you know, once you move, you kind of get rid of the nerves, but it just makes us realize when you are not in the competition all the time, you just get so tight on big points. But it was such fun.
No, it looks like fun too, and I mean, you know, for those of us who have never stepped foot on a Wimbledon court, there's nothing like it, even for you having played here so many times, to have the opportunity to be back out there. And you know, it's the Invitational doubles, but you still want to be competitive and have some fun with it.
Yeah, it's nothing like stepping on a court here at Wimbledon. That's why it makes it even more special and probably even more tight. I would say, you know, we play these legend competitions. That was incredible. That was the shot of the day. It was kind of a forehand top topspin winner in the middle of the course.
Oh, that's too good.
Yeah, it was just such fun, and we were joking a lot before coming on the court, and that's what it's about, just having fun, and all of us, we were so keen to get out there and finally compete. When you talk about tennis so much, you actually want to go out there and do it yourself, and then you're thinking, okay, you always analyze other players, oh, they should have done this, they should have done that, but then if you have to do it, it's like, oh, I can't actually do that anymore. So it's just about accepting that, in our brain, our levels of expectations are somewhere else compared to what we actually can do on the court as far as our fitness goes.
Yeah, and I also love too that they've expanded. I mean, you've got the women's doubles, which you're playing in. There's the men's as well, but then there's a mixed doubles draw for the Invitational this year too.
Finally, we've been saying that for quite some time because it's such fun, to be back with the boys as well. So I love the fact that now it's combined both doubles and mixed doubles, and hopefully other slams will do more of that because I believe for the fans it's fun. When you have the legends mixed in together. But what I was trying to say is that we do play this kind of events in Australia, in Paris as well. But I think just the respect to the tradition and to the club, there's nothing like stepping on the court, and I think that's why all of us are a little bit extra nervous for that.
And also, we've been talking obviously about the tennis, and you've been commentating, you've been with us here on Wimbledon Uncovered as well as elsewhere. But how did the court feel? I mean, did the court surface itself feel any different than you thought it would?
It's quite bouncy. I mean, it had a lot to do that it was sunny when we played, and it was probably the warmest part of the day as for what it feels like right now. And we're saying with Laura, they did feel quite slow, maybe just because we've been hitting so much the last 2-3 days trying to get the rhythm. So it was nice. It's always nice to have that feeling when you feel like it's actually slower than what you expect. There's nothing worse than when you get on the court and everything feels like it's another speed.
I also love that your team Wimbledon Uncovered, you and Laura.
Yeah.
You're two of our
Yes,
contributors.
exactly.
I mean, we have Anne Kjathavang, we have a few others, but you and Laura both repping the channel.
Yeah, we are really enjoying it. And ever since we found out that we were playing together, we tried to get in as much practice as possible. We played the Harlingham exhibition the week prior to Wimbledon, so we were trying to hit there as well. And Laura just retired, so for me, it's heaven to be able to practice with someone like that gives you such a good pace. And I was telling her, thanks to her hitting, I felt like I could actually manage the match quite well. But it's nice to have this kind of a fresher, younger legends teams, and it's such fun.
Absolutely. Okay, well, we were talking about Anne Kjathavang. Let's take a look here, Danny. She's playing in the mixed doubles, so give us some analysis here. She's playing with Greg Ruzetsky, Ivanisevic, and Pierce on the near court, but a good point here from Anne, running to the side to get that forehand, and then going toe-to-toe with Mary Pierce. I love it.
To go toe-to-toe with Mary is not easy because no matter how little tennis she plays, I mean, her timing was one of the best. With Goran, you're always going to have some incredible fun.
There we go. Oh,
yes, there we
scoop
go.
volley.
Yeah, I remember playing with Goran once in Melbourne. I just had a shoulder surgery, so I couldn't really serve much. So I kind of told Goran, like, listen, my serve is not going that fast. He's like, what do you mean it's not going? It's not that fast. It's not going at all. But this is what you want to see in the Legends.
Come on, Mary. Tweener. No tweener. Backhand lob. Wow, this is the point of the tournament. I think one of the longer ones.
The grass will be great by the time they finish this point.
Yes, absolutely.
But I have to say, it must be tough for Goran sitting on his seat for almost 4 hours and then, literally a few minutes after that come out and play. I think it's a nice gesture from him because all the players, honestly, this is going to be the rally of the tournament.
Oh, Ruzetsky misses on the backhand. It is so much fun, though, and I think for people to see, it also, I think, makes tennis relatable in the sense of when we see the pros out there. Obviously, you guys are still playing at such a great level, but you kind of can see the way that you have to move through the court, craft points, that sort of thing, where the pro game, especially the singles game, they're on that whole next level.
Yeah, and I think watching us, that sometimes looks like slow motion, it just shows, and also for us...
And it's not slow motion, let's be clear.
Well, it is compared to what these guys are doing out there, and it just also makes us appreciate that when we were real athletes, you take it for granted what you are actually able to do on the court, how strong your body is. You know, many times we are trying to reach for the shots, and you kind of going to trust your muscles there, but then you realize they're not there anymore. Where when you are a pro, you know, you take it really for granted that your body is always going to hold up, and you can trust it. So I think it just shows that these guys, I mean, the levels of not only their game but the fitness, it's on another planet, and we have to all just sit back and appreciate it and really applaud them.
Let's appreciate some of the action that we've seen earlier today. I want to start with you on Novak Djokovic coming back from 2-0 against Jannik Sinner. Sinner looked in such good form in those first 2 sets. A lot of question marks sort of swirling around Djokovic as to his form, but for him to come back and win this in 5 sets, he's now into his 11th Wimbledon semifinal, his 84th match win. But coming back from 2-0, he hadn't had to do that on tour in over a year, and also hadn't done it at Wimbledon in 5 years.
Yeah, he got tested big time, and this is where Novak is at his best, when he's got his back against the wall, and no one really expects him to turn the match around, and then he comes out with, you know, movement like this, starts to do his Spider-Man shots, and yeah, this is his signature kind of a match, to be able to find a way when his opponent couldn't have played any better. You know, it's just clear why he's #1 in the world and why he's won so many slams, because of matches like today.
Yeah, and just being able to come back the way that he did, and now he's going to wait Cam Norrie or David Goffin. I also wonder, you know, it hadn't been a perfect route into the quarterfinals, but is this kind of a big, true test for him as well in the quarterfinals against Jannik Sinner, someone who we're really excited about on tour? But then does it free Novak up even more going into the Final Four?
I think so. I think he really wanted to have this kind of match. Maybe not 2-0 down, but, you know, being pushed this way. And also I think it's a big statement because Jannik managed to beat Carlos and then Novak beats Jannik. So I think, you know, it sends a message across that I'm not going anywhere. You know, this is my territory and it's my time once again. And that's why, you know, he mentally, I mean, how he finds ways to win when maybe he's not playing his best, but he has that belief that no matter how much he's down, we saw that in Roland Garros against Tsitsipas last year, and so many times when he was 2-0 down, he finds a way, and that's why he's the champion.
I mean, obviously the talk this year has been around Rafael Nadal and his chase for the calendar slam. He's got 22 now, but Novak earning his 43rd Grand Slam semifinal. It's a weird one too for us on the media side, and you've danced to obviously being a player and being in the media, where the numbers have been normalized, but what this generation has done, Roger, Rafa, Novak, throw Andy and Stan in there too, is otherworldly. And for him to make a 43rd major semifinal at the top level of the sport, it's just unreal.
At the times when we have Roger, Rafa and Andy, it's just incredible. And you know, when you're playing, you're not so much focused on the statistics and the numbers, how much you've achieved, and you're just focused on the next match and the next tournament. But I think in Novak's case, he does get motivated by the numbers, and he does want to go down as the greatest in history. So facts like this, that it's his 43rd semifinal, it's going to be big on his mind tonight, and it's going to give him extra energy to recover and to go even further. So yeah, like you said, I mean, the appreciation we have to have for these guys, it's just incredible what they've managed to do in the history of our sport.
A 43rd semifinal at a major for Novak Djokovic. It was disappointing today for Jannik Sinner, not the performance, just the fact that he couldn't get over the finish line. But let's go ahead and hear from Sinner. He's been speaking to the world's press.
Good evening. Welcome to the press conference for Jannik Sinner. As always, please raise your hand and state your name and organisation when asking a question. Jannik, a great effort out there today. Just give us your thoughts on the match.
It was a tough match, knowing that before, and I was playing well, and he raised his level in third and fourth, and I think the fifth I played in the right way. Just I missed the final shots, but yeah, I think I can be proud of what I've done here, and hopefully can give me a lot of confidence for the rest.
Jannik, not more from the Sun. We just heard from Novak on the court when he said, when he thought he was going to win the match. At what stage did you think this is not going my way and I'm going to lose this? At what point of the match did you think it's going to escape away from me?
You know, it's best of 5 is when you're up 2 sets to love. It's you play every set in the best possible way. I mean, in the third when I was serving and then it was love 15 and I hit an easy forehand in the net, love 30. Then after he played a good point, instead of being 15-30, I was love 40. Then he broke me. From that point, he was playing better. As I said, the 5th set, I think I played in the right way. I mean, I had to do something more because he was dictating more the points. So, yeah, that's it.
And you fell over. You rolled over the floor. Did you hurt yourself in that situation? And what did it feel like to have Novak picking you up in an active sport?
Yes, I twisted my ankle, the left one. In the beginning, I felt pain. I was a bit scared in that point, but after when I made the first steps, I felt it was okay and nothing. Then I was a little bit careful the first 2 points, but then I was good. So I was, yeah, that's the most important thing, that my body feels good. So yeah.
Hector's a sportsman. Very bad luck today, Jannik. With the way that you've played here at Wimbledon this year and the very good players that you've beaten, and then taking the best player all the way today, does it give you confidence that you can come back here, do very well and maybe win it one day?
I mean, it's I think I played every match better, even if the opponents were always different. It gave me confidence match after match, so that's good. And I think also for the future, coming back here next year, it can help me a lot. I've learned many things on grass, and that was the reason why we chose to play grass. Yeah, and now we see. I mean, I showed that I can play good tennis for sure. I showed that I can play some good level of tennis, and I will try to keep working hard, because that's the most important. Now we go back. We might have some days off, but then after we push again, and then we see how it goes in the next months. So let's see.
Hi, Joseph Riegel, Tennis Head. Novak said after the match that when he was 2 sets to love down, he went off for a toilet break and he gave himself a pep talk to sort of inspire himself to come back and win. What were you telling yourself after you won the first 2 sets?
Just trying to keep going. I mean, I think I played well. I knew that he's gonna change something, so I tried to prepare myself before, and yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of positives if you win the first 2 sets. The other one for sure is struggling more, and even if when the sets are 2-all, you're in the same position. I mean, both of us has to play the 5th set, and it just was not. I tried my best, you know. There is all I can say, and hopefully one day I can come back and play even better.
Hi, Jannik. Chris Johnson from Grand Slam Magazine. Terrific effort from you today, very impressive. I understand that you've had the chance to practice a lot previously with Novak Djokovic. How has that helped you improve, and how did it help you today, especially in those first 2 sets when you were hitting very, very well?
I think we have some similar style of tennis a little bit. I always like to practice with him because he has a good ball to hit, and I think also I have, so we have a good rhythm. in one way it can help you, you know, when you play against, you know what to expect. In the other way, you know also a little bit the weaknesses of both of us. So yeah, I mean, we had also here, especially on grass, after the first round, I think the first and the second matches we both won the day after we practiced together. So I mean, it's always a special feeling, even if you go in practice courts and you can practice with him. So yeah, tournament is different and there are different tension. You play with crowd, which is always special. So I think it was special today also.
Two more English.
You played as the Volkskrant. Unlike many other players, you started playing tennis seriously at an older age. Can you give me an answer of what's the advantage you think you combined several sports for many years as a kid?
Well, for sure, I enjoyed when I was young. I made different sports, which you know, I was not focusing on one. So I always tried to do what I wanted, and then at some point I chose to play tennis because I like more tennis than other sports. But you know, I think positive things. If you do other sports, I think the coordination is good. You know how to use your feet and hands depending on what kind of sport you do. So yeah, I've done a lot of sport even when I was young, and yeah, I think there's not a rule. If somebody plays only tennis, he will arrive, or if he's making other sports, he will arrive. So everyone is different.
Last question, Jen.
All right, so Jannik Sinner there speaking to the press about that loss to Novak Djokovic, and this is now live on the #2 court. Barbara Schett in action in the Invitational doubles alongside Frenchwoman Natalie Dechey. They're taking on Martina Hingis and Kim Clijsters just in the warm-up. And Danny, I think a lot of people actually would think that Martina and Kim would make a good doubles pairing in this year's Wimbledon.
Oh yeah, 100% if they wanted to. And honestly, when we saw that team, everyone was freaking out, like, let's not play against them in the first match, because that could be easily very embarrassing, especially Martina. I mean, I had the privilege to play a lot of doubles with her. I don't think I ever seen her missing a first volley come to the net. It's just incredible. It's like, she has so much talent on the doubles court that she could literally play anyone walking around here and she would still win slams. It's just crazy, and easily they could be playing the real doubles. So yes, I can feel a little bit the nerves from Babsi and Natalie. They were kind of freaking out before this match, but like I said, same for us. Once you are there on the court, you start to move, you get rid of the nerves, then actually becomes fun.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Clijsters and Hingis, obviously two great singles Grand Slam champions. Of course, Hingis, well, both of them had good success in the doubles, but Hingis was one of those players that was ranked #1 in the singles and doubles during her career. I mean, she really could just do it all, couldn't Martina?
Yeah, and I mean, the amount of tennis knowledge I learned from Martina. I mean, she would literally tell me what our opponents were going to do, you know, 2 points ahead. And tactically, it was unbelievable. And we used to practice a lot for our singles matches. Actually, the year I won Indian Wells and beat her in the finals, we used to practice every day prior to the tournament. And then after the final, she's like, maybe I made a mistake there. Yeah. But she's been always very, very helpful.
2002 was that year?
Yep.
Yeah, Indian Wells, your title there. First of 2 Indian Wells titles. Let's go ahead and check in. This is the first game, Clijsters serving. This is live Invitational doubles on the #2 court.
15 love.
Clijsters still one of the best ball strikers you could ever see on a tennis court. It's so pure, the way she hits it, so rhythmical, so confident. Very little can go wrong. She's got such good techniques. And it wasn't actually that long ago she was back out on the tour again.
No. 15-all.
Nice volley from Barbara Schett. Held her own up there at the net, didn't back away. She's also got really good techniques on her ground strokes.
Oh. 15-13.
Interesting looking at Clijsters given what Tatiana Maria has achieved in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? What an amazing story.
Well, remember Clijsters' story, decided to move away from the sport to raise her family, and then came back as a mother and did extraordinary things.
40-13.
That's exactly what Tatiana Maria is doing right now.
And also, she's got such a different, unusual style, Tatiana Maria, with all those sliced forehands and dinks and drop shots and chops, and oh, it's incredible to watch. Really fascinating, actually. It was what makes tennis so interesting. It's never played the same way twice.
Game, Clijsters-Hingis. First game.
Well, very good cross there from Martina Hingis, one of the best doubles players in the world at her best. She just has such a great understanding of the angles on a court, you know, where to position herself and how to make things awkward for the opposition. I always used to say that racket looked like it was just an extension of her arm.
Barbara Schett. We're going to enjoy lots of rallies like that this evening, that's for sure.
15-love.
Yeah, really solid from the back of the court. It was Kim who changed the direction up. Natalie Deshi stood up to it. Nice backhand technique on that volley.
$30-love.
When you just keep your eye on Hingis and what she's doing movement-wise in the middle of the point, so you can see she's shifting across here and then ready to cross. Always got a great sense of where to position herself.
$30.
Barbara Schett, who rather followed your career path.
Yeah.
Top tennis player, top broadcaster.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh.
30-40.
Using some football skills there. Yeah, we used to work together quite a bit, actually. Some of the European tennis.
Deuce.
I don't know how often these players still get to play, but you don't have to look at them long to suspect they're playing still very regularly. They're hitting it beautifully.
I must admit, I mean, I think they're so natural, all of them, but I don't think they need to play that much to be able to come out and just smack the ball around, and it's all just second nature to them.
Yeah. totally dashing.
Deuce.
Good stretch, wasn't it? Another one right there, outfoxing her opponents. She enjoyed that one. Slightly hooked that forehand.
Advantage, Shet.
Set a couple of break points. Here is game point.
Faults.
Well, yeah, a little bit of a late overall. I think Hingis is challenging. Maybe thinks it was in, I think.
Deuce. Advantage, Hingis. Game, Kleisters, Hingis.
Two very good players at the net.
Kleisters, Hingis lead by 2 games to love for sets.
And they break first. Here's a thought. Should more be made of these great names being out here on a court like this? I just wonder how many people within the grounds know that these four are here
I think it's a good point.
right now.
Stop.
What happened there?
Dushi Shet challenging the call, left baseline.
I think she got that
The
wrong.
ball was called
I
in.
think she thought it was going out, maybe gestured, and then actually the ball, I think, landed in. Yeah. I think it's a good point, Nick, because obviously had the two centre court or court one
15
matches gone very quickly,
Shet
which they
have 2
didn't,
challenges remaining.
they were holding matches like this back just to think about maybe putting them on court, but you know, then it's a late decision to then put it onto court 2, and as you say, probably a lot of people in the grounds don't really know that it's on.
30 love.
Noticed a gentleman fast asleep in the stands. He's actually laying horizontally. You know when you get an airplane and there's a few seats next to you free and you want to lie out? He's obviously had a really good day.
$30-15.
Well, there's our gentleman. I wonder whether he queued up all night. Do you think that's what it is? Or maybe the tennis was too exhausting.
Possibly. There might be another alternative, but...
Well, that's true.
40-30.
Anyway, whatever it is, he's resting.
Yes.
For more adventures to come, perhaps, before the end of the day, or maybe not.
Exactly.
Game, Kleisters Hingis.
Very strong start. Kleisters and
Kleisters Hingis leads by 3 games to love for set.
with the break. 3 left.
All right, the invitational doubles, let's leave it there on the number 2 court. Kleisters and Hingis going well so far. Let's check in on center court where we've got a surprising first set scoreline. Marie Bouzkova in her first ever Grand Slam quarterfinal. She has a set to the good against the number 3 seed Ons Jabeur. Here's the stats: 6-3 for Bouzkova and Daniella Hantuchova. You and I were just looking at these two. Those service numbers for Jabeur struggling. She's broken a couple times in that first set.
Yeah, 52% on grass is just not good enough for Ons, so she will have to definitely pick that up big time in the second set. Also, 14 unforced errors. Yes, she's aggressive. There are 10 winners as well, but Bouzkova 9 and only 6 unforced errors with that. So it's very obvious that she was much more dominant, more solid, and very impressive given this is Bouzkova first quarterfinal, how she's dealing with it.
Amazing, and it's the first set that Jabeur has dropped this entire tournament. She's only been on court for under 5 hours in 4 rounds. How much, you know, when you are in such good form like that coming into a quarterfinal at a Grand Slam, how much is she going to have to mentally really lock in the second set?
Yeah, it's such a good point because she's so used to just sailing through the matches that it takes a little bit extra mental energy to adjust, to accept that she's actually set down. So a new territory for her, that's for sure.
Yeah, certainly. And for Jabeur, you know, the favorite too. I'm also curious. I know every player is different, but the fact that we had Niemeier versus Tatiana Maria, and then today she's taking on Bouzkova, Ons Jabeur would be very, very aware of the opportunity for herself in this moment.
Yeah, it is an opportunity, but at the same time, we must not forget quarterfinals, especially at Wimbledon. Everyone is going to play unbelievable tennis, and having the experience Ons has, she understands that other players, maybe they are not favorites on the paper, but this second week they are big favorites because they are playing the best tennis, and there is a reason why they were in the quarterfinals. So yeah, it's tricky. You have to really take it not only one match at a time, but 1 point at a time, literally not think about what happened in the other quarterfinal and what the opportunity this is, because if you do that, you are going to be very quickly out of the tournament.
I mean, we hear players talk about that all the time. I'm seeing the ball, I'm taking it 1 point at a time. But when you face situations where you had pressure, opportunities, or you saw a draw and thought, oh my gosh, this is mine to win, were there techniques that you tried to employ?
You never think that is mine to win, because I think you have that respect and the humbleness that it doesn't matter who is the favorite on the paper, no matter if you beat someone 10 times in a row before, you still have to go out there and get the job done, and most of the time it's going to be even more so difficult because of what a favorite you are on the outside. So I would say all the top players, you never look at a match saying, okay, I've got this. It's really that humbleness to be focused on what you have to do. What helped me was just trying to think about tactically or what I have to do to execute every point the best way. Yes, of course, sometimes your mind is going to wander, especially when you are close, when you have the opportunity to do something special. I think it's important to also accept that it's normal. I mean, we are humans, and kind of not go with it, but go back to, okay, what I have to do, what has been working for me throughout the match so far. To me was always the tactic, maybe a few technical things like staying down on grass or, you know, using my wrist on the returns, turning my shoulders, just anything to keep my mind occupied with the tennis and not thinking what the occasion this is.
Ons Jabeur does have a break to start the second set, so at least starting to try to get back onto track against Bouzkova. But, you know, the opportunity is there, and we saw it with Tatiana Maria earlier today. She was down a break both in the second set and the third set against Julia Niemeier and just stayed in it. And that's what Tatiana Maria has done this whole tournament, trailing Sorana Cirstea in the second round, coming back and beating Jelena Ostapenko, saving match points. You always have to back yourself when you're backed into a corner.
And also to understand that your opponent is going to get tight at some point. I mean, this is quarterfinals of Wimbledon, so Bouzkova is going to start to feel the nerves in case, say, she's serving for it, and that's where Ons has to be there for every single point mentally, not to give anything away to her opponents. Big points, she has to make her play, just not go for too much, you know, stay within the lines. I would say even a good meter away from everything, half meter about the net. You know, those are the basic things.
Yeah.
But actually, the bigger the match, the more important it is just to go to the basics and literally what has worked for you when you were 12, 13 years old, that's what you got to use in matches like this.
I love it, going inside the brain of a tennis player, especially in those pressure moments. Thanks for that, Danny. Actually, let's go inside the team of Tatiana Maria. Here is her coach and her husband speaking with our very own Adam Hunt.
Well, one of the storylines of the championship so far has been Tatiana Maria's brilliant run to the semi-finals. I'm delighted to say we're joined by her husband and coach, Charles now. Charles, thanks so much for joining us. How are you feeling after that performance today?
I'm feeling super proud of my wife, and she really deserves it, because Tatiana, she's a big fighter, like everybody can see, and she works really hard. And we are so proud to be able to show this to our little girls, Charlotte and Sissi, and that is the most important.
A lot has been made about the fact that she's a mother and playing so well. How do you find that family balance, being on tour and achieving such great success that she is here at Wimbledon?
But I think it's because we are traveling all together. We're super happy. Charlotte, our first daughter, she's 8 years old. She plays tennis really well. So every day we are on court indoors, playing 1.5 hours in the morning before to start the day for Tatiana. So, but everything it's really easy and really relaxed, and we cannot be more happy that with what happened and with our girls, and so it's only a joy every day.
A lot of mothers and fathers who play on tour, they say that after they've had their kids, it gives them a sense of perspective, and when they practice, they're really focused on their practice, and then afterwards they can focus on their kids. Do you find that with Tatiana and yourself, that it gives you a tremendous amount of focus when you're working together, and then also family time as well?
Yeah, no, for us it didn't change anything, because Tatiana, she goes on court, she makes her work, but now anyway, when we're on court, the kids are on court too. Charlotte is with a racket a lot of time. Charlotte warm up her mom in the other tournaments, so it's funny. And so we are all the time together, even on the court. So Tatiana anyway, she hits the ball, she gives her best practice, matches, and that's our balance.
How difficult is it sometimes having to be husband and sometimes having to be coach? Is there ever a sort of separation of those?
Yeah, so it's really easy. The secret is I never go in the conflict with my wife. So when she's a little bit tired or she's a little bit upset or something, I always tell her, look baby, let's take a coffee, it doesn't matter, you know, I love you, and so we go, we stop, even if we have to stop the practice, but I don't want to go in the conflict on court, because if not you can become crazy every day.
Happy wife, happy life is the saying, isn't it? Let's talk about the backhand, because obviously a lot of people have noticed the fact that it changed from a double-handed backhand to a one-handed backhand. How did that come about?
But she didn't like a backhand, she was not feeling good at all. She was 24, 25 years old already, and when she was pregnant with Charlotte, I just told her, listen baby, I will change your backhand if you want, you will start with one-hand backhand, and don't worry, you will have a great backhand, and if you want to play after Charlotte, we can go on tour and play with one-hand backhand. If you don't want, we just stop and we stay home with the kids. So it works, so it's good.
And whenever we interview players and coaches and support team, you never quite know how people are going to react playing on the big arenas. I know Tatiana's obviously had a long career and she's played many matches on the top courts, but when the expectation gets greater and greater and greater as we head towards into the second week of a Grand Slam, how that's going to affect a player. But she seems to just be going from strength to strength. Do you get the sense that she really does feel confident that she could potentially go all the way here at Wimbledon?
Yes, she believes that she can do it. I believe that she can do it. So now Tatiana, I know that Thursday she will go on court and she will fight like a lion. So that's for sure. And for her to play on a central court or the court number one, it's just amazing. The crowd here, it's incredible, and she's just enjoying it, and she's so happy that to show Charlotte what she can achieve, and it's an amazing example for her.
It's a fabulous story, a fairy tale, and we're all wishing her the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
I love that. Fight like a lion. Tatiana Maria has been a lioness out on court this entire tournament, into her first ever Grand Slam semifinal at 34, mother of two, 35th major. She's actually played 46 slam draws, including qualifying. What a wonderful story. A nice chat there with coach and husband Charles with Adam Hunt. This is a live look. Look at the hill is absolutely packed. A lot of those folks backing the home hope, the lone remaining British player. Hello, everybody. What a great place to be on the hill right now. And a lot of them taking in Cam Norrie on the #1 court, as Norrie has just stolen the 4th set against David Goffin. Those are strong service numbers in that set, and gets the 1 break against Goffin to send us to a deciding 5th set.
Yeah, and also a more aggressive Cam there in the 4th set, more winners than David, and you know, this is where the physical part will play such a huge role. The crowd's gonna get behind Cam big time, and yeah, wide open. So hard to tell what's gonna happen in this 5th set, but this is what the crowd wanted, and yeah. This is tennis at Wimbledon at its best.
I love it. And also Goffin just a couple days ago played 4 hours and 36 minutes. Now they're on court here. How much is, I know at the slams you get the day off, but they've been on court now almost 3 hours. How much is he physically going to be feeling that?
I would say normally you feel it big time, having spent already so much time on the court, but David is one of the fittest guys out there, so is Cam. And I think this is where Cam's really got to dig deep into his physicality. David has been in those situations a little bit more, so mentally because it costs him less energy, also physically it's a little bit easier, knowing he's been in that fifth set on more occasions. But you know, this is where Cam will be using every bit of that home crowd.
All right, so we're going to see how that goes on #1 court. Also keeping an eye, of course, on Jabeur versus Bouzkova on center court. Those are current Wimbledon stars. What about a future Wimbledon star? We've got this is awesome, Danny. I love this. Earlier today, we had a group of kids from the Escher Tennis Academy, and Greg Ruzetsky going courtside. Gets one of the kids who's going to come out on court with the legends. Here he goes. Cute. All right, and let's see, how are we going to go? Grab your racket. There's Mary Pierce. We're ready for this.
Look, he's so quick.
All right,
I think we all wish that we would be sprinting.
Oh, ready position.
As fast as he is. Oh, is he returning from the net? That's brave.
Goran is, Goran's there.
Goran doing Goran stuff. That's one thing with Goran, you know, it's always going to be tons of fun. It's incredible the energy he brings to the court.
All right, returning the, oh, Greg Ruzetsky's just chilling out courtside. And I love this. This is the fun part of the Invitational doubles,
and yeah,
too, right?
This is what it's about. You know, experience like this is going to stay in his life forever. And who knows? You know, because of moments like this, he might be playing himself one day on the Wimbledon center court. You just never know how much he can be inspired.
Nice. Backhand, almost. Anne's got him.
No one saw that.
Oh. Here we go, here we go.
Yes, and it's in.
Oh, it's too good. I love it. The crowd's into it too, aren't they?
Another forehand. Nice technique.
Oh, I like that. Come on now.
Oh, what a
good
moment.
Footwork too. I mean, come on. How many people can say they've ever stepped on a Wimbledon court? And look at the just beaming smile there, too. Yeah, that's just so special too, and that I think is the power of tennis as it goes. You know, we haven't had full crowds at tennis tournaments now for the last couple of years, and to have especially the young kids, they're just so impressionable, and when you get the chance to meet a tennis star but then play on a Wimbledon court.
It's unreal, and honestly moments like this are those that then motivate you to become a tennis player one day. I remember when someone just gave me an autograph. I mean, I would sleep with that for days, or when I was a ball kid myself against for Davis Cup actually with Tim Henman and Greg Ruzetsky, I believe, or it was just Tim Henman. Wow. I was his ball girl, and you know, those are moments that stay with us forever, and the reason you know, why we are then all here just because you want to so badly become a tennis player and be part of these incredible tournaments one day.
Yeah, so cool. Okay, we need to get that kid's name, right, from the Easter Tennis Academy, because he could be a future Wimbledon champion. Let's check in with another Wimbledon champion, 6 of them. He's got 26 matches in a row now at the All England Club. Novak Djokovic is impressed. Let's hear from him.
Sorry. Good afternoon. Welcome to the press conference for Novak Djokovic. As always, please raise your hand, state your name and organisation when asking a question. Novak, we'll just start. Just give us your thoughts on that match.
Well, exciting match to be part of. Not that exciting for me the first 2 sets, but after that I kind of played a new match, to be honest. From the start of the third, I played the 3 really very solid, very high quality tennis sets from the very beginning of the third. When I broke his serve early, I felt that I found my rhythm and tempo on the shots, and it was 2 different kind of matches, and I felt completely different from the start of the third.
Riyadh Al Samurai from the Daily Mail. You said on the court that after the second set you had a bit of a chat with yourself in a toilet break. I imagine that was a fairly aggressive conversation.
Not really. There was no aggressivity there. It was just a pep talk, positive talk. As negative and down you feel on yourself in those moments, I think, even though as fake as it looks or sounds to you, it really gives you an effect and support if you're trying to find the right and positive affirmations and tell it to yourself and kind of reanimate yourself in a way. So that's what I've done. I've done that after I lost 2 sets in finals of Roland Garros against Tsitsipas. And today, and it worked. It doesn't always work. It's not a guarantee that it will always work, but I just felt like I had to change something because I was not playing well. I was not feeling well on the court. I was dominated by Sinner, and thankfully, Grand Slams are played in best of 5, so I had opportunity to come back.
Actually, it was the same question.
Okay.
Nolan of La Repubblica, congrats on your win. Can you just tell us more about what went wrong in the first 2 sets? Why you didn't feel well? I mean, on the pitch.
Well, I thought I started very well. I was 4-1 up and break point for double break. He served well. I was playing against the wind and I just played a very bad game. 2 double faults, 2 missed drop shots to lose the serve 4-3, and that just momentum shifted to his side. I started doubting my shots. He started believing in himself more. He was just had a better, mentality on the court. He was had a confidence to step in and dictate the play. I was not staying in the rallies. I was missing. I was too passive, and it happens, on this level that particularly on grass, everything happens very fast. So if you're not also serving well, as I was not serving well at all from the end of the first and the entire second set, he was reading my serves, he was attacking my serves. So I was really in a defense mode, to be honest, and just not much positive happening for me in terms of my game. And then, but I always believed that I could come back. I know that experience that I have could eventually prevail in this kind of situations. That I didn't have any physical injuries or anything like that, so it was just a matter of momentum shift. And I felt that the beginning of the third set is crucial. To start well, try to break his serve early. That's what happened.
Nawab, Rajwal Hegde from the Times of India. I just wanted to ask you if when you come into matches in a Grand Slam, knowing that you probably unlikely to play another slam for some time, is there added pressure? Do you feel like you're playing more than your opponent at times?
I wouldn't necessarily say that, you know, I have completely new motivation because of the circumstances. I feel always very motivated and inspired to play the best tennis on the Grand Slams, particularly here. I mean, this is, you know, arguably the most important tournament in the history of our sport. So, I mean, definitely for me it is. I mean, I've said it before that it has, this tournament in this center court has inspired me to start playing tennis. You know, so of course it was always my childhood dream to be here. And every time I step out on that court, I feel obliged to give it all, you know, and really, but also inspired by the amazing setting, you know, of the center court and of Wimbledon as most traditional historic tournament. So what happens after Wimbledon is really, you know, is unpredictable at the moment. So I don't, you know, pay attention too much to that. I try to focus my thoughts here, and then we'll see what happens afterwards.
Chuck Culpepper from the Washington Post. I think that's your 42nd 5-set match in Grand Slams. Does when the 5th set starts, does it feel like normal life to you?
Well, it depends of the opponent and of course the surface, but the more the better your record in the 5th set, the better you feel every next 5th set you play. Of course, it's logical. Particularly if you play against the young players like Sinner, you know, who didn't have too many 5-set matches in his life, and it was first quarterfinals for him. You know, not too many matches on the center court, I guess, for him in his career here in Wimbledon. So all these things play a role. How big of a role, that really is dependent on both players. I don't think it plays a decisive role. Even though it does look like that if you see the scoreline today. But it does definitely help knowing mentally that you've been in these particular situations and you had success in the past. So, of course, you know, you approach these particular situations when you're 2 sets down a bit more calmly, a bit more, you know, confident, with more self-belief. You know, if that could be a definition of it, you know, whereas when you don't have the experience there, you're just, maybe sometimes you don't have anything to lose and you're feeling like you're not thinking about various scenarios in the future. But most of the times, you know, in these kind of occasions for the young players, you know, they get to experience maybe something they've never experienced before. And I feel like Sinner, you know, coming into the match didn't have much to lose, but he had a lot to lose when he was 2 sets to love up. So, you know, that probably, I could feel that mentally with him, you know. So I'm sure he's going to get better as the time passes by, because, you know, he's a fantastic player and very mentally present, devoted, professional. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot of him on the big stage.
One more English.
Delighted to say we're joined now by Italian Davis Cup captain Filippo Volandri, ruminating over Jannik Sinner's performance on centre court. Filippo, thanks so much for joining us. Obviously he's lost and he'll be frustrated, but it was ultimately a coming of age and a great performance out there on centre court.
Yes, we are all really happy about it. I just spoke with Vagnozzi and Darren Cahill. We are happy because he gets closer, you know. First time he played Nole last year, he lost 2 straight sets. Same thing for Rafa, but now he get closer. I mean, they both made an unbelievable performance. The attitude of the both guys is unbelievable, and I like when I see Jannik jumping on the 5-2 down in the 5th, 2 breaks down. That's the attitude the players need to get up there.
You said a lot has happened and a lot has changed since that first performance against Novak Djokovic. I think it was in Monte Carlo, wasn't it, that they last played? Right. What did he get right today to make it that much closer?
Yeah, he get closer. He took off the time from Nole. He played unbelievable fast. He made Nole in the position to make wrong decisions, which is not easy with Nole. Obviously, he need to work out again, have a longer attitude. The performance when you play five set has to be longer. He has to work physically a lot. But now he built up the team again. He has a great team. He just needs the time to work.
You've played at this level. You've played long matches against the top players like Djokovic. Give us a sense of just how difficult it is to beat someone like Djokovic over 5 sets compared to a best-of-3 set match that we see the rest of the year.
Because they never die, and you have to win maybe 2 or 3 times against these guys. Unbelievable today again. He came back from the toilet in the 3rd set. And he said, I want to win this tournament, and if I want to win this tournament, I have to play better. So they never die.
The thing with Jannik Sinner, coming into Wimbledon here, he'd not won a match here at Wimbledon, and there were obviously question marks over his suitability of his game to grass because he's had so much success on all the other surfaces. Do you think that win against Wawrinka in the 1st round, people say, oh, is that potential for an upset? How much confidence did he get from that he can perform on this surface and modify his game to have success on grass?
Yeah, a lot, because he never won a match here, but he never won a match on grass. The first match was like Bambi on ice. It was moving like, I don't know, I have to feel a little bit more comfortable, but after the first match, it took a lot of confidence. He started better in the match against Niemeier, and the unbelievable thing is the attitude they put on to be more comfortable on court. They get so fast, him, Alcaraz, they get so fast to get comfortable on court, like movement, which is really tough on grass.
You mentioned there Alcaraz, and Jannik is part of that group of young players. They're going to be the next ones lifting these Grand Slam titles. Do you sense, working closely with him, that is how close he is to that, and the desire for him to one day be able to lift one of these famous trophies, wherever it may be, whether it's Wimbledon or one of the other ones, that would cap off so much hard work that's gone into getting to this point?
Yeah, they're going to be the future. They both be really great players. One day, those guys like Rafa, Nole or Roger, unfortunately, they're going to leave this sport, so they are really ready to take up those plays, and yeah, they're going to be the future for sure.
Thanks, Filippo.
Great insight there from Filippo Volandri. Great effort today from Jannik Sinner, 5-set loss against Novak Djokovic. Let's go live to Court 3, where the Bryan brothers, the greatest doubles team of all time, taking on Fernando Gonzalez and Sebastian Grosjean. And great to see, a little surreal to see the Bryan brothers, obviously, who have extended their career into their early 40s out there, also taking part in the Invitational doubles. Love it.
Yeah, I think a little bit similar story to Hingis Kleisters on the women's side. The talk of the locker room is definitely going to be those girls on the women's side and the Bryan brothers on the men's side. I mean, if you are any other legend, you just don't want to see your name facing them, because you will be sweating a lot out there to be winning games.
Yeah, the Bryan brothers, so synonymous with the doubles game, but is it a challenge to mix the sort of like serious side with also having fun, or just you can kind of feel it out when you're out on court?
Yeah, you go with the flow of the match, and obviously you try to make it fun for the crowd, but at the same time, if you start to be too loose, especially on grass, you lose your timing, and let's face it, we are just so happy to have any timing at any point of the match. So you have to be careful not to play around too much, because then it's hard to actually get back on track.
Yeah, it certainly is. So Gonzalez and Grosjean, as also we were talking about Fernando Gonzalez, because he's the last Chilean to be this far to slam since, well, he was the last one, and Cristian Garin has now done it. He's going to be in action tomorrow.
Yeah, I spoke to Fernando yesterday, and he just had a second baby. I said it was really tough to get on the plane and make it here, but also said once I came here, it's just so nice to be here. But yeah, priorities change, and we were just saying, it's such a privilege, I think, for all of us to have tennis as a kind of keeping up with our fitness, because you don't want to embarrass yourself when you step on the court, and it gives you a reason to wake up and go in the gym and go for that extra runs, just so that you can actually move to a decent level. Let's put it that way.
Very good. All right, so good plays being made on the Invitational doubles court, but let's check out our HSBC play of the day.
beaten by the second bounce.
Touche. It's usually Maria who's able to hit these fine, deft drop shots.
All right, play of the day there, and just to update you before we head off airs, Ons Jabeur does have that second set, 6-1 against Marie Bouzkova. Seemed to have found her feet underneath her, but what about that third set?
This is where the mental part, obviously, is going to play the role. And Bouzkova, first time in such a big match for Ons, already many times before. But at the same time, both girls won this big time. And honestly, this third set, they are still physically fresh. It is going to be about who can hold their nerves better. And it's going to be a little bit more brave in the third set. Ons, big difference there with the first serve percentage, picking up to 71 compared to 52 in the first set, and also less unforced errors and more winners. Bouzkova only 2. This is where she has to step in and start to be more aggressive. I feel like she was hoping that Ons was going to give her that second set.
Yeah, and Ons was definitely not going to give her that second set. So, of course, if you want to watch that match, go to one of our Wimbledon partner broadcasters right around the world. And that is happening now on center court. Cam Norrie and David Goffin, they're in a 5th set on the number 1 court. Let's go ahead and take a look at our quarterfinal lineup for tomorrow. Day 10, we're hitting double digits at Wimbledon. Simona Halep and Amanda Anisimova, followed by Taylor Fritz and Rafael Nadal on center court. What a great day there.
Wow, what a matchup. The first match, Simona against Amanda. We know how Amanda can just dominate Simona, being aggressive, stepping in, taking the ball on the rise. She has all the tools to do that, but Simo having that experience, obviously I keep saying it, but that I think Sunday experience on the center court, sharing the court with all those other legends gave her that extra motivation and energy. And then, yeah, Taylor with Rafa, we go all the way back to Indian Wells. We know what happened there, although this is more of a Rafa territory, I would say. And again, we talk about it so much, but at this stage of the tournament, it is about who's been in these situations more often, because it just gets so mental towards the later stages of the second week.
All right, so that's on center court. And on number 1 court, Ayla Tomljanovic taking on Elena Rybakina, and Cristian Garin taking on Nick Kyrgios. So more great action to watch for there. Those are quarterfinals. That is day 10. And we are slowly making our way towards championship weekend here at the All England Club. Danny, thank you so much.
Thank you, as always.
For your insight. Make sure you stretch tonight,
yeah,
right?
Maybe an ice bath, good recovery massage to get ready for tomorrow.
There's still live tennis. Find your broadcaster to find those quarterfinal matchups now. The folks on the Hill, they're staying put. We've got deciding sets on both the number 1 court and the center court. But for now, it is a good evening for us from Wimbledon Uncovered. It's been a delight to be with you, and we'll see you again right here tomorrow.